The story begins in a world where the blood of the weak is spilled, and the strong drink it. Inside a dark forest, a deer-like beast was quietly grazing on grass. As it chewed its food, the creature suddenly noticed something strange nearby. A quiet voice whispered from the bushes. "There, that's the prey. Don't forget what I told you." Hidden inside the bushes were two figures wearing cloaks. One of them was a young man aiming carefully with a bow, while behind him stood an old man guiding him. The young man pulled the bowstring back with all his strength and took aim at the deer. He released the arrow. But instead of the sound of an arrow piercing its target, crack! A loud snapping sound echoed through the forest. Startled, the deer screamed and ran away. The old man immediately shouted in frustration. "Sir Johann! I told you to catch the prey. Why did you break the bow instead?" The young man looked at him awkwardly, holding the broken bow in embarrassment. He rubbed the back of his head. It snapped way too easily. Wasn't it because the bow was too old? Hearing that, the old man looked like he was about to cry as he stared at the broken bow. "What are you talking about? I bought that bow brand new just a week ago." He clutched the broken bow dramatically. "My Angela," Johann let out a tired sigh. "Ah. I knew something like this would happen from the moment you said you wanted to learn hunting for no reason." The old man continued complaining. "You're a noble. So why do you insist on becoming a hunter? You could have just learned swordsmanship instead." When Johann heard that, his expression suddenly became serious. His face darkened slightly. "Swordsmanship doesn't make money until you get hired." The old man nodded in agreement as they began walking deeper into the forest. "Hired? What's that?" It was a term he had never heard before. Johann simply laughed it off. "Ah, nothing. Never mind. Let's move somewhere else." But deep down, Johann was thinking to himself. "Right, money. I need money to survive in this rotten world. My name is Johann Eitz, but my birth name was Kim Johan. After dying in an unexpected accident in his previous life, he had reincarnated into this world. Being reborn as a noble family's child didn't sound bad at first. But reality was different. Right now, he was dead last in the hierarchy of his own family. He sighed as he thought about his situation. Inheriting the family name or wealth? Forget it. At this rate, he would be lucky if he didn't get stripped of everything and kicked out during the inevitable power struggle between his siblings. But that wasn't even the biggest problem. Just as he was thinking about it, the old man suddenly stopped walking. "Wait, Sir Johann." In front of them was a horrifying sight. A pack of wolves was devouring a human corpse. The old man quickly fired an arrow near the wolves, startling them. The wolves growled before running away into the forest. Johann stepped closer to the body. His expression turned serious. This world was nothing like the fantasy stories he knew. The theme of this world was a brutally realistic medieval era. There were no heroes or miracles here. Only survival. Looking at the corpse, Johann realized that nothing but bones remained. How cruel, even in death they can't rest. He turned to the old man. "Could they be from our village?" The old man shook his head. There was nothing left to identify the body. But one thing was certain. The weak are nothing but prey for the strong. Hearing that, Johann clenched his fists. "Just as I thought. If I want to avoid becoming prey in this world." He gritted his teeth. "I need money." When he first arrived in this world, he had hoped something amazing would happen. Maybe he would awaken some incredible ability. Like those ice guy heroes in stories. He had even shouted to the sky before. "Where's my status window? Why isn't it appearing?" But eventually, he realized the truth. Things like that didn't exist in this world. So he changed his goal. And that goal was money. "If I have money, I can leave this territory. I could live peacefully somewhere else. Maybe become a merchant, or even a free farmer. Money, money, money. In this world, money is everything." No matter what he had to do, he would gather every single coin he could. Just then, the old man suddenly called out. "Sir Johann, take a look at this." He pointed toward a plant growing nearby. "This is the medicinal herb I told you about earlier, little devil grass. It's a rare herb that's excellent for stopping bleeding and boosting alertness." The old man proudly added, "See? Hunters always know these kinds of things." But Johann didn't really care about its medical use. Instead, he pulled the plant straight out of the ground. It must be expensive then. He placed it into his pouch, looking satisfied as he imagined its value. The old man looked at him helplessly. He already knew that Johann only cared about one thing. Money. Then the old man suddenly noticed something on the ground. "Sir Johann, you dropped something." Johann picked up the pouch from the ground and examined it. This isn't mine. Someone must have dropped it. The old man shook his head. That's not possible. No one comes this deep into the forest except us. Then suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait, don't tell me. At that moment, help me. A desperate scream echoed through the forest. Both of them immediately turned toward the direction of the voice. Someone help me. Without wasting a second, they ran toward the sound. Is anyone there? Loud wolf growls echoed nearby. Woof! Woof! When they reached the source of the voice, the old man froze in shock. His suspicion had been correct. Yua! Somebody save me! A young girl was sitting on the branch of a tree, crying in terror. Below the tree, a pack of wolves surrounded her, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Her face was pale with fear. The old man recognized her immediately. Hey, that kid is Robert's daughter, Dell. What is a child doing this deep in the forest? The wolves soon noticed Johann and the old man. Their attention slowly shifted toward them. The old man looked at the wolves and said nervously, there are too many of them. We can't handle this alone. Let's fall back and call for backup. But before he could say anything else, Johann suddenly ran straight toward the wolves. The old man stood there in shock. Joseph shouted in panic. Sir Johann. Those aren't ordinary wolves. They're man-eaters, true predators. Johann didn't stop running. It's fine, Joseph. I'll draw their attention. While they're distracted, you rescue Dell. Joseph stood there with his mouth wide open in disbelief. I can't believe this. He's offering himself as bait just to save a mere commoner. But Johann suddenly started laughing as he ran toward the wolves. Hoo, if I had known this earlier, I would have learned hunting much sooner. He looked around the area with excitement. This place is a gold mine. Saving the girl wasn't even his top priority. His eyes were focused on the wolves instead. He quickly counted them. At least 10 wolves. If I sell all those pelts, I'll make a fortune. Johann grinned. Good, wait for me, my precious moneymakers. Ha! Joseph stared at him, confused. Wait, what is he doing? Johann suddenly began swinging his sword wildly. Joseph couldn't help but stare in disbelief. What kind of messed up swordsmanship is that? The wolves, now enraged, locked their furious eyes on Johann. With terrifying speed, they all rushed toward him. Several wolves pounced at him at once. Johann was startled. One wolf lunged forward and bit directly onto the sword he was holding. Crack! The blade instantly shattered into pieces. Johann stared at the broken weapon in shock. What the? My sword broke that easily? Before he could even react, another wolf leapt from behind him, aiming straight for his neck. Johann noticed it too late. The beast sank its fangs into him. Joseph's face immediately turned pale. Sir Johann. Meanwhile, at the same time, inside the Yates family territory, Baltradon village, a procession of nobles rode through the road on horseback, surrounded by armed guards. It was the Yates family's territorial inspection procession. Villagers stood silently on both sides of the road as the entourage passed through the castle gates. Every villager lowered their heads. Their bodies trembled with fear. They wore ragged clothes, their faces pale and exhausted. Starvation and poverty were clearly visible on their faces. A blonde noblewoman riding one of the horses looked down at them with open disgust. She was concubine Madame Yates. Riding beside her was the first son of the family, Philip Yates, watching everything with an emotionless expression. Behind them rode a middle-aged man who was clearly drunk. Completely drunk. He sniffed the air and frowned. It stinks here as usual. This man was the lord of the territory, Gisson Yates. What a cursed and miserable countryside. Philip moved his horse closer to him and spoke respectfully. Father, Johann is nowhere to be seen. I can't believe he would dare to be absent during a territorial inspection. Shall I send soldiers to find that brat? The drunken lord simply burped. Forget him. Why bother searching for that dimwit? If he dies somewhere like his wretched mother, what concern is it of mine? As he spoke, something on the side of the road caught his attention. He frowned. Why is there a pile of straw stacked at the village entrance? A nervous villager stepped forward and bowed deeply. Forgive us, my lord, behind it are the traces of Sir Johann's training place. We covered them because they looked unsightly. Hearing that, the lord laughed mockingly. Training? A pathetic bug like him is training? He leaned forward on his horse and looked past the haystack. Then suddenly, his eyes widened. He saw the tree trunks behind it. They were filled with deep fist marks. Not just one tree. Several trees nearby were cracked and broken, each one covered in heavy fist imprints. The drunken lord stared in shock. What in the world is this? Meanwhile, back in the forest, Johann had fallen to the ground. The wolves surrounded him, growling as they tried to tear him apart. One wolf grabbed his arm with its jaws, trying to rip it to pieces. But something strange happened. The wolf suddenly froze. Its fangs couldn't penetrate Johann's skin. Johann calmly looked at it. Maybe fighting with a sword just doesn't suit me. With a single movement, he grabbed the wolf biting his arm and threw it away. Blood splattered through the air as the wolf crashed into the ground. Johann slowly stood up. This time, I'll fight my way. He smiled confidently. Come at me, my adorable little moneymakers. He clenched his fists and raised them like a fighter preparing for battle. In this world, survival belonged only to the strongest. To avoid becoming prey in this era, I need money. The wolves circled him again before charging forward all at once. Johann's eyes sharpened. To earn that money, what I need is overwhelming strength that transcends human limits. One wolf lunged forward. Johann stepped in and threw a punch. Bomb! The wolf was instantly sent flying. One hit. One kill. Joseph's eyes widened in shock. Johann's fists slammed into the wolves one after another. Each punch landed directly on their faces. Every single wolf was taken down with just one blow, unable to even fight back. Then Johann grabbed one wolf by the neck with his bare hand. Crack! He crushed the wolf's neck with pure strength. Blood spewed from its mouth as Johann released it. The body dropped to the ground lifelessly. Joseph stood there completely stunned. Unbelievable, what is this strength? The remaining wolves slowly backed away. Just moments ago they had been fierce predators. Now they looked like frightened puppies. Most of their pack lay dead on the ground. Johann stood among the bodies, smiling brightly as he admired the scene. Satisfied with his harvest, he looked around at the fallen wolves and muttered happily. I wonder, how much all of this is worth? This new life was something Johann had no choice but to accept. Life in this world was not easy. When Johann was still young, he was constantly beaten by his own stepbrothers. They mocked him mercilessly for being an illegitimate child. They laughed as they kicked him while he lay on the ground. A motherless bastard dares to talk back? His brothers, who ranked higher than him in the family hierarchy, tormented him whenever they pleased. They flaunted their status while hurling insults and beating him without hesitation. Naturally, Johann quickly began to understand just how merciless this world truly was. Even if he were beaten to death, no one would care. Johann lay on the ground, bruised and battered, clenching his fists in frustration. In the end, the only person he could rely on was himself. So he started thinking seriously. What do I need to survive in a medieval world like this? Fortunately, Johann had one major advantage over the people of this era. His previous life. In his past life, he had been a modern student who spent countless years studying for exams and job opportunities. Because of that, Johann possessed knowledge that people in this medieval world couldn't even begin to imagine. He decided to use that knowledge to his advantage. From that day onward, Johann began training every single day. He focused on exercise science and high-intensity training methods from the modern world. His diet was also carefully planned. He ate nutritionally balanced meals consisting of oats, cabbage, beans, quail, eggs, and other foods. Ironically, these were foods that people of this era considered cheap or even discarded. But to Johann, they were the perfect ingredients for building strength. Using modern knowledge, he created his own training regimen. He trained relentlessly, combining strength training with practical close combat martial arts. Days turned into months. Months turned into years. And Johann's endless training continued. Eventually, several years later, Johann had grown into a young man with a well-trained body. Standing in the forest, he threw a powerful punch toward a tree. Bam! The tree trunk cracked under the force of his blow. With every training session, Johann's body displayed even more overwhelming strength. He stood among several broken trees, breathing steadily, satisfied with his progress. Whether this strength was a blessing from the gods, or simply another trial given to him by fate, no one knew. And time continued to pass. Back in the present, inside the dark forest, Johann exhaled deeply. Phew, around him lay the bodies of the wolves he had just defeated. Joseph carefully helped Dell down from the tree and lifted her into his arms. Are you okay? Dell burst into tears the moment she was safe. Uncle Joseph. Joseph sighed with relief. Then he turned toward Johann with a serious expression. Sir Johann, that was unbelievably reckless. Do you even understand how dangerous that was? But even so, To think you stepped in front of a wild beast without hesitation just to save a young serf. Joseph looked genuinely moved. On behalf of the villagers, I thank you for your honorable action. But Johann wasn't even listening. Instead, he crouched beside the wolf corpses. Cuckoo, which one will sell for the highest price? His face looked like that of a money-hungry demon as he lifted the wolves with both hands and inspected it. Joseph stood there speechless. Johann looked back at him. Huh? What did you say, Joseph? I didn't catch that. Joseph simply shook his head. It's nothing, he had already given up. Johann then walked toward the girl and spoke cheerfully. Anyway, your name is Dell, right? Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Joseph sighed again as Dell politely answered. Yes. I'm fine. Thank you so much. But suddenly, her expression changed. Her face turned pale as she stared behind them. Behind them, a terrifying growl echoed. Grah! Johann and Joseph looked at Dell in confusion. Why was she suddenly panicking? Slowly, they turned around. Dell squeezed her eyes shut, trembling. Behind them stood a massive beast. A huge wolf with its teeth bared. The creature stepped forward, growling. This wolf was enormous. Almost twice the height of Johann. Joseph's face instantly turned pale. A monster. He quickly grabbed Dell and shouted. Sir Johann. We have to run. A monster like that would require an entire army to defeat. But Johann simply looked at the beast. Then he smirked. I thought this world was just a normal medieval world. Johann looked at the massive beast standing in front of him. So, there are monsters in this world too? He smirked slightly and spoke to the creature. Hey, you, are you their leader? The giant wolf growled deeply in response. Johann scratched his head casually. Sorry about that. I killed all your underlings. Wolf pelts sell for a pretty high price, you see. The monster bared its fangs, its terrifying gaze locked onto Johann as it prepared to attack. Johann stared back at it and smiled. I can feel it, this thing sees me as prey. The monster suddenly roared and lunged forward. But Johann remained calm. But it doesn't matter. The beast snapped its jaws toward him, trying to bite him. Johann quickly dodged to the side. Whatever you are, he grabbed a rock from the ground. Your hide will sell for even more. With all his strength, he threw the rock straight at the monster's face. Thud. The rock struck its face with a heavy impact. The beast lowered its head and let out a low growl. Johann noticed something and panicked. Wait. I scratched the hide. Damn it. The price is going to drop. The monster's eyes filled with rage. It clenched its teeth and glared at Johann furiously. Then suddenly, it tilted its head back and howled toward the sky. Oh whoa. The howl was so loud that it felt like waves of sound were spreading through the forest. Johann immediately covered his ears with his hands. Joseph grabbed Dell tightly and braced himself as well. The sound was overwhelming. Johann gritted his teeth. Then suddenly, something strange happened. His eyes began to feel heavy. His consciousness slowly started fading. And before he knew it, darkness swallowed him. In that darkness, Johann heard something faint. The distant sound of metal clashing. Clang! Clang! The sound slowly grew louder. When Johann opened his eyes, he found himself standing in the middle of a battlefield. In front of him was a man wearing armor, wielding a sword. The two of them were fighting. Their swords clashed again and again. But suddenly, the man's blade flashed. And in an instant, Johann's head was cut off. His helmet flew into the air. Johann screamed in terror. Aya! Johann suddenly opened his eyes. He was back in the forest. Breathing heavily. What just happened? He looked around in confusion. What about the monster? It's gone. Johann slowly tried to stand up. Then he looked behind him. Joseph and Dell were both lying on the ground. Still unconscious. But they were breathing peacefully. Looks like everyone's safe. Not fully understanding what had happened, Johann decided it would be better to leave the forest immediately. He lifted both Joseph and Dell onto his shoulders. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced back at the wolves lying on the ground. The corpses were still there. Johann let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, he had no way to carry all the pelts while also carrying two people. I'll have to leave them behind. Maybe next time he could bring a wagon. With that thought, Johann walked out of the forest under the pale moonlight. After some time, he finally reached the outskirts of the village. He noticed that the village lights were still on. Maybe they're all out searching for Dell. Johann thought for a moment. Even if I didn't mean to, I did save Dell. Maybe I could earn some points with father. For a moment, his imagination started running wild. He pictured his father praising him proudly. "Johann, you are my worthy successor." Meanwhile, his older brother cried in protest. "Father, this is unfair." Johann suddenly shook his head and sighed. "Yeah, no way that's happening. But maybe. Just maybe. His father might at least appoint him as one of the territory's guards. If that happened, he wouldn't have to worry about food anymore." But then, Johann noticed something strange. In the distance, he could see the glow of torches. As he walked closer to the village, the scene became clearer. It was a large group of soldiers holding torches. And in the center was the entourage of the Yates family. Horses stood lined up as guards surrounded the area. Johann frowned in confusion. "What's going on?" Suddenly, a voice called out. "Johann Yates." Johann looked up. It was his elder brother, Philip Yates. Philip stared at him coldly. "Where have you been? How dare you disappear on the day of Father's territorial inspection?" Johann froze. "Oh right, that was today." His face went pale. "I'm screwed." Before he could say anything, his father shouted angrily. "You insolent brat." The lord of the territory stepped forward. He climbed down from his horse. Johann quickly placed Joseph and Dell down on the ground. "Father, I truly had unavoidable circumstances today." Silence. The lord suddenly grabbed an axe. His eyes were filled with fury. "How dare you ignore me?" He raised the axe threateningly. "I'll crack open that insolent head of yours." Johann's face darkened as he clenched his teeth. "Damn it. I barely made it back alive, and now I have to listen to this nonsense. I didn't even get the wolf pelts. Life sure is hard." But then his expression suddenly changed. A smirk appeared on his face. "No. I can turn this into an opportunity." Johann immediately changed his approach. Ultimate flattery mode. "Father, I was not absent from the inspection on purpose. I was late because I was saving people in the forest." He stepped aside and pointed behind him. Joseph and Dell were still lying unconscious on the ground. "Dell?" Someone suddenly ran toward her. It was her father. He rushed forward in panic and lifted her into his arms. "Thank God you're all right." Tears streamed down his face as he hugged her tightly. "I've been searching for you everywhere. I'm so glad you're safe." Johann continued his explanation calmly. "You see, Dell was surrounded by more than a dozen man-eating wolves in the woods. I fought them to save the child, and I managed to defeat the wolves." The villagers began murmuring among themselves. Johann then bowed deeply, bending his body at a perfect 90-degree angle. "I was unable to participate in the inspection. But I believe I have fulfilled my duty as a son of a knight's household. If you could forgive me just this once, I promise I will continue to do my best for the safety of the estate." He paused briefly before adding with a hopeful tone, "It would also be great if you could appoint me as the guard captain." Philip looked stunned after hearing that. Meanwhile, Johann thought to himself, "All right, that was perfect PR for myself. If I were the interviewer, I would have hired me on the spot." But instead of praising him, his father suddenly burst out laughing. "Pwah! Oh my, our precious future guard captain." His father looked around mockingly. "But where are these wolves? You don't expect me to believe you without any proof, do you?" Johann's eyes twitched in irritation. "What the hell?" He held himself back and replied firmly. "I'm not lying. I even encountered the great dark wolf." Hearing those words, the village priest and several others looked shocked. But the Lord suddenly shouted. "Silence. How dare you lie to me? I should rip that lying mouth of yours open." Johann frowned. "Do you want a duel or something? Fine. I'll prove my skills." Even though Johann disliked his father, he still hesitated for a moment. "He's still my father." He sighed quietly. He didn't want things to escalate to this point. But now, he had no choice. His father smirked. "Fine. Let's see how skilled you really are." He pointed directly at Johann. "Raise your sword. We will duel using nothing but weapons." Johann blinked in confusion. "With a weapon?" His face slowly turned pale. "You never even taught me how to use one, you bastard." Soon a crowd formed around them. In the center stood Johann and his father. "Unsheath your sword, Johann." Johann nodded and drew his blade. But the moment he pulled it out, he froze. His sword was broken. It had shattered earlier during the fight with the wolves. "Ah," his father sighed in disappointment. "You worthless piece of trash. Philip, lend him yours." Philip looked surprised but obeyed. "All right." As he handed the sword to Johann, he whispered quietly. It's not too late to beg for forgiveness. That's the only way you're leaving this situation alive. Johann stared at him. Beg for forgiveness? I didn't do anything wrong. A man doesn't run away. Philip tried to stop him. Wait, but Johann stepped forward anyway. Move. I hope to learn something from this duel. The Lord adjusted his armor and stepped forward confidently. Humph, Johann thought to himself. Actually, this might work out better. If I show everyone here how strong I am, even he will have to acknowledge me. I'll prove my worth. Johann shouted as he rushed forward to attack. Yua! But the moment he moved, his father's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell is this monstrous aura? Johann swung the sword. The Lord quickly blocked the attack with his axe. But the moment the weapons collided, Johann's sword shattered into pieces. Fragments exploded outward. Several pieces struck Johann's face, making him grit his teeth in pain. Other fragments bounced off the Lord's armor. Even so, the impact forced the Lord to drop to one knee. His face twisted in anger. He leapt forward with his axe raised high. You parasite. Johann barely managed to dodge the attack. Blood was dripping from the cuts near his eyes. His father shouted furiously. How dare you insult me? The villagers whispered nervously among themselves. The Lord is serious. I think he really intends to kill Johann. The Lord continued attacking mercilessly. Do you know why I never taught you how to wield a sword? Because you would still be a useless piece of trash either way. No matter how hard you try, you will never surpass me. He roared loudly. My estate belongs to me. And to me alone. No one will take it from me. Not you, not the Emperor, not anyone. Johann frowned in confusion. What is he even talking about? Has he completely lost his mind from all the alcohol? Johann closed his left eye as blood flowed down and covered it. No, that's not important right now. I can't see very well because of the blood. Johann! Philip shouted. Huh! Johann turned his head, and suddenly noticed the axe right in front of his face. Joseph and the surrounding villagers went pale. Johann quickly raised his broken sword and blocked the attack, gritting his teeth. But the scabbard and the remaining part of the blade began to crack. Johann's eyes widened as the weapon completely broke apart. He had lost. Johann slowly knelt down on the ground, his face pale. His father pointed the axe at him with a cold expression. Know your place. If I ever see you again, I really will bash your head in. The Lord turned around and began walking away, leaving Johann kneeling with his head lowered. Soon the villagers rushed toward him. Sir Johann. Later, Johann rested inside the village church. That was so unfair of Sergeson, the priest muttered angrily. Then he paused for a moment. What if someone hears us? But he quickly waved the thought away. I don't care. I'm from the Vatican. I don't need to worry about that. Father Valberg carefully treated Johann's wounds while still fuming. A knight should have honor. How could he treat his own son like that? Johann shook his head slightly. I'm fine. At least I'm alive. He laughed softly. It was ridiculous. He was dressed in full armor. He must have completely lost his mind from all that drinking. But his expression slowly became serious. Johann sighed. I guess this is reality. I never learned how to properly use a sword. But I didn't realize I was this powerless. The priest nodded thoughtfully. Well, Sergeson has fought in many battles. He inherited the techniques of the family and has years of experience. So it makes sense that you lost. Then the priest added another story. I once heard that Sir Brits from the neighboring estate killed 300 serf soldiers by himself. One night defeating 300 levy soldiers alone. Johann's eyes widened in shock. 300? That's insane. He sighed. I guess technique really matters. I thought I could easily defeat my drunken father since I managed to fight off that huge black wolf earlier. The priest suddenly froze. Sir Johann, is that true? He grabbed Johann's shoulders. You really saw a black wolf in the forest? Johann nodded. Yeah. Joseph and Del saw it too. The priest's face turned serious. He grabbed the crest hanging from his chain and began to pray quietly. Oh dear God, Johann looked confused. Why? What's wrong with the wolf? The priest walked toward a shelf and pulled out an old book. He opened it and showed Johann an illustration. Sir Johann, since ancient times, black wolves have been considered taboo. The picture showed a wolf devouring a human. The priests refer to them as an omen of death. The priest continued explaining. According to centuries-old stories, black wolves appear when death and bloodshed are approaching. Johann looked at the book and shrugged. I don't really believe in things like that. But maybe that black wolf was some kind of premonition about my duel with my father. The priest laughed lightly. Maybe. But don't worry too much. Those stories are just old legends. Perhaps God is helping you. After all, you're a good person who puts others before yourself. Johann forced a smile. Me? I just want money. Outside, the night sky above the village was calm and peaceful as time slowly passed. Meanwhile, not far from the Eights territory, at the Brits barony, fire spread throughout the estate. Screams echoed everywhere as countless people cried in agony. I'm sorry. Please spare me. A woman lay on the ground, hugging her child while crying. Please, a blood-covered sword was raised above them. Moments later, they were cut down. Blood spilled across the ground as their bodies fell lifeless. Corpses were scattered everywhere. One soldier stood on top of a body and laughed. Why do they even try to run? They're going to die anyway. More bodies continued piling up. Another soldier commented casually. This is pretty brutal, killing everyone in the estate and burning the bodies too. The first soldier shrugged. Who cares? We just do our job and collect our gold. Buildings burned as flames spread through the estate. Bodies continued to pile up. At the castle gate of the Brits estate, two figures stood. One of them knelt before a heavily armored man. Sir Karamov, the mercenaries have finished cleaning up. An elven woman subordinate who was kneeling before him handed him a ring. This is the seal ring of the Brits family. Karamov took the ring and clenched it in his fist. Brits, I had high expectations after hearing he killed 300 serf soldiers alone. But he didn't even survive 2 attacks. He wasn't even worthy of being called a toy. He raised his head proudly. I, Karamov, the sword of the Holy Empire, His Imperial Majesty's proxy, and the recollector of noble seals, declare that I will punish all corrupt nobles as His Majesty commands. His voice echoed across the burning estate. All who stand with the Emperor will receive infinite gold and honor. Then he pointed forward. Kill them. Steal from them. Burn everything. The elven soldiers behind him laughed cruelly. And Karamov declared, the next target is the Eights estate. Everything around him was covered in darkness. The faint sound of swords clashing echoed in the distance. At first it was barely audible, but gradually the sound grew louder and heavier. Johann was locked in a fierce sword fight with someone wearing heavy armor. The man's face was completely hidden behind his helmet. Johann swung his sword downward with force, but the armored man calmly blocked it. His sharp eyes glared through the narrow opening of the helmet. Then the man swung his sword. With a single strike, Johann's blade was cut in half. Before Johann could even react, the man swung again. The blade sliced cleanly through Johann's neck. His head was severed, and his helmet flew off his body as blood sprayed into the air. The head slowly rolled across the ground. The helmet slid off, revealing the face inside. It was Johann. His eyes and mouth were wide open in horror. Ah! Johann suddenly woke up from the nightmare. Sweat dripped down his face as he breathed heavily. A dream. Ever since seeing the Black Wolf, he had been having the same nightmare over and over for several days. The priest's voice echoed in his mind. Sir Johann, since ancient times, the Black Wolf has been known as an omen of misfortune. The creature's existence itself is considered a bad omen, spreading blood in all directions and bringing death upon others. Among priests, it is even called the Sigh of Death. Johann closed his eyes as he thought about those words. Then he shook his head and brushed the thoughts away. Bah, superstition. It's just superstition. The priest himself said it's only a legend. Johann let out a short laugh. Ha ha ha, it's not like I did anything bad to the Black Wolf. Then suddenly he remembered something. He had thrown a rock at it. His face darkened as sweat formed on his forehead. Ah. I did throw a rock at it. And it was a pretty big rock too, he groaned. Ugh, forget it. Whatever happens, happens. Enough useless thoughts. Time to train. Johann began his usual training routine, repeatedly punching the trunk of a tree. Suddenly, he heard mocking voices behind him. He turned around. It was his 2 idiot brothers, the same ones who had mocked him since he was a child. You already forgot what father told you. If you don't want to die, don't make yourself noticeable. That's right, that's right. Acting tough again even after we beat you senseless? You crawl out again barking like a dog. But you can't do anything, can you? Johann simply stood there with a fake smile on his face while listening to them. They continued their insults. You think chopping wood all day will make you stronger? You think breaking a log is impressive? That's just a lowly trick. As if a lowborn like you could ever have real strength. What? Becoming a guard? Keep dreaming, idiot. Father would never appoint trash like you. If he ever used you, it would only be to crack your skull and feed you to the pigs. Johann silently placed his hand on the trunk of the tree. Without saying a word, he threw a punch. Boom. The entire tree snapped and collapsed with a single strike. The two brothers' eyes popped out in shock like something out of a cartoon. Johann slowly exhaled. Then he turned back toward them, his eyes filled with fury. Oh? Did you say something, brothers? Come a little closer and repeat it. The two of them immediately panicked and ran away. We're good. Why would we go there? Just wait. I'll tell Father. We'll tell him everything. Johann watched them run off inside. Pathetic idiots. How can they live with so little thought? They should be preparing to make a living. How can they not worry about their own future? He shook his head. Whatever. No point worrying about others. Time to get back to training. Then suddenly, a voice interrupted him. What they said is true. Johann turned toward the voice. It was Philip. He had arrived with an aide who was carrying a heavy sack. Father has no intention of appointing you to any position. Johann shrugged. Humph. I figured as much. Still, considering he didn't kill me, I suppose it could be worse. Johann tried to play it cool and continued his training. Philip looked at him. Are you not disappointed? Johann replied calmly. It is what it is. I'll just have to find another way to make a living. Philip spoke bluntly. Father fears you. Johann's face darkened as he turned serious. You are undeniably strong. And that strength is a threat to him. Father wants obedient children like me. But you're different. You insist on living by your own principles. Father believes that one day your strength will take everything from him, just like he once overthrew grandfather and seized sovereignty. Johann frowned. What nonsense. Philip then gestured to his aide. Bring the sack forward. The aide stepped forward and opened the sack. He took out the items inside. Johann looked confused. What is this? Philip answered calmly. A plain surcoat, a long sword of unknown origin that was stored somewhere in the castle, and a spare chest plate. Nothing special. Then he added, these are the things you've had your eyes on for a long time, aren't they? Johann flinched slightly. Philip looked at him seriously. Johann. I am not like Father. I am not foolish enough to discard someone who is capable. That's why when I become Lord in the future, I will appoint you as the captain of the Aids Guard. Until then, do not neglect your training. And please stop causing trouble. After saying that, Philip turned around and began walking away with his aide. Johann immediately protested. I never cause trouble first. Philip didn't even bother turning around. He simply raised his hand and showed Johann his middle finger as he walked away. Johann stood there quietly watching them leave. Then he slowly looked down at the armor. His expression changed. This armor. It's the one from my dream. He stared at it silently. If I wear this, will I die the same way I did in that dream? For a moment, Johann hesitated. Then he picked up the armor. But for some reason I feel like I can overcome it. Even though I have no proof. He began putting the armor on. Whatever the case, I'll need proper equipment if I want to win. After finishing, Johann stood there wearing the armor. He looked up at the sky as the sun slowly began to set. Inside a tavern in the village, loud laughter filled the room. No way! Stop making things up. I'm telling the truth. Sir Johann killed 50 wolves. But he left all the pelts behind because a knight shouldn't be obsessed with money. He only drew his sword to save Dell and Joseph. He's so righteous and pure. Isn't he the perfect example of a true knight? Another villager nodded. That's true. Sir Johann is far more knightly than Lorgeson. That drunken woman-chasing pig. Seriously, why doesn't that pig just die already? He drinks enough to drown an ox. While the villagers were talking and laughing, a cloaked man silently observed them from the corner. Someone else joined the conversation. Sir Johann should have cut Gison's head off that day. Ha ha. He definitely went easy on him. Even if Gison is his father, so what? At that moment, Belle's drunken father approached the cloaked man. Hey! Drinks are on me today. Drink as much as you want. The cloaked man tilted his head slightly. Why? Belle's father proudly answered. Because Sir Johann saved my daughter Dell. He raised his mug high. To Sir Johann the righteous knight. Everyone in the tavern cheered loudly. To Sir Johann. Then one of the villagers looked at the cloaked man. By the way, who are you? I don't think I've seen you around here before. The cloaked man smiled. Ha ha ha, you were all bad-mouthing the Lord right in front of a complete stranger. I guess the villagers here aren't afraid of anything. The villagers suddenly turned pale. What? The cloaked man leaned forward slightly with a wide smile. I find your story quite interesting. Tell me more about Johann Eitz. The villagers looked at each other nervously. Meanwhile, in the village streets, Johann was happily walking along while humming to himself. Philip will appoint me captain of the guards once he becomes lord? So my golden road has finally arrived. Philip I never thought he could actually be dependable. As Johann walked down the road, he suddenly noticed something. A cloaked figure was sitting on the side of the road, looking completely drunk. Johann smiled. A future captain of the guard can't just ignore a drunken citizen. He approached the man. Sir, you'll catch a cold if you stay here. Where's your home? I can escort you there. But the man didn't respond. Johann frowned. What's this? He felt something cold. Then suddenly the cloaked man appeared behind him. A knife was pressed against Johann's neck. Johann's eyes widened. What the hell? The knife was pressed tightly against Johann's throat. Johann's mind raced as he tried to figure out who this man was. Could he be an assassin sent by Gesson? No, that didn't make sense. If it were him, he would have come to kill me himself. Then another possibility crossed his mind. Was it the madam? No way. Philip wouldn't do something like this, right? Johann gritted his teeth. Damn it. I can't even guess who sent him. What do you want? Johann asked. Are you doing this for money? I'll give you everything I have, so let me go. Then he muttered quietly. Though I don't have a single coin, the man behind him replied calmly. If it's money, I have more than enough. Johann's face hardened. So money isn't his goal. Then what the hell does he want? The man spoke again. Johann Eitz. I will ask you a question. If your answer does not satisfy me, I will slit your throat right here. Johann blinked. A question? Out of nowhere? He'll kill me if I answer wrong? Is this guy insane? Johann tried to calm himself. Get a grip, Johann. You once made it to round 2 of an interview at a major corporation. Even though I failed in round 3. He clenched his fists. I have to answer perfectly and survive. The man spoke again. Let's begin. Johann swallowed. All right, bring it on. The man slowly examined Johann's body. You have a good physique. It's hard to believe you're the son of that pig. Then he asked his question. Are you truly Gesson's son? Johann went pale. He's holding my life in his hands. And this is the question he asks? Damn it, what am I supposed to say? Johann clenched his teeth and answered. Sometimes, a lion can be born from a pig's bloodline. The man went silent. Johann's heart pounded. Why isn't he reacting? Was that the wrong answer? Suddenly, the man burst into laughter. Ha ha. Johann flinched in surprise. That answer is quite to my liking. Johann quickly spoke. In that case, please release me. But the man calmly replied, No, Johann Eitz. You are now mine. Johann's face went pale. What does that even mean? This mysterious man was Kegel. He was the Empire's greatest assassin and the poison master of the Nisso's Guild. Kegel had perfected his swordsmanship through countless assassinations. Because his movements resembled a serpent striking its prey, he later became known as the Venom Serpent. However, even a legendary assassin like him had a problem. He could not find a successor worthy of inheriting his swordsmanship. He searched everywhere. Even within the Assassin's Guild itself. But all he found were worthless insects who could never reach his level. A few candidates showed potential. But when they learned that the path required mastering assassination techniques, they refused. I would rather die than stain my honor. Kegel's answer to that was simple. Fine. And then he cut off their heads. More than 30 heirs from knightly families died at Kegel's hands. Every one of them chose death in the name of honor. As his search dragged on, Kegel grew impatient. Eventually, he went to visit the Witch of the Empire. The witch laughed softly. Hoo, Venom Serpent Kegel, the one who grants peaceful deaths to all. The disciple you seek resides in Eitz Castle. A small forgotten rural territory. He is one of the sons of that lecherous drunkard lord. Kegel frowned. Eitz Castle? That backwater dump? You're saying my successor is there? A single gold coin could buy half that land. The witch smiled calmly. Ho. If my prophecy displeases you, I will return your money. Kegel sighed. Who knows what kind of curse I might get from stealing a witch's coin. Fine. I'll believe you. Kegel wanted to believe her. He had already wasted far too many years searching for a successor. And he no longer had time left. But even as he stepped into the territory of eights, doubt still lingered in his mind. Does someone worthy of becoming my successor really exist in this place? Then he made up his mind. If I don't like that brat, I'll kill him on the spot. The man finally spoke again. My name is Kegel. I am the guild master of Aniso's guild. I have no more time to waste. You will become my successor. Choose. Die here by my hand, or learn my swordsmanship. Those are the only two paths you have. Johann stared at him in confusion. Then he muttered quietly, How? Kegel frowned. What? Johann looked straight at him and asked, How much do I need to pay you, to learn your swordsmanship? I'm not accepting money, Kegel snapped. Johann blinked. He's personally going to teach me swordsmanship? A guild master with incredible skill. For free? Johann suddenly became excited. He started breathing heavily, like someone who had just won the lottery. What a loser, no, what a jackpot. His eyes sparkled. Master. What took you so long? I've been waiting my entire life for someone like you. Kegel looked at him with a strange expression. My swordsmanship belongs to an assassin. Simply learning it will brand you as disgraceful. You will become the shame of any knightly family. You may be scorned for the rest of your life. Johann immediately shook his head. I don't care about honor or shame. Please teach me. I beg you. Kegel looked slightly surprised. Fine. Then he muttered to himself. This kind of brat is a first. Johann suddenly raised his hand again. Oh, and master? Kegel frowned. What now? You mentioned you have plenty of money. If I learn well, will you give me an allowance? I'm at the age where I really need spending money. Kegel stood there silently. This brat is really something else. Meanwhile, back at Eight's castle, Lord Gisson was preparing to leave the castle with his escorts. Madame and Philip stood at the gate to send him off. The inspection is finished. I'll be stepping out for a while. Gisson mounted his horse. Safe travels, his wife said politely. Philip bowed respectfully. Both Madame and Philip spoke at the same time. I will take care of the castle. They both stopped and stared at each other. Madame scoffed. Humph, no matter how much you struggle, this castle will eventually be mine. Philip immediately fired back. Ha! Nonsense. The next lord of this castle will be none other than me, Philip Bates. Gisson's face twitched in irritation. I'm sick of you too. You argue and fight every single day. Do whatever you want. Before Gisson left, Philip spoke again. Father. Johann has not returned yet. What should we do? Gisson suddenly shouted angrily. Philip. Philip's face turned pale. Don't waste my time over that brat. That weakling's death is of no concern to me. Philip quickly bowed his head. I understand. My apologies, father. Madame quietly laughed at the situation. Philip remained silent, but a thought crossed his mind. Johann. Where are you right now? And what are you doing? At that same moment, near the forest outside Eight's castle, Kegel spoke. I should test your skill. Johann hesitated. Master? May I borrow a sword? I tend to break them often. Kegel laughed. Ha ha. Go ahead. He handed Johann his sword. Johann smiled. Thank you. Kegel watched him closely. He breaks swords often? This brat is truly reckless. There isn't a single thing about him that I like. Maybe I should just kill him now. Kegel raised his sword and took a stance. Are you ready? Yes. Johann replied enthusiastically. Kegel carefully observed him. But Johann wasn't even taking a proper stance. Kegel frowned. Is he really the son of a knightly family? What kind of stance is that? This one must die as well. Johann suddenly asked another question. Master? Do I have to use swordsmanship, or can I fight however I want? Kegel shrugged. Do as you like. Use your fists, rocks, blades, anything. It doesn't matter. Johann smirked. All right. Here I go. Johann swung the sword. Kegel calmly blocked the attack. But suddenly, crack. The sword shattered into pieces. Kegel's eyes widened in shock. In that moment, Kegel realized something. All the doubts he had earlier were completely wrong. This brat. He's monstrously strong. The sword shattered into pieces as Johann swung it. Fragments of the blade flew through the air. Johann immediately followed up with several punches, throwing them with full force. Kegel dodged each one. But he was shocked. That pressure, just from his punches? If I get hit by that fist, my bones will shatter and my muscles will burst. It feels like I'm not even fighting a human. It's like facing a lion. Kegel tightened his grip on his sword. But still. In the next moment, Kegel moved. His body shifted like a snake striking its prey. Johann was startled. What is that movement? Where is he coming from? What? Below? Above? Behind me? Before Johann could react, smack. Kegel struck him on the cheek with the flat side of his blade. Johann spat out blood and fell to the ground in pain. He gritted his teeth while lying there, holding his cheek. Kegel sighed. You didn't faint even though I struck you with the flat of my blade. What an absurd monster. If you had been born 1,000 years ago, you would have been hailed as a legendary hero. Johann looked surprised. Then he blushed slightly. Thank you for the compliment, master. But Kegel continued. However, you have a fatal weakness. At this rate, you will definitely die. Johann froze. Huh? He scratched his head in confusion. Definitely die? What do you mean by that? Kegel replied calmly. You cannot control your own strength. That power will kill you one day. Johann stood up and shook his head. No way. It's not like I'm punching myself. I'm not that dumb. Kegel slowly opened his cloak. Inside were countless swords and daggers. He handed Johann another sword. Since you're so confident, come at me again. If you manage to break my sword instead of your own this time, I'll give you a gold coin that you love so dearly. A gold coin? Johann's eyes lit up. In his imagination, his eyes literally turned into shining gold coins. His motivation instantly skyrocketed. He charged forward excitedly. You better keep that promise. Johann swung the sword again. Kegel blocked the strike. Once again, crack. Johann's sword shattered into pieces. Fragments flew everywhere. A few pieces struck Johann's face. One piece scratched near his eye, forcing him to close it. The impact pushed him back several steps. Johann touched his face. There was a fresh cut, and blood slowly trickled down. That scene reminded him of his duel with his father. This is just like when I fought him. Kegel spoke calmly. Do you see now? You were defeated by your own strength. Johann looked down. A broken fragment of the sword had pierced his chest armor. Learn to restrain your power, Johann. If not, you will definitely die. Johann pulled the fragment out of his armor. Then he asked suspiciously, you aimed that strike at my heart on purpose, didn't you? Kegel answered without hesitation. Of course. For a skilled swordsman, that level of precision is nothing. Johann nodded slowly. I get it now. I must learn to control my strength. If I learn it, I'll survive. Then he clenched his fist with determination. Because someday, I'm going to become the guard captain of 8's castle. A government job is the best. Kegel looked at him strangely. Then he said, if you learn to restrain your strength, you can even do things like this. Kegel raised his scabbard. Then he swung it at the armor Johann was wearing. Slash. The armor split open like paper. But Johann's body underneath was completely unharmed. Johann stood there in shock. He cut armor, with just the scabbard? Kegel smiled slightly. Do you see that, Johann? If you hone and refine your strength, you can cut even with something dull like a scabbard. Then Kegel's smile slowly became more intense. When you finally learn to properly control that immense power, I can't even imagine how strong you will become. He suddenly raised his sword and held it right in front of Johann's face. Johann flinched in surprise. The training will be harsh. You may even face death. Are you prepared? Johann answered cheerfully without hesitation. Yes, master. The next morning. The village looked as peaceful as ever. Johann was walking down the street while holding his face. His face was swollen and covered in bruises. His nose was bleeding slightly. He remembered the brutal training from the previous night. Kegel had beaten him mercilessly. Johann sighed. I feel like I'm finally starting to get the hang of restraining my strength. It's still so hard, Johann sighed. Well, at least I've stopped breaking the swords. When will I finally learn actual swordsmanship? As he walked toward the castle, something near the gates caught his attention. Huh, what's that? He looked closer. Elves? Several elven soldiers were standing in front of the gate, fully armored. Johann walked closer and asked the guards, "Who are they? What are they doing in front of the gate?" One of the castle guards immediately gestured for him to leave. "Can't you see this area is restricted? Get lost. You don't need to know anything." Johann immediately snapped and pointed at them. "What? Who are you to tell me to get lost?" The guard smirked. "Who am I? We are the Emperor's direct mercenary corps. The Wolves of Aquitaine." Johann blinked. The Wolves of Aquitaine Mercenary Corps, mercenaries? Then suddenly his eyes lit up. "Wait, mercenaries? I actually needed job information." Johann excitedly asked, "Oh. You're mercenaries? How's the pay for mercenary work?" Some of the soldiers burst out laughing. "Listen to this guy. Is he serious?" One of them smirked. "Why? Thinking of becoming one?" "Kid, our pay can't compare to a guard captain's salary. But one job still pays 2 whole gold coins." 2 gold coins? Johann's eyes widened in shock. One of the guards slapped Johann on the shoulder. "You look pretty bulky. But that just makes you a bigger target for swords and arrows. What matters most is technique." Johann immediately gave them a thumbs up. "Yes, sir." Johann started breathing heavily in excitement. Gold coins. Something I'd never see even if I rolled around my whole life. The pay completely blows the guard captain's salary out of the water. Maybe I should abandon that path and become a mercenary instead. While Johann was thinking about this, a figure wearing heavy armor suddenly appeared on horseback. The moment he approached, an immense aura filled the air. Johann froze. Instinctively, his hand moved toward the sword at his waist. But the moment he touched it, swords appeared around his neck from every direction. What? Why did I try to draw my sword? A blonde elf woman stepped forward angrily. "You insolent brat. How dare you attempt to draw your sword in front of Lord Karamaf? I should execute you immediately." But the armored knight raised his hand. "Enough." His voice was calm but commanding. He looked down at Johann from his horse. "What are you?" Johann began sweating heavily as dozens of blades were pressed against his neck. He quickly bowed. "Ah, hello. I'm Johann from the Yates family." The knight slowly removed his helmet. His face was revealed. A gray-haired elf with red eyes and a cold expression. This man was Karamaf, one of the Emperor's direct guard knights of the Holy Empire. As Johann greeted him, he suddenly realized something. His body had moved on its own earlier. He had never experienced something like this before. Not even when fighting the Black Wolves. Not even when facing his father. Not even during training with his master. The killing intent from this man was overwhelming. It was suffocating. This is like a rabbit standing before a dragon. I've become prey, before a predator. Johann started sweating profusely. Karamaf looked down at him coldly. "Move. You're in the way." Johann quickly stepped aside. The swords around his neck were immediately withdrawn. The soldiers walked past him. One of them laughed. "Oh dear, what's this? You're completely frozen. Be more careful next time, noble brat." Then he smirked. "Although, will there even be a next time?" The mercenaries walked away laughing. Behind them, the elf woman spoke. She was Karamaf's apprentice knight, Yane. "Lord Karamaf, with all due respect, is it truly acceptable to leave that rude boy alive?" Karamaf smiled faintly. "I don't want to cause trouble on a good day. At least, not yet." The mercenary corps entered the castle. Meanwhile, Johann remained outside the gate, watching them. His expression turned serious. The Emperor's direct knight, why on earth would someone like that come to a rural place like this? "What? Lord Karamaf is here." Philip rushed out from inside the castle to welcome him. Why would someone so important come to a place like this? He arrived at the gate sweating and clearly nervous. He quickly greeted Karamaf and introduced himself. "I am Philip Yates, the future lord of this castle." Then he carefully asked, "What brings someone like you here, Lord Karamaf?" But Philip quickly noticed that someone had already arrived before him. Madame was already standing there. She greeted Karamaf with a seductive smile. "Oh my, Lord Karamaf. You truly are a handsome man, the likes of which I have never seen before." Standing beside her was her son, John. She proudly introduced him. "This is my son. The one who will become the true lord of this castle." Then she giggled. "If I had known such a wonderful man existed, I might have married later." She gestured toward the castle entrance. "Well then, shall we head inside the castle, Lord Karamaf?" But Karamaf simply walked past her without even looking. Madame frowned slightly. Lord Karamaf? Are you even listening to me? Philip watched the entire exchange with visible disgust. Inside the castle hall, Karamaf placed his helmet on the table. Then he casually sat down in a chair as if he owned the place. His voice was cold. Where is Gisson? The moment he said the Lord's name directly, both Philip and Madame froze in shock. Philip quickly objected. Lord Karamaf. No matter how high your reputation may be, addressing Lord Gisson like that is a breach of etiquette. But Madame immediately interrupted him with a smug smile. Oh, it's fine. Since you are the greatest knight in the Empire, it doesn't matter how you address him. As the rightful lady of the house, I will host you personally. Any objections? Philip's face twitched. That cunning woman. She's trying to seize this opportunity to win him over. Suddenly, Karamaf slammed his hand on the table. Shut up. His voice echoed through the hall. All of you get out. Stop yapping and bring me some liquor. I will wait in this castle until Gisson arrives. Meanwhile, deep in the forest that night, Johann was sparring with his master. Their swords clashed repeatedly. But Johann's mind drifted. He kept thinking about his encounter with Karamaf earlier. The way that man had looked at him. The suffocating killing intent. Because of that distraction, focus. Kegel shouted angrily. Before Johann could react, several knives had already been thrown at him. Johann tried to dodge them. But one blade grazed his neck. Blood began to drip down. Johann touched his neck and saw the wound. Kegel spoke coldly. If that blade had been poisoned, you would already be dead. Why aren't you focusing? Johann explained. Some people calling themselves the Emperor's Knights came to the village today. Something about them seems strange. This is the territory of the Yates family. Even if they are the Emperor's Knights, isn't it strange to close the castle gates and restrict access? Kegel shrugged. Even if they are suspicious, what can you do about it? The Emperor's direct knight Karamaf, he is the strongest warrior on the continent. And one of the pillars of power in the Holy Empire. Even the armor he wears is a legendary artifact. Johann looked curious. Is he stronger than you, master? Kegel fell silent for a moment. Then he answered calmly. If I had to face Karamaf, I would run without a second thought. Then he suddenly smacked Johann on the head. You never know until you fight. Johann blinked. Kegel suddenly shouted. Quiet, you brat. Know your place. Right now you're just a half-wit who can't even control his own strength. What do you think you can accomplish? You don't even know the basics of swordsmanship. Johann made a frustrated face but held himself back. Then he took his stance again. His eyes filled with determination. I'll do it. Kegel nodded. Good. Come at me. They clashed swords again. Smack. Johann was hit in the face again. Again. Kegel shouted. The training continued relentlessly. Johann was struck over and over again as they fought. But gradually, something began to change. Johann grew frustrated. Why? That's not even a sword. It's just a scabbard. Why can't I pull it out? Then something clicked in his mind. That's right. The flow of power. It's not about swinging recklessly. You need to guide the flow of power. And focus it at the tip of the blade. As Johann swung his sword again, he slowly began to understand what it truly meant to control his strength. Kegel quietly observed. His technique is improving. The dull sound of his blade is becoming sharper. They continued fighting. Johann loosened his grip slightly. This is it. If I combine everything I've learned so far and apply the correct amount of power. Johann attacked again. Kegel's eyes narrowed. This is dangerous. Johann swung his blade. This time, he imitated Kegel's snake-like movement. Kegel raised his scabbard to block. Slash. The scabbard split cleanly in half. Kegel stood there in shock. Johann looked down at the broken scabbard. Then he jumped with excitement. I cut it. I did it. I've definitely got the hang of it now. He laughed happily, ha ha. That was nothing. Kegel silently observed him. It must be a coincidence. He called out. Johann. Yes, master. Kegel slowly unsheathed his sword. Then he took a proper stance. This time, I won't go easy on you. Come at me again. Johann immediately moved. He used the snake technique again. Kegel's eyes widened in shock. The strike was too fast. Before he could properly react, he was already falling backward. Completely unable to block it. I won. I won again. Johann jumped in excitement. Kegel wiped the sweat from his face, staring at him in disbelief. What is wrong with this kid? I only taught him how to control his power. Yet he's already using my secret sword technique. Serpent's tongue. And he's using it so freely. Kegel's thoughts raced. Did he perfectly absorb my technique, just from seeing it briefly on the first day we met? And not only that. He's using it with even greater precision than I can. The instincts of a veteran assassin were screaming at him. The Johann standing before him now, unless this was some unbelievable fluke, had already become an opponent Kegel could no longer defeat. The guild master of the Empire's strongest assassination guild. Nessos' venom. Kegel muttered quietly. What a truly absurd brat. Meanwhile Johann was simply happy. With this new skill, he believed he could finally make a living. Kegel suddenly spoke. Johann. Your lessons are over. I will be leaving at sunrise. Johann blinked. Huh. But I've only just gotten the hang of using a sword. It's over? Just like that? Kegel nodded calmly. You are already doing everything necessary in swordsmanship. I don't want to admit it, but you've already become stronger than me. And it took you less than a week. I'm satisfied as long as my swordsmanship doesn't disappear and is passed on. Now go and live as you please. You've worked hard, Johann Eitz. Later that night. The two of them sat quietly beside a fire. Johann looked at him. Are you really leaving? Yes. I've never stayed in one place for long. Is that because you're an assassin? Kegel shook his head. No, that's just the way I am. Johann suddenly remembered something. Oh right. Master. Do you know anything about Red Face? Kegel looked curious. Red Face? You mean the Black Wolf? Johann nodded. Yes. A while ago, after I met it. I had a dream that my head was cut off. So when you first came for my neck, I thought you were Red Face. Kegel replied calmly. If I had killed you, then I would have been your Red Face. A terrible fate doesn't arrive in a predetermined form. He then stood up slightly and spoke seriously. I'll give you a few pieces of advice before I leave. First, find a weapon that suits you. To withstand your strength, you'll need something made of Vanus steel. Johann tilted his head. Vanus? What's that? Kegel explained. Vanus steel is a metal imbued with magic. It only exists in legendary artifacts. The method of forging it has long been lost. So the only way to obtain it is to mine it from ancient ruins. Because of that, weapons made from Vanus steel are extremely rare. Only a handful exist in the entire world. Johann scratched his head. If it's that rare, it must be expensive, right? Kegel nodded. It's so expensive you couldn't afford it in your lifetime. Johann stared at him. Then why did you recommend it? Kegel shrugged. I was just saying. Find a weapon that suits your circumstances. Johann squinted suspiciously. Are you hiding your true intentions because you're an assassin? Kegel immediately snapped. No, you crazy bastard. Do you have to blame everything on me being an assassin? Then he continued. You can tell Vanus is no ordinary metal just by its luster. If you ever see someone wielding a Vanus weapon, even from a distance, run. And don't look back. You won't live long if you don't know your place. Johann nodded seriously. I'll remember that. Kegel stood up. Are you leaving now? Johann asked. Kegel turned toward him. Johann. Engrave what I'm about to say deep into your bones. Don't fight an opponent you cannot defeat. If you're in danger, run. And if you must fight, do whatever it takes to kill them. As long as you follow these words, you most likely won't die. He paused. Don't die, Johann. And with that, Kegel disappeared into the night. Johann watched him leave. I'll remember your words, master. Meanwhile, at Eight's castle. Karamaf was served wine. He took one sip. His expression immediately twisted in disgust. This tastes like rotten piss. Take it away. He threw the wine glass against the wall in frustration. The glass shattered beside Madame. She simply chuckled. Oh my, that was quite an expensive drink. I suppose it wasn't to your liking? She smiled seductively. What should I do? The only liquor better than that is in Lord Gison's bedroom. You must be tired from your long journey. So instead of staying here, why don't you move to a cozy bedroom? Karamaf ignored her completely. Madame stepped closer. Lord Gison's bedroom is very comfortable. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Her face turned slightly red. It will be just the two of us. Don't you think we could have a good time? Karamaf didn't even look at her. Get lost. Madam's expression darkened. Lord Karamaf. We don't have much time. Please allow me to entertain you. Lord Gissin won't return until late tonight. Karamaf suddenly paused. He slowly stood up. I was getting sick of this anyway. This is perfect. All right. Let's enjoy ourselves. Suddenly, he grabbed her by the neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. Gah! Her scream echoed through the hall. Karamaf smiled coldly as he tightened his grip. Her face was filled with bloody holes as her neck snapped. The amusement of slaughter. And then, the killing began. Philip was hiding behind a door. He had seen everything. He covered his mouth in terror, desperately trying not to make a sound. Sometime later, Johann returned to the village. But the moment he arrived, his eyes widened. What? Flames were spreading everywhere. The entire village was burning. The castle was engulfed in fire. Everywhere he looked, there were only flames. Johann stared in disbelief. The village, why is this happening? Meanwhile, from deep inside the forest, the fire was clearly visible. Lord Gissin and his guards also noticed the fire in the distance. Gissin looked toward the horizon. What on earth is going on? Why is smoke coming from the direction of Eight's castle? My lord, the fire looks massive. You should return immediately, one of his aides said nervously. Gissin gritted his teeth. His horse raced toward the castle at full speed. When he finally arrived, his horse stopped before the castle gates. But something was wrong. The gates were guarded by elven soldiers. They looked down at him mockingly as the doors slowly opened. Oh, look who finally showed up after enjoying himself. Sluggish bastard, just as you look. Move quickly, Lord Pig. Lord Karamaf's patience isn't very deep. The gates creaked open. Gissin stepped inside. And then, his eyes widened in horror. Inside the courtyard, bodies were scattered everywhere. His family, servants, even children, all dead. Soldiers stood casually among the corpses. Gissin's face turned pale. What is this? A heavy armored foot stepped forward. Gissin slowly looked up. It was Karamaf. You're late, Gissin. Gissin grabbed his axe and roared in fury. What the hell are you doing? Karamaf replied calmly. Gissin Eights. You plotted treason and an assassination attempt against the Emperor. By imperial decree, the Eights family will be annihilated. Gissin shouted in rage. Don't be ridiculous. This is a purge. You're framing me with false charges just to execute me. He raised his weapon. Do you think I'll let you do as you please? But Karamaf ignored him and gave an order. Blow the horn. Retrieve the Eights families as our peacock. And purge everyone in this territory. Erase this land from the map. An elven soldier raised a horn and blew it loudly. The sound echoed across the valley. The soldiers cheered. Then they charged toward the village. The village quickly descended into chaos, homes burned. Flames spread everywhere. Bodies lay scattered in the streets. One soldier stood over a kneeling villager. It was Priest Valverga. The soldier smirked. Ha, tough old man. He grabbed the priest by the hair and placed a blade against his neck. Is it really that hard to tell us where the illegitimate son is? Fine. I'll send you to the god you love so much. Die. Just as the blade was about to fall, slash. The soldier's arm flew through the air. The priest stared in shock. Johann stood behind him. Lord Johann. Johann quickly untied the priest. Priest Valverga, what happened? The priest shook his head. I don't know. The imperial soldiers suddenly started killing the villagers. He hesitated. It's possible that Lord Gissin has already been killed. Johann froze. Even. Father? That's not all, the priest continued. It looks like they intend to burn the entire village and wipe it out completely. Johann clenched his fists. Damn it, I have to get back to the castle. Suddenly, a voice cried out nearby. Johann recognized it. He ran toward the sound. And found Del crying. Del. Thank goodness you're safe. It's dangerous here. Come out quickly. But then Johann noticed something. Del's father was pinned to a wooden post. His body was filled with arrows. He was already dead. Del cried uncontrollably. Lord Johann. My dad is. Johann stared at the lifeless body. Just a few days ago. That man had been laughing cheerfully. Johann slowly looked around. The villagers who had always been kind to him. The ones who laughed and celebrated together. Now lay dead. His teeth clenched. Anger began to build inside him. Johann grabbed Dell's shoulders. It's dangerous to stay here. Go with Priest Valverga. Yes, Johann slowly unsheathed his sword. Then he turned and began walking away. Wait. The priest called out desperately. Where are you going? You mustn't go. You need to run away. Lord Johann. But Johann didn't stop. He walked toward the castle gate. Then he saw it. A tall flagpole. With the banner of the Holy Empire. And at the very top, his father's head. A wooden board hung beneath it. It read, Duke Gessenates was executed for treason against the emperor. Anyone who retrieves the body without permission will be charged with the same crime. Signed, Royal Guard Knight Karamaf. Johann stood there in silence, staring at his father's severed head. As Johann stood there, several soldiers noticed him. What the? Isn't that the illegitimate son? They smirked. I thought he ran away. Did he come back because he wants to die? But before they could react, Johann swung his sword. The flagpole snapped in half. The banner of the Holy Empire crashed to the ground. Johann stepped forward and stomped on the imperial flag. The mercenaries exploded in rage. That bastard. What do you think you're doing? Kill him immediately. Johann's anger boiled over. He moved. Slash. One soldier fell. Slash. Another body split open. Heads flew through the air as blood sprayed across the ground. The soldiers collapsed one by one. As Johann cut them down, a thought crossed his mind. Why am I doing this? Why am I heading toward the castle? Priest Valverga was right. I should run away. Going to the castle like this is just a dog's death. Then, a weak voice called out, Is that Johann? Johann stopped. Philip. He saw him sitting against the wooden bars. Philip's armor was pierced with arrows. Blood covered his chest. You are alive. Johann quickly knelt beside him. Philip slowly removed his helmet. Why did you come back? Hurry, run away. If you stay here, you'll only die a dog's death. His hands trembled as he held out the helmet he was wearing. I wanted to give you this, later. When you became the Lord. But I guess I can't anymore. Johann took the helmet. At that moment, a sharp pain ran through his chest. His master's words echoed in his mind. Know the difference in strength. If it's dangerous, run away. Your opponent is the Emperor's knight. Even I would run without looking back. Johann stared at the helmet in his hands. Then another memory surfaced. However, if you must fight, then kill them. Johann slowly lifted the helmet. You're right, he placed it on his head. That time is right now. Johann stood up. His resolve hardened. He would kill Karamaf. He walked to the castle gates. Then pushed the doors open. Inside, several soldiers immediately noticed him. They stared in shock. How did he get inside? The guards were stationed at the entrance. Before they could react, Johann charged forward. His fist slammed into one soldier. Where is Karamaf? He punched another soldier to the ground. Bodies fell one after another. Soon, the hall was filled with fallen soldiers. Johann stood there. His armor soaked in blood. His hands dripping with the blood of the elven soldiers. At that moment, a figure stepped forward. Karamaf. I heard the Yates family had a son who ran away. You're the human who stood outside the castle earlier. Johann Yates, correct? Johann stared at him coldly. I'm not in the mood to introduce myself right now. Let's just say, I'm human number one who's pissed off at you. Karamaf smirked. You foolish brat. You could have lived if you had simply run away. I guess you don't value your life. He slowly drew his sword. Very well. If you want to die that badly, come. He pointed the blade toward Johann. Johann tightened his grip on his sword. Even if you didn't say that, I was planning to. Johann and Karamaf's swords clashed. Steel rang through the castle hall as the two exchanged blows. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched. Johann swung his sword with full force. Karamaf blocked it calmly. But then something happened. Karamaf's blade began cutting through Johann's sword. Crack. Johann's sword split in two. Karamaf immediately counterattacked. Slash. Johann was blown backward and his broken sword flew from his hand. He skidded across the floor but managed to regain his balance. Then he grabbed another sword lying nearby. Without hesitation, he charged again. Karamaf smiled. This is fun. Clang. Crack. The second sword shattered as well. Johann grabbed another weapon from the floor. And attacked again. Again. And again. Every sword he picked up was cut in half by Karamaf's blade. Karamaf suddenly lunged forward. His sword swung horizontally. Johann barely avoided it by ducking low and slipping behind him. Karamaf immediately raised his sword again. Then brought it down vertically. Johann ducked once more. The pillar behind him was struck instead. Boom! The massive stone pillar split apart and collapsed into pieces. Karamaf watched calmly. How amusing, this fight reminded him of another battle. Compared to Brit's, this is on a completely different level. Dust and smoke filled the hall. Johann disappeared inside the cloud. Suddenly, an elven soldier was thrown out of the smoke. He flew straight toward Karamaf, screaming. Without hesitation, Karamaf sliced him in half. This is so much fun. He laughed loudly. Entertain me more, you bastard son of eights. Suddenly Johann burst through the smoke. He swung his sword with all his strength. Karamaf casually blocked it with his hand. His entire body was protected by armor made from Manu's steel. But, crack! Johann's blade cut into the armor. And Karamaf's hand was injured. Blood poured from the wound. The force of the blow pushed Karamaf several steps backward. He stared at Johann in shock. My Manu's armor, cracked? His body trembled slightly as he gripped his sword. Karamaf looked at the weapon Johann was holding. It was just an ordinary sword. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. A human breaking Nanu's steel. That should be impossible. This bastard, what in the world are you? Johann charged again. But this time, Karamaf was no longer as confident. Johann jumped forward, raising his sword high. I've never even heard of power like this. Johann attacked relentlessly. He kept swinging without stopping. Karamaf was forced onto the defensive. Then Karamaf noticed something. He's just an ignorant brute with overwhelming strength. He dodged one of Johann's attacks and immediately countered with a thrust. All he does is swing wildly. Johann barely blocked the thrust. Crack! His sword shattered again. He quickly grabbed another weapon from the floor and took his stance. Karamaf's confidence slowly returned. Just as I thought. He can't even block a simple thrust properly. He's just swinging by instinct. Johann raised his sword again. Karamaf narrowed his eyes. Did Gissin never teach him real swordsmanship? He's dangerous. I should end this quickly. Karamaf prepared his plan. When he swings again, I'll block the strike, break his sword. And then take his head in the next movement. He smirked. I'll take that arrogant head off your shoulders. Come on, you brat. Karamaf waited for Johann's next attack. Johann stepped forward. Then suddenly, his sword movement changed. The blade moved like a serpent. Flexible. Unpredictable. Karamaf's eyes widened. What? Johann had used serpent's tongue. The blade slipped past Karamaf's guard. Slash. The strike landed across his waist. His armor cracked open. Blood burst from the wound. At the same moment, Johann's sword shattered again from the impact. Karamaf screamed in pain. Arg! Johann clenched his fist. Then he stepped forward. He threw a punch straight into Karamaf's chest. Boom! The impact crushed the Vanu's armor. Karamaf was blown backward and slammed onto the ground. Crack! The armor shattered. He coughed violently. Blood spilled from his mouth as he screamed in pain. Using his sword as support, Karamaf forced himself to stand. But he immediately vomited another mouthful of blood. The amount of blood pouring from him was terrifying. Karamaf stared at Johann in horror. He gritted his teeth. This is the swordsmanship of the assassin Kegel, Johann Eitz, so you are hiding your true skills, damn it, I completely let my guard down. Johann pointed his broken sword toward him. His expression was cold. Karamaf kept coughing. Blood dripped continuously onto the floor. Huff, huff, Johann slowly removed his helmet. Then he threw it aside, his voice was calm but heavy. Why did you do all this? Karamaf answered without hesitation. It was for His Majesty, the Emperor. The Holy Empire is more unstable than ever before. So His Majesty drew his sword to set the Empire right. He coughed again. Blood stained his lips. This sword. Lord Karamaf, he suddenly burst into laughter. Quah. Johann Eitz. I'm impressed. I've fought knights and warriors for decades. But I have never seen someone like you. He extended his hand toward Johann. Join us. His Majesty needs a talented man like you. the Empire's endless gold will bring you glory. You will receive vast lands and fertile territory. And His Majesty himself will knight you. Become the Emperor's sword with me, Johann. Johann remained silent. Boundless gold. He looked up slowly. Isn't it strange? That's the life I've always dreamed of. But right now, for some reason, I feel nothing. Johann looked straight at him. I refuse. Karamaf's eyes widened. What? Johann's voice turned cold. Go to hell. You killed not only my brothers, but the innocent servants too. They had nothing to do with this. Karamaf frowned in disbelief. The servants? You're rejecting my offer for such a pathetic reason? He suddenly shouted angrily. So what if I killed a few servants? Is your mother some lowly serf or something? They're nothing but insects. The weak. In this world, the weak bleed. And the strong drink that blood. Johann's face darkened. He thought of his master's words. Master. I'm sorry. This time. I can't control my strength. Johann stepped forward. Then, boom. His fist smashed into Karamaf's face. Blood exploded from his mouth. Johann punched him again. And again. For the Emperor's sake. Punch. Worthless lives? Punch. What the hell makes you people think you're so great? Punch. You treat people's lives like garbage. Johann kept punching. Karamaf's helmet crumpled under the blows. Karamaf screamed helplessly. For the first time in his life, he felt true fear. The punches kept coming. Soon he didn't even have the strength to move. His hands trembled weakly. Johann finally stopped. Karamaf's face had been beaten beyond recognition. Johann turned around and began to walk away. With the last bit of strength left in his body, Karamaf pointed at Johann. You foolish bastard, you should have taken my offer, there's no turning back now, his voice trembled. Oh calamity, breaker of swords, from now on, your life will be filled with nothing but pain. Johann slowly turned back. Karamaf's hand dropped. His body went still. He was dead. Johann silently turned away and began walking. To survive in this world. A world where death is everywhere. I live thinking only about money. But those people. They slaughtered everyone in my territory. They burned my home. They killed my family. They killed my neighbors. Johann clenched his fists. Even if the whole world becomes my enemy. I only did what had to be done. Even if everyone calls me a fool. I will never regret it. Johann continued walking through the burning ruins. This is the way I choose to live. Sometime after the fire died down. The gates of Eight's castle slowly opened. A group of mercenary soldiers entered the ruined courtyard. Leading them was Jane, Karamaf's apprentice knight. She looked around at the destruction in shock. What happened here? Several wounded soldiers were waiting inside. One of them stepped forward, trembling. Jane demanded answers. But when she heard their report, her face slowly turned pale. That can't be true. The wounded soldier swore desperately. Everything I said is true. He suddenly barged in. He beat all the soldiers to a pulp. And then, the soldier swallowed nervously. With his bare hands, he took Sir Karamaf's head. Jane's expression darkened. That was the last time we saw Sir Karamaf, sweat formed on her forehead. She looked at the soldier skeptically. If what you're saying is true, then Sir Karamaf's corpse should still be inside. How do you expect me to believe such nonsense without proof? The soldier lowered his head. That's the part one don't understand either, but I definitely saw it. At that moment another soldier rushed in. My lady, the pursuit party is ready. Jane sighed heavily. I understand. I'll be there shortly. Deep in the forest, Johann was already running at full speed. Meanwhile, Jane arrived where the soldiers had gathered. She looked at them coldly and gave her orders. Pass this command down to every unit. Chase him down. And kill him. She raised her voice. The target is Johann Eitz. He is hereby declared a filthy traitor to his own bloodline, and the prime suspect in the murder of Sir Karamaf. Sometime later, the pursuit began. In the forest, Johann continued running through the darkness. Across his back, he carried Karamaf's corpse, using the armored body as a shield. Elven soldiers fired their crossbows. Arrows struck the corpse's armor instead of Johann. Jane's earlier orders echoed among the pursuing troops. Hunt him down. Kill him if necessary, but bring him back no matter what. Soldiers charged through the forest to intercept him. Whenever they got close, Johann cut them down one by one. Bodies fell behind him as he pushed forward. Jane had already warned them. It is believed he can cut Danu's steel with strength alone. Never face him alone. Treat this mission as if you are hunting a dragon. Her voice continued in their minds. Seal off every road around the territory. We will drive him relentlessly through the night. Do not let him rest. We will exhaust him. Hearing this, several soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Sir Karamaf is dead? Jane's final order left no room for doubt. We must bring that bastard's head to His Majesty. As Johann ran through the forest, he remembered his brother's final words. Listen, Johann. About 500 paces northwest of the hunting grounds, you'll find my stable. Go there. Mount a warhorse and flee. You must survive, at all costs. Johann breathed heavily as he ran. His body was exhausted from escaping the soldiers all night. Eventually, he reached the place Philip had mentioned. He dropped Karamaf's corpse onto the ground. Several arrows were still stuck in Johann's back. Huff, huff, this must be the stable Philip mentioned. I'm so exhausted. I really thought that was the end. What a relief. Johann glanced back at Karamaf's body. I thought carrying Karamaf's corpse would confuse the pursuit party, but they reacted much faster than I expected. He thought for a moment. Still, since his armor works as a shield, I should probably keep carrying him until I completely shake them off. Johann winced in pain as he pulled the arrows from his back. Then he opened the stable door. Inside stood a majestic white warhorse. So this is Gissen's warhorse. Johann gently patted the horse's face. Thanks, brother. With this guy, I should at least be able to rest while riding. He smiled faintly. Let's see, your name will be Philip. Pleased to meet you. Suddenly, voices echoed nearby. I saw something shining around here. It must be Danu's steel. Search every inch of the area. That bastard is definitely nearby. The soldiers began searching the forest. Then they heard something. Hoofbeats. Before they could react, Johann burst out of the stable, riding Philip at full speed. The horse leapt through the air, jumping right over the soldiers' heads. Johann was still carrying Karamaf's corpse across his shoulder. It's Johann Eitz. He's escaping on horseback. Shoot him down. Crossbows fired. Arrows flew through the air. But they struck Karamaf's armored corpse instead. The pursuit continued through the entire night. Johann rode deep into the forest, slowly losing the soldiers behind him. Eventually, he arrived deep within the Black Forest. It was the same place where he had fought the wolves before. Johann dismounted from the horse. Then he lowered Karamaf's corpse to the ground. Even if he was a twisted man, leaving a body unburied doesn't feel right. Johann removed the armor from the corpse. This armor really does look expensive. Then he picked up Karamaf's sword. The blade felt strange in his hand. It's light, but solid. This sword must be made of Danu's steel. Johann slowly unsheathed the blade. Ancient imperial script was carved into it. He read the inscription aloud. I am the one who recovers crests, crest recoverer. Johann frowned. Is it talking about retrieving family crests? Even the name sounds ominous. He stared at the blade. It almost feels like this sword is my natural enemy. Johann slid the sword back into its sheath. I'll take the sword with me for now. As for the armor, I'll bury it. He sighed. Damn, it's a waste. But carrying it right now won't help me. I'll definitely come back for it later. After finishing the burial, Johann leaned on his shovel. His hands trembled. Dark circles had formed under his eyes. He was completely exhausted. Johann stood there in the dark forest, thinking about what had just happened. Karamaf, the Emperor's knight. Once the news of his death spread, Johann knew the entire empire would come after him. Countless knights who had followed Karamaf would also seek revenge. Then he remembered Karamaf's final words. From this point on, your life will know nothing but suffering. Johann let out a tired breath. My life has known nothing but suffering long before I beat him to death. He looked down at his trembling hands. What do I do now? House Eitz has been burned to the ground, and I didn't manage to bring even a single coin with me. I can't even sell that precious armor. His arms trembled from exhaustion. I'm so tired, I'll rest for a bit, and think about what to do next. But suddenly, a deep roar echoed behind him. Johann felt an ominous presence and slowly turned around. It was the black wolf he had fought before. Johann quickly took a stance and raised his sword. But his body was shaking. He was completely drained. Damn it, of all the times it could show up, it had to be now, when I'm completely worn out. In this condition, I don't stand a chance. My hands don't even have the strength to hold this sword. Johann glanced toward his horse. I need to reach the horse, and somehow escape from here. Just as he began stepping back, a voice suddenly shouted from the forest. I found his horse. Johann froze. The pursuit party had arrived. We've captured the bastard's warhorse. He has to be nearby. Another soldier spoke in surprise. The wolves of Akiton. They're already here? The captain of the pursuit party raised his voice. Wait. I hear something. There. Behind a bush, Johann was discovered. The elven soldiers immediately aimed their crossbows. Johann clenched his teeth. Damn it, a monster in front of me, and the pursuit party behind me. There's no way out. Is this the end for me? But then, the black wolf suddenly leapt forward. It jumped right over Johann's head and attacked the soldiers. The wolf tore through them mercilessly. One by one, the soldiers were killed. Their screams echoed throughout the forest. Johann stared in shock. What the did it not see me? He quickly shook his head. No, that's not important right now. It's clearing a path. This is my chance. Johann ran. He knew this was his only chance to survive. He quickly mounted the horse and rode away from the forest. As he left, memories began flooding into his mind. His childhood in the village. The days he spent with the people of his territory. Everything that had happened recently. All of it flashed before his eyes. As he looked back at the land where he had lived his entire life, Johann felt a deep sense of sadness. Softly, he whispered, "Farewell, Eight's village." Behind him, the black wolf finished slaughtering the pursuing elves. Their bodies lay scattered across the forest floor. The wolf slowly raised its head. It watched Johann riding away into the distance. And silently stood there, observing him leave. After 3 days of running, Johann finally arrived at the border of the territory. But the moment he looked ahead, his heart sank. A checkpoint stood in front of the road, heavily guarded by soldiers. Johann hid behind a bush and observed the situation. Damn it, there's a checkpoint here too? So the way out is completely blocked. Exhausted, he slowly sat down. I'm screwed. Ever since I escaped, I haven't eaten or slept. I never imagined the wolves of Akiton would chase me for 3 straight days. I've lost count of how many times I almost died fighting those bastards when they swarmed me in packs. Johann looked at his trembling hands. I'm at my limit. I don't even have the strength to lift my sword anymore. He stared toward the checkpoint. Is there really no way out of here? Am I going to get caught and executed by these bastards? Johann carefully scanned the surroundings again, searching for any opportunity. And then, he noticed something approaching the checkpoint. A carriage. It was guarded by a few mercenaries. A trade wagon, with armed escorts? Is that a peddler caravan? Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind. All right, I'll disguise myself as a peddler. If I look like I'm part of their group, I should be able to avoid suspicion. I'll use them to get through the checkpoint. The wagon belonged to the Katana Trading Company, and the man driving it was a catfolk merchant named Eldon. One of the guards suddenly spoke. Sir Eldon. What is it? Eldon asked. There's a heavily armed cavalryman up ahead. What? Johann slowly rode his horse forward and stopped in front of them. The guards immediately became tense. Sir, I believe we should prepare for battle. The caravan was being escorted by the Goran mercenaries, led by their captain, Kansas. One of Kan's subordinates, Gamson, frowned. Why all the fuss over one guy on a horse? If it comes down to it, the 9 of us can charge him and finish this immediately. Another mercenary, Gorgon, sighed. Look closely, Gamson. Unlike us, he's fully clad in armor and riding a warhorse. On top of that, he's wearing a plate helmet and a breastplate. Kan narrowed his eyes. Do you see the sword hanging at his waist? Look at the hilt. That purplish sheen means it's definitely a sword forged from Manu steel. If he swings that sword at us, our armor will be sliced like butter. We could get wiped out if we clash head-on. Gamson still wasn't convinced. Wiped out? Really? Don't you think that's a bit much? We've got 9 people here, you know. 9. The others immediately groaned. Someone get this idiot out of my sight. I can't think properly because of him. Come here, dumbass. Another mercenary smacked him on the back. If you don't know anything, just shut it. Kanen spoke firmly. Goran, get everyone ready. If that man moves suspiciously, we attack immediately. I'll go ahead and check the situation first. When I give the signal, all of you attack at once. Yes, sir. Eldon stepped down from the wagon and approached Johann carefully. Meanwhile, Kan quietly prepared his dagger and whispered to his men. Listen up. Once the fight starts, knock that guy off his horse first. After that, calmly thrust your swords into the gaps of his armor. Eldon walked up to Johann and greeted him politely. I would rather avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Would it be alright if I asked for your name? Johann was slightly surprised to see that the merchant was a catfolk. Eldon was clearly nervous, sweat forming on his face. Behind him, the mercenaries were already gripping their weapons, waiting for his signal. Johann remained silent for a moment. Is he suspicious of me because of how I look right now? I need to lower his guard first. Then Johann spoke calmly. May the blessings of the gods be with you. He introduced himself and explained his situation. He claimed that he had been attacked by bandits while traveling, which was why he looked so battered. Then he glanced at the mercenaries. Also, could you ask your guards not to glare at me like that? I'd rather not be attacked over a misunderstanding. Eldon laughed awkwardly. Nah, it seems I've been terribly rude. Please forgive me. As a peddler, I always have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Johann nodded. I understand. Then he made his request. I've lost all my travel funds because of the attack. If possible, could you allow me to travel with your group? In return, I can help guard the caravan. All I ask for is a little food, and a place to sleep. Eldon rubbed his chin and observed Johann carefully. He certainly looks strong enough. And he doesn't seem particularly suspicious either. Eldon quietly considered Johann's offer. After thinking for a moment, Eldon finally nodded. All right, he said. We're heading to Marseille. It's quite a long journey, so you should go introduce yourself to the mercenaries over there. Johann bowed his head slightly. Thank you. But inside his mind, another thought appeared. Marseille? Where is that? Johann had never even heard of the place before. Still, he quietly joined the caravan. Meanwhile, Eldon returned to the wagon. His guards looked surprised. Sir? Eldon waved his hand casually. He's just a wanderer. Nothing more. We'll be traveling together for a while. Then his expression turned serious. But keep an eye on him. If anything happens, don't hesitate to kill him. The mercenaries nodded. Yes, sir. Johann let out a quiet breath of relief. Good. Now I just need to get past the checkpoint. Soon, the caravan began moving again, with Johann riding alongside them. Ahead, the soldiers at the checkpoint noticed the approaching wagon. Stop right there. The caravan halted. The soldiers stepped forward. We are the wolves of Akiton. If you wish to pass through, cooperate quietly and allow us to conduct a brief inspection. Johann's body tensed. We've finally reached the checkpoint. I just hope I can slip by without drawing attention. Eldon stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Eldon of the Katana Trading Company. We've done business with the wolves of Akiton several times before. If possible, I would like to speak directly with the officer in charge. The soldier's expression immediately changed. The Katana Trading Company? The trading company whose main office is in Marseille, the commercial hub? He quickly forced an awkward smile. Ha ha ha, it's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Eldon. We're simply following orders to search for a runaway trader. We would appreciate your cooperation. Johann quietly observed the situation. A runaway trader. So these bastards really did set up this checkpoint to find me. Then one of the guards suddenly pointed at him. You there. Take off your helmet and show your face. Johann coughed lightly. I'm afraid I have a bit of a condition on my face. The soldier burst into laughter. What? Did your mother squeeze too hard while giving birth to you? Let's see that mashed up face. Hurry up and take it off, or are you hiding something? The guard stared at him suspiciously. Johann slowly moved his hand toward his sword. Damn it. If it comes to this, I might have no choice but to fight. But suddenly, enough. Eldon shouted loudly, startling everyone. Are you seriously suspecting the Katana Trading Company? The soldier quickly tried to explain. No, sir, we're only carrying out our orders, Eldon interrupted him sharply. Then call your commanding officer. If you continue to harass my caravan, I will personally file a complaint with your captain at the Marseille branch. The soldiers froze. Everyone knew the power of Marseille. It was a city so influential that even the emperor approached it cautiously. The guard clenched his teeth. Clear the way. Reluctantly, the soldiers stepped aside. As Johann passed through, one of them muttered under his breath. You got lucky, you bastard. Johann quietly exhaled. I made it. He had passed the checkpoint without a fight. The caravan continued traveling until they were far away from the border. At last, Johann had escaped the territory. But as the wagon rolled away, the soldiers behind them watched with vicious expressions. Night eventually fell. The caravan stopped and set up camp. the mercenary captain began issuing orders. Everyone, check your gear one more time. Night watch will be assigned to the oldest and newest recruits. Meanwhile, Eldon checked the goods inside his wagon. After finishing, he looked at Johann. You can get some rest. Johann nodded gratefully. Thank you. With exhausted eyes, he removed his cloak and folded it into a makeshift pillow. He lay down on the ground. I never thought sleeping could feel this difficult. He let out a tired sigh, but finally, some rest. Within moments, Johann fell asleep. But not far from the camp. Something moved in the darkness. Inside the bushes, several figures crouched quietly. Bandits. One of them whispered to the others. Get ready. We'll surround them from the hill and strike all at once. Behind him, dozens of armed men prepare for the ambush. As Johann slept, he began dreaming about his past life. Back then, he had served in the military as a sergeant. During a battalion-level tactical training exercise, Johann had successfully carried out a defense-in-depth strategy, holding off a large company-sized enemy force with only a small number of troops. His tactical sense had been exceptional. Because of that, he became an example for other service members. Soon after, he was called forward during a ceremony. For your outstanding performance during training, you are hereby awarded a commendation and 4 nights and 5 days of reward leave. The officer paused. Battalion Commander of Unit XX, Lieutenant Colonel Kim Yebak, if you would. Johann stepped forward and saluted as he received the award. At that moment, he had been incredibly happy. Maybe the army actually suits me. He was glad that he had studied strategy and tactics beforehand. But reality soon proved very different from what he had imagined. The military culture was outdated and rigid. A suffocating top-down hierarchy. Endless duty shifts that felt almost murderous. Working conditions that were scorching hot in the summer and freezing cold in the winter. And worst of all, a paycheck so small it felt meaningless. Johann remembered his frustration. Damn it, no, this isn't it. I'm getting out of here. Just as he tried to leave, someone blocked his path. Oh? And where do you think you're going? You can come in whenever you want, but you can't leave whenever you please. Johann clenched his teeth. Damn it all, suddenly, Johann opened his eyes. He had woken up. Was that a dream? He slowly sat up and sighed. I couldn't even sleep properly because of that dream about my time in the army. Ugh, my whole body aches. Johann looked up at the night sky. The moon hung quietly above the camp. But then, suddenly, arrows began raining down from above. One arrow shot straight toward Johann's face. He quickly caught it with his hand. The tip had been only inches away from his eye. Johann's eyes widened in shock. Who's attacking us? For a moment, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be the elven soldiers from the checkpoint? Johann quickly stood up. I thought I made it through safely. I need to warn the mercenaries. He immediately shouted. Enemy ambush. His voice rang through the camp. Enemy ambush. A few minutes earlier, Gamson had been complaining loudly. What I'm asking is simple. Why are we the ones working ourselves to death? It's only fair to assign that cavalryman to sentry duty too. Ken immediately snapped at him, shut up already. You want me to entrust guard duty to some guy we don't even know? Have you even considered that while we're asleep, that bastard could slit our throats, grab the supplies, and run? Ken sighed. If you can't understand what actually matters and keep acting reckless, you won't last long in this line of work. Gamson frowned angrily. I became a mercenary because I didn't want to rot away in some backwater village my whole life. Because I wanted to live like a real man. He grabbed his mace and continued. But if I had known the Goran mercenaries were a bunch of cowards who freeze up just because of one armored cavalryman, I never would have joined this crappy group in the first place. Can's expression turned cold. What the hell did you just say? Do you want to die? His hand moved toward the sword at his waist. The two men were about to start fighting, but suddenly Johann's voice echoed across the camp. Enemy ambush. Both of them froze. What? Enemy ambush. At that exact moment, a rain of arrows came down from the darkness above. Ken instantly reacted. He shoved Gamson to the ground and raised his shield. The arrows struck the shield repeatedly. After a few moments, the arrow rain stopped. Ken quickly shouted. Gamson. Go wake the others. But when he turned around, Gamson was already running away in panic. Can's face twisted with anger. That son of a bitch. Soon after the arrow rain stopped, Goran ran toward Kansas. Thank goodness you're safe. Arrows came flying in out of nowhere. It's an ambush. Can quickly looked around. Huh? Where's Gamson? Goran shook his head. We'll talk about that later. Is Eldon safe? He's hiding under the wagon. Ken nodded. Good. Anyway, hurry up and get ready to fight. Just then, Johann approached them. You two there. Goran and Ken, right? He spoke firmly. Form a circular defensive line around the wagon. We don't know which direction they'll attack from. So we need to stay together and defend it. Ken frowned at him. Do you think you're our employer or something? Huh. We'll handle our own business. You just worry about keeping yourself alive. Johann stared at him in disbelief. What? Meanwhile, Goran shouted to the others. Grab your shields. Everyone prepare for battle. Johann stepped forward again. I've fought a battle like this before. Give me a shield too. But before anyone could respond, Eldon's voice came from under the wagon. Absolutely not. We don't even have enough shields for ourselves. You figure out how to survive on your own. Johann sighed internally. They really don't trust me at all. At that moment, shouting voices echoed from the darkness. Armed men charged toward the camp. Johann narrowed his eyes. They're not elven soldiers. Who are these guys? They're not the wolves of Akiton. Are they just a bandit gang? From the hill, someone shouted. All units, charge. The mercenaries raised their shields and rushed forward to meet them. Johann blinked in confusion. Wait, what? If everyone rushes in, who's guarding the wagon? The two sides clashed immediately. The mercenaries shouted angrily. Who the hell are you bastards? How dare you ambush us? The bandits yelled back. Push them back with numbers. We outnumber them. Goran roared. Stand your ground. If we give them space, we're dead. But suddenly, a bandit punched Goran directly in the face. Shut up. Captain Goran. Ken shouted. Goran fell to the ground as another bandit pinned him down. The bandit raised his weapon, ready to stab him. Ah, damn it. At that moment, Johann rushed into the fight. His sword flashed through the air. The bandit above Goran was cut cleanly in half. Blood splashed across the ground. The other bandits froze in shock. Johann moved like a storm. One by one, the bandits were cut down before they could react. Goran stared in disbelief. The man who had just been attacking him had been split in half instantly. One bandit suddenly noticed Johann's sword. The blade was absorbing the blood that touched it. His eyes widened. The rune letters, carved into the blade, that sword, it's a demonic sword. The enemy is armed with a demonic sword. Another bandit shouted in confusion. A peddler escort with a demonic sword? What are you talking about? But panic quickly spread among them. There's no way we can beat him. Johann slowly raised his sword and pointed it at them. Listen carefully. I am Johann Yates of House Yates. Who are you people, to dare attack me? Behind him, the mercenary captains turned pale. He's a noble? Meanwhile, Johann thought to himself. Yates. I only changed the name a little from Yates. That shouldn't be a problem, right? The bandits looked terrified. House Yates. I've never heard of it, but that means he's a noble, right? Another bandit gulped nervously. If he's using a demonic sword, that can't be some ordinary noble house. We're completely screwed for messing with a noble. Johann raised his sword again. Answer my question. Will you surrender now, or will you meet your end by this blade? The guards behind Johann began to regain their confidence. Think carefully, you bastards. The bandits hesitated for a moment. Then one by one, they dropped their weapons. Swords clattered onto the ground as they raised their hands in surrender. Johann slowly sheathed his sword. Then he turned toward Goran. Goran. Yes, sir? Bind them. And if anyone resists, you may cut them down. Goran quietly whispered to Eldon. Sir Eldon, what do we do now? Eldon was sweating nervously. About that noble. I mean, I thought he was just a wanderer with good equipment. There's no way he'll hold a grudge because we treated him poorly, right? He began panicking internally. Maybe we should have at least given him a private tent. We only let him join when he asked. Surely that counts as goodwill, right? Eldon took a deep breath. I'll smooth things over. Just stay quiet and watch. Then he approached Johann. Ah. Sir Johann of House Yates. You must have had a rough night. Eldon's tail nervously swayed as sweat rolled down his face. You helped protect my caravan. I'm not sure how I can repay you. Inside his mind he was crying. If I had known he was a noble, I would have lent him a shield. Johann looked confused. Repay me? What are you talking about? More importantly, I'm glad you're safe. Eldon blinked in surprise. He's not asking for compensation? His expression brightened immediately. Johann sighed. By the way, next time, lend me a shield. Eldon coughed awkwardly. Ahem, of course, Sir Johann. Next time, I'll definitely lend you a shield before anyone else. Johann nodded. Good. Also, I'm thinking of interrogating them. Could I get the mercenaries' help? Of course. Eldon replied quickly. But then he laughed nervously as he noticed the mercenaries still looking uneasy. Now that your status has been revealed, it would put our minds at ease if you spoke a bit more formally. Johann noticed their tense expressions. All right then. I'll do that. The captured thieves were tied up and forced to kneel. One of the guards dragged a man forward and kicked him. Move faster. The man was shoved down in front of Johann. Johann looked down at him. Are you their leader? Who are you, and why did you attack us? The man lowered his head and spoke. We are the former soldiers of House Britz. A noble house that was wiped out. Johann narrowed his eyes. The man continued. A few months ago, House Britz was suddenly attacked. They accused us of plotting treason against the emperor. But there was never any proof. Those bastards slaughtered everyone, men, women, children, even the elderly. The thief's voice trembled. The ones who attacked our territory were the wolves of Akiton. Johann's face darkened. The man continued. We resisted desperately, but once the noble executioner joined them, we were defeated and had no choice but to retreat. One of the guards behind Johann whispered. The noble executioner. That must be him. The emperor's hunting dog. Karamov. The thief suddenly slammed his head to the ground. I apologize. I've committed a crime worthy of death. We never expected a noble to be traveling with a trading caravan. The imperial army chased us as rebels, and the northern lords turned their backs on us, calling us cowardly deserters. His voice shook. Even though banditry is wrong, we had to do something to survive. Johann asked calmly. You didn't attack us for any other reason? No, sir. The only reason we targeted a trading caravan was because caravans carry expensive goods. Eldon suddenly exploded with anger. You damn bastard. Don't you know that trading companies survive on trust? The guards quickly grabbed him and pulled him back. Sir Eldon, calm down. But Eldon kept shouting. Do you have any idea how much damage people like you cause? Johann quietly thought to himself. Treason against the emperor. Now that I think about it, when I fought Karamov, he said everything was for the emperor. Johann clenched his teeth. Now I understand. There was never any treason to begin with. The emperor just needed an excuse to purge the nobles. A pretext to unleash Karamov. Johann's eyes darkened. For the emperor? What a load of crap. That bastard deserves the most horrible death imaginable. Johann looked at the captured men again. They're in the same situation as me. Victims of power. But at the same time, they still became bandits. I'm not sure what to do with them. Ken stepped forward. Sir Johann. What should we do with them? Just give the order, and we'll beat the truth out of them until they confess more. Johann shook his head. No, we've already gotten the information we need. Ken nodded. Understood. But suddenly, Gamson appeared from behind. He raised his mace. Then let's beat them to death. The captured thief screamed and closed his eyes. Just as the mace was about to strike, Ken blocked it with his sword. Gamson shouted angrily. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Ken glared at him coldly. They surrendered to Sir Johann. We don't have the right to punish them. Especially not you. You ran away and abandoned your comrades, Gamson. Gamson twitched. Oh, that. Right. Of course. The captured thieves began crying. Sir Knight, please spare us. We'll never do anything bad again. Please show mercy just this once. They trembled as they begged. Ken turned to Johann. If you give the word, I'll execute them immediately, Sir Johann. Johann spoke calmly. Disarm them. And let them go. The thieves looked up in disbelief. Sir Knight, Gamson immediately protested. Wait, you're letting them live? Seriously? Johann looked at the freed men. Listen carefully. I understand your circumstances. The thieves slowly stood up. You probably haven't done anything other than wield weapons your whole lives. But even so, robbing caravans is not acceptable. Johann paused. I also only learned skills to survive. Eldon blinked in surprise. A noble learning survival skills? Johann continued speaking to the former bandits. Then he pointed toward the escort guards. Look at them. Do you think these people avoid banditry because they don't know how to steal? Ken spoke up. This guy right here is Goran. And I'm here because he pays well. Johan raised his voice. I'm letting you all live. So learn new skills. And find a proper way to make a living. The former bandits immediately knelt down and bowed. Thank you, Sir Knight. We won't forget this kindness. Soon after, they prepared to leave. Johan muttered tiredly. We should get going too. I don't want to get dragged into anything like this again. I'm exhausted. I need some rest. In the distance, something quietly watched them. On a cliff overlooking the road stood a shadow shaped like a wolf. It was the Black Wolf, silently observing Johan. Before continuing their journey to Marseille, Johan's group decided to stop at a small settlement called Rutsbeck village to rest. Their caravan entered through the village gates. Johan looked completely exhausted, almost like a walking corpse. Inside one of the houses, a villager rushed to report the news. Village Chief. Sir Eldon of the Katana Trading Company has arrived. I see. The village chief stepped outside to greet him. Eldon waved happily. Village Chief. It's been months. Eldon. Good to see you again. Did anything happen on the road? Eldon sighed. Don't even ask. We ran into a bandit gang along the way. Ever since the Emperor started going crazy, the bandits seem to be getting worse. The village chief quickly lowered his voice. You fool. If someone from the Imperial factions heard you say that, you'd be in serious trouble. Eldon laughed. Haha, maybe. But we managed to deliver the goods safely. And that's all thanks to the noble traveling with us. He was unbelievably brave. The village chief raised an eyebrow. A noble, huh? Now that you mention it, a noble passed through here a few weeks ago. But he turned out to be a fake. Just some nobody pretending to be one. So I beat him half to death and chased him out of the village. Eldon laughed awkwardly. You still act recklessly when you lose your temper. But don't worry this time. He's brave, and very upright. Even after protecting us from the bandits, he didn't ask for any reward at all. The village chief looked shocked. What? A noble did someone a favor and didn't demand money? That can't be true. The chief thought quietly to himself. This old fox isn't the type to lie though. And with bandits everywhere these days, having a night stay here would definitely benefit the village. He suddenly laughed loudly. Perfect timing. Since you're here, how about staying a few days? Actually, forget that. Stay a few weeks and get some real rest. You just said bandits are getting worse these days. Eldon shook his head. I can't, village chief. I don't want to impose on you. The chief waved his hand. Impose? That word doesn't exist between us. Well, except when we shamelessly haggle prices in broad daylight. Both of them laughed. Inside his mind, Eldon thought, this wrinkly bald man is trying to steal my companion. Meanwhile, the village chief thought, look at this walking fur carpet trying to block me. Finally the chief asked, so where's this precious noble of yours? Meanwhile, the precious noble they were talking about looked like he might collapse on the street. Johan was sitting under a tree. I'm starving to death. Goran approached him. Sir Johan? What is it? Goran handed him a small bag. This is the money we seized. Johan opened it. Inside were many coins. Goran explained, we sold the bandits' weapons and belongings. It's not a fortune, but it's still a decent amount. Johan looked at him. You didn't take any for yourselves? Goran shook his head. You captured them, Sir Johan. So the spoils rightfully belong to you. Johan nodded slowly. Then he tossed the bag back to him. Take it. Split it among your men. Goran froze. What? No, Sir Johan, that's far too much. They surrendered to you, so the spoils should belong to you. Johan waved his hand. It's fine. Don't worry about it. He showed a few coins in his hand. I already took my share. Goran stared at him in disbelief. You're only taking that much? Johan laughed. Ha ha ha. I said it's fine. But in his mind he thought something very different. This is definitely not fine. It hurts giving away money I earned with my own blood and sweat. But compared to facing the wolves of Akaton alone, spending some money to stay friendly with a mercenary group is 100 times better. He looked back at them. Besides, I didn't fight alone. We fought together. That makes us comrades in arms. Johan thought quietly. This should be enough to earn some goodwill. After saying that, Johan left. Goran watched him go, deeply moved. A heart that cares for those beneath him, that is the true dignity of a knight. Later, inside a tavern. Goran gathered the mercenaries. Listen up. Sir Johann has shown generosity. He has decided to distribute the spoils of war among all of you. Line up and receive your share. The mercenaries blinked in confusion. Huh? Did I hear that right? You're giving us the money that should have been yours? They looked at each other. Then suddenly, Johann. 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 Cheers erupted across the tavern. Meanwhile, inside the inn. Johann had already fallen asleep. He was hugging his sword like a stuffed toy. Suddenly, footsteps approached his room. The door slowly opened. A masked man quietly entered. The candle in the room went out. The assassin slowly walked toward Johann's bed. He raised a dagger and prepared to stab him. The night before the attack on Johann, Goran gathered the mercenaries and raised his voice. Listen up. Sir Johann has shown generosity to all of you. He has decided to distribute the proceeds from selling the spoils of war. Line up and come forward one by one to receive your share. The moment the mercenaries heard that, cheers erupted. Johann. 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 Outside the tavern, Johann happened to hear them shouting his name. He folded his arms and thought quietly. Good. Everyone is satisfied with that small amount of money. I kept all the expensive silver coins and still earned their goodwill. In the end, I came out ahead. Looks like I've successfully built some goodwill. Just then, an old man approached him. Are you Sir Johann? Johann turned toward him. Do you know me? Of course. You're the noble who came with Sir Eldon, right? I'll take you to our best room. The Katana Trading Company has already paid for all the expenses. This way, please. Johann blinked in surprise. So Eldon ended up paying me back in his own way. He smiled slightly. Perfect. I'm tired anyway. All right. Lead the way. The two of them walked toward the inn. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, Gamson looked irritated. Why am I the only one who didn't get anything? Goran answered bluntly. You hid while everyone else was fighting, Gamson. You don't get a single coin. Gamson slammed his hand on the table. Damn it, they're only leaving me out. At that moment, he noticed something through the tavern window. Outside, Johann was being guided by an old man toward the inn. Gamson's eyes slowly moved to the sword hanging at Johann's waist. A sinister smile spread across his face. Yeah. That's it. Inside the inn, Johann enjoyed a hot bath. He leaned back and relaxed. Now it finally feels like I'm getting some rest, a soft bed and warm bath water. I never knew such simple things could make me so happy. He looked down at the water quietly. I never realized how hard it is to live as a wanderer with no roof over your head. Back then, I didn't understand what a luxury it was just to sleep on an old bed. Even though I was born into a noble family, I used to think life was difficult. His expression darkened. Then that mad emperor burned our entire territory to the ground. I wasn't the only victim either, he sighed. Well, I survived. So maybe I'm better off than most. Suddenly his face turned pale. Damn it. Should I have accepted Karamov's offer? At this rate, the Imperial Army will definitely catch me and execute me. I need to think of another way. Then something crossed his mind. He remembered the mercenaries. Those guys couldn't even stand up to Eldon. A proud mercenary band wouldn't fear a simple merchant. They must be wary of the trading company Eldon belongs to. Johann recalled something from his childhood. Back in his village, he had once learned about trading companies while visiting the market. Trading companies within the same network share information and funds across borders. And powerful trading companies can even influence politicians, nobles, or entire armies. Johann clenched his fist. If I want to survive while being hunted by the Empire, I need to get close to a powerful trading company. No matter what. He stood up from the bathtub. I'll think about the complicated stuff later. For now, I need to feed my stomach and go to sleep. Johann left the bath, ate a meal at the tavern, and then returned to his room. Soon, he was fast asleep on the bed. He was hugging his sword like a teddy bear. The door slowly creaked open. Someone quietly stepped inside the room. The thief's eyes immediately landed on the sword. He slowly approached the bed. Raising a dagger, he reached toward the weapon. Just as he tried to grab the sword, Johann's hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. His eyes were already open. You people really never get tired of this, do you? The thief froze. Cold sweat ran down his face. His hand trembled helplessly in Johann's tight grip. Johann slowly rose from the bed. His voice turned cold. Are you one of Karamov's lackeys? Let go. The thief tried to pull away. But the next moment, crash. The door exploded outward. The thief was thrown through it along with the shattered wood. He hit the floor hard outside the room. His face was already bruised and swollen as he cried in pain. Johann dragged the thief by the leg as the man struggled desperately. Let go, please let go. The thief screamed in panic. Please. Someone help me. But it was already too late. The attacker had only now realized the truth. The man he had chosen to fight was not someone he could defeat. 5 minutes earlier. Inside the inn, the old innkeeper was fast asleep at the reception desk, snoring loudly while sitting in his chair. Quiet footsteps crept up the stairs. Gamson was sneaking toward Johann's room. Behind him followed a young villager named Pra. Gamson whispered nervously. Are you sure it's okay to leave this to that guy? Pra nodded confidently. Of course. You know how quick and strong he is. He even brought a dagger and a mask. There's no way he'll get caught. The man assigned to steal the sword was the strongest man in Rutzbeck village. Vulin. Pra continued quietly. Pell should be stealing the horse right about now, following your plan. Meanwhile, outside in the horse shed. Another villager, Pell, stared at the horse in amazement. Wow, so this is a war horse. It looks tough as hell. He carefully climbed onto the horse. The horse, Philip, snorted angrily and stomped its hooves. Easy, boy, easy, Pell tried to calm him. Back on the stairs, Pra asked Gamson, is that noble sword really that expensive? Gamson scoffed. What kind of question is that? Have you ever seen a sword that can slice a man clean in half? Pra shook his head. Gamson continued. I saw that sword split a fully armored soldier in two. A weapon with that kind of power can't possibly be cheap. And besides, that knight is nothing without his sword. Suddenly, crash. A loud sound echoed through the inn. Gamson and Pra froze. What was that? They turned toward the hallway. At that moment, the door to Johann's room burst open. Vulin came flying out together with the broken door. He crashed onto the floor with a heavy thud. Johann stepped out behind him. Please. Help me. Vulin screamed as Johann grabbed him again and dragged him back toward the room. Gamson's eyes widened in horror. Pra stammered, what the hell is going on? Gamson didn't hesitate. Run. Run if you want to live. Inside his mind, panic screamed. We're screwed. My gut is telling me something is terribly wrong. The loud commotion woke the innkeeper downstairs. He rubbed his eyes and looked up the stairs. Just then he saw Gamson and Pra running past. Hey! Who are you two? The innkeeper recognized Pra. Pra? Is that you? Pra quickly covered his face. I'm not Pra. The innkeeper shouted angrily. What kind of nonsense are you idiots causing now? Outside the inn, Pell was already riding Philip, trying to steal the horses belonging to the guests. Just then, Pell. He turned his head. Gamson and Pra came running toward him. Oh, you're finally here, shut up and get ready. Gamson shouted. Hurry. Pell frowned. What's going on? Pell looked around nervously. Where's Vulin? Gamson answered bluntly. He's dead. Or he's about to be. They quickly mounted the horses. What are you doing? Gamson yelled. I told you to get ready to run. Get on the horse. Gamson jumped onto Philip behind Pell. Pra climbed onto one of the merchant horses. Pell hesitated. What about Vulin? Gamson smacked Pell on the head repeatedly. That noble bastard might chase us all the way here. Hurry. 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 But Pell refused to move. No. I'm not leaving without Vulin. Suddenly, crash. Wood shattered. Everyone looked up in terror. The window of the inn had exploded outward. And from the broken window, Johann leapt out like a descending predator. At the southern outskirts of the Holy Empire, several lifeless bodies hung from the branches of a large tree. Birds circled above, occasionally landing on the branches. Below the tree, 2 imperial soldiers were finishing their work. One of them hammered a wooden board into the ground. Phew, it's done. Did you drive it in properly? Yeah. It's solid. The board displayed a warning notice, these people have stolen a noble's property. By my edict, they and their families are hereby punished and hanged here. Emperor of the Holy Empire, Cardarian Bizelferk. One soldier frowned as he read it. What did they even steal to end up getting hanged like this? Did they run off with a noble family's crest or something? The other soldier shrugged. I heard they stole 1 chicken and 3 eggs from Baron Dvorzab's territory. What? The first guard stared at him in disbelief. All of them ended up like this, just for something like that? Above them, the bodies swayed lifelessly from the tree branches. Back at the inn in Rutsbeck village, Eldon sat calmly, sipping tea. Just as he lifted the cup to his lips, one of his subordinates rushed in, looking panicked. "Sir Eldon. There's a problem." "What is it?" Eldon asked calmly. "It's Gamson from the mercenary band. He got caught trying to steal Sir Johann Yates' belongings." Pfft. Eldon spat out his tea in shock. "What? Damn it. This is troublesome." He rubbed his forehead in frustration. "I was planning to sweet-talk Sir Johann into traveling with us all the way to Marseille." He quickly regained his composure. "Capture Gamson immediately. The rest of us will act as if we have nothing to do with it." The subordinate looked at him with admiration. "Yes, sir. He's so calm. So this is how a merchant of the Katana Trading Company handles things." But inside Eldon's mind, things were very different. Calm down, calm down. I've gone through countless hardships to reach where I am today. I'll survive this crisis too. Eldon, will not die over something like this." Still, he sighed heavily. "Just in case. I should think of a way to deal with that noble." Meanwhile, inside the village hall, the village elder had just finished a meeting with the villagers. "All right then. Let's end the meeting here." Just as everyone began leaving, someone suddenly burst into the room. "Village chief. This is bad." The elder frowned. "What is it?" "Those troublemakers got caught trying to steal the noble's belongings." The elder's face twisted in anger. "Those useless brats. What should we do, village chief?" someone asked nervously. The elder's expression turned cold. "What do you mean, what should we do?" "Gather tributes immediately and present them to that noble. Throw in one of the slaves we've been keeping in the village as well. And prepare to execute the troublemakers in front of him." The villagers were shocked. "What are you saying, village chief? I can't allow my child to die." "Of course you'd say that, they're not your children," someone shouted angrily. The elder suddenly stood up in rage. He raised a chair and smashed it against the ground. "Shut up and listen, you idiots." The room fell silent. "Do you still not understand the situation? Have you already forgotten the edict issued by the emperor? We have to make the first move before that noble does. That's the only way we can survive." He spoke grimly. "Anyone who covets a noble's property may have their tongue cut out along with their entire family, or be sentenced to hanging. Some places have even wiped out entire families because of that absurd edict." The parents in the room turned pale. The elder continued coldly. "People have been punished simply for demanding 1 chicken and 3 eggs as unpaid wages. All nobles are the same." He glared at the villagers. "Now tell me, what do you think that noble your children offended will do? You've offended a noble. So he'll find a way to punish you. He might even cut off the hands of everyone in this village, all while babbling about a knight's honor." One villager protested weakly. "But this is Count Jarpen's territory. No matter how great that noble's house is, if we ask the count for help." The elder pointed at him and laughed bitterly. "Ha! Nobles only care about their ridiculous honor games. Do you really think they care whether we live or die?" He slammed his fist onto the table. "Wake up, you fools." The villagers trembled in fear. Tears filled their eyes as the terrible truth settled in. They had no other choice. The village elder sighed heavily. "Do you think I feel good about doing this? What choice do we have? The village will survive if those kids die." He lowered his head. "I'm sorry that your children must be sacrificed, but this decision is for the sake of the village. Accept it." Under a huge tree in the center of the village, everyone had gathered. The perpetrators were tied up and forced to kneel. Their faces were bruised and swollen from beatings. They cried in fear. Nearby, Johann sat quietly with his sword resting beside him, his expression serious. Inside his mind, however, he was thinking something very different. "Shoot, this got way bigger than I expected. I thought they were assassins sent by the emperor. But they're just stupid village kids trying to steal an expensive-looking sword." He glanced at his weapon. "They must have noticed this sword. I should keep it hidden from now on. It's partly my fault for walking around with something like this in the open." Johann sighed. "All right. I'll scare them a little and then let them go." The village elder stepped forward with an awkward laugh. "Excuse me, Honorable Sir Johann. Are you all right?" Johann looked at him coldly. "No. I'm not. So in Rutsbeck village, you welcome sleeping guests by putting a blade to their throats and looting their baggage? Is that how things work here?" The elder immediately fell to his knees and bowed deeply. "I sincerely apologize. This is all my fault for failing to control these idiots." Johann thought to himself. All right, that should scare them enough. He waved his hand casually. Fine. Just be careful next time. You may all leave now. Dismissed. But suddenly, the elder picked up a dagger. Johann flinched slightly. The elder grabbed one of the boys by the hair and shouted loudly. That's why, I will personally make up for it. By cutting off these wretches' heads to restore your honor. Johann's eyes widened. This lunatic is making everything worse. Stop. I have no intention of, but the elder interrupted him. No, Sir Johann. Those who have sullied your honor deserve to die. One of the boys cried out. Atanka. Please don't do this. Spare us. Another boy trembled. I'm sorry, Valen. The elder raised the dagger and closed his eyes as he prepared to slice the boy's neck. Nearby, the boy's mother screamed in despair. No. I'm sorry, my son. Just as the blade began to move, clang. Johann slammed the sheath of his sword hard against the ground. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? The elder's knife froze just inches from the boy's neck. His hands trembled. The entire village fell silent. Johann stood up angrily. Has everyone here lost their minds? You're about to kill people over something so trivial? If they need to pay for their crimes, then make them pay with money. The villagers stared at him in stunned silence. Johann suddenly realized something. Was that too obvious? He cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. I'll say it again. How can honor possibly be more precious than human life? Untie them at once. And all of you, get out of here. The elder dropped his dagger. He and the villagers fell to their knees. Tears ran down his face. Sir Johann, to think you would make such an honorable decision. The boy's parents rushed forward and hugged their children. My son. I'm sorry. I'm so glad you're safe. The village elder looked at Johann with awe. I can't believe such a noble truly exists. Eldon was telling the truth. I'm sorry, Eldon, for once thinking I'd skin you alive someday. The boys bowed deeply. Thank you, Sir Johann. We will never forget your kindness. Another villager bowed as well. I failed to recognize your noble character and was deceived by a fool. I sincerely apologize, Sir Johann. Gamson flinched nervously. Parents scolded their children as they untied them. Consider yourselves lucky, you brats. If it were another night, you would have died horribly. Gamson spat on the ground. At that moment, Ken approached him. Ken slowly unsheathed his knife. Gamson noticed him and scoffed. Geez, you're finally here. Hurry up and untie me already. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I should never have joined this unlucky mercenary band. Sure, I got caught this time. But next time I'll definitely, suddenly, Ken grabbed Gamson's head. He pressed the knife against his neck. Ken spoke coldly. Relax your body. That'll make it easier for you. Gamson blinked in confusion. What are you talking about, slash? The blade cut across his throat. Blood spilled onto the ground. Johann watched the scene in shock. He hadn't expected that. He stood there, frozen, unable to react. Huh. Blood splashed across the ground as Gamson's body collapsed. He fell slowly, lifeless, while dark blood soaked into the soil. Ken stood there silently. His knife dripped with blood. Johann stared at the scene in disbelief. What the hell do you think you're doing? Ken answered calmly. Under the edict of the Holy Empire's Emperor, I have executed the one who coveted a noble's wealth. Johann's expression turned cold. It looks like you didn't take my words seriously. I'm sure I said I didn't want to see their blood. The other mercenaries turned pale. Even Eldon looked shocked. Ken replied firmly. Sir Johann, even mercenaries have honor and rules they must uphold. Gamson's cowardly actions trampled on both the honor and the lives of our mercenary group. I was protecting the mercenary group's honor and rules. Ken flipped the knife in his hand and held it out toward Johann. If you still believe I have defied your authority, then punish me. I will accept whatever punishment you give me in full. Johann was taken aback. He's right. Mercenaries have their own honor. Ken is trying to protect that honor with his life. Johann slowly reached for the knife. Eldon and the other mercenaries watched nervously. But instead of taking it, Johann pushed the knife aside. Then he slightly bowed his head. Honestly, I failed to consider your position. I apologize. Eldon and Goran's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Even Kan's eyes widened. A noble is apologizing? Johann spoke again. Put that dagger away. Ken blinked. I beg your pardon? Johann nodded calmly. That's all. Ken bowed respectfully. Thank you for your understanding, Sir Johann. Goran immediately scolded him. What the hell were you thinking? Do you realize how reckless it is to stand up to a noble like that? Ken shrugged slightly. If I ever do that again, kick my ass. Nearby, Eldon trembled slightly. His cheeks turned red with excitement. This noble is different. He's brave and upright, yet he is an authoritarian. How can someone like him still exist? Could he have been raised in a monastery or something? A greedy thought quickly crossed his mind. If I introduce Sir Johann to the Katana Trading Company, my reputation will rise even higher. I have to make him my ally. No matter what. Soon after, the Katana Trading Company resumed their journey. Johann walked beside the caravan, holding a pocket watch. He examined it closely. I picked it because it looked the most expensive, but it's a broken watch. He sighed. Maybe I should have just taken everything. Johann glanced behind him. I can't believe it. Now I have to take care of someone else too. Behind him, a young boy was riding a horse. His eyes sparkled with admiration. Master. Earlier, in the village. The village elder had approached Johann again. Sir Johann. These are gifts the village prepared to show our gratitude. Johann looked at the items. What are those? A watch. You have something this valuable here? The elder nodded quickly. You recognize it. As expected of a noble's eye. Then he gestured to a boy standing nearby. Please take this slave as well. He may not look like much, but he is very knowledgeable about geography. I'm sure he will be useful to you. Johann looked at the boy carefully. This is the first time I've seen a slave kept in such poor condition. If he stays like this, he might not even survive much longer. Johann nodded. You have my gratitude. While we prepare to leave, wash him and give him something to eat. The elder smiled. Understood. Then he called out loudly. Rejoice, Godin. The Honorable Sir Johann has accepted you. Back in the present, Godin looked at Johann with shining eyes. Johann sighed quietly. Even though I took him and I still feel uncomfortable about using a slave. In those eyes of his they look strange. Night fell. The group had stopped to camp and rest. The mercenaries were eating around the fire. Man, I never thought we'd get to eat meat and soup while traveling. This is all thanks to Sir Johann giving us part of the spoils. I respect him even more now. Ken looked at them seriously. Don't drink any alcohol. Of course, Kansas. Just then, Godin approached Johann. Master. I brought you your meal. Johann looked up. Thanks. Godin, was it? Johann looked at the boy sitting across from him. Change the way you address me. You can call me by my name. The boy blinked and blushed. Pardon? Your name? Well, if you say so. Thank you, Johann. Johann raised an eyebrow. What's with this kid? Is he actually a woman? He's so shy. Johann decided to change the topic. How did someone skilled with geography like you end up as a slave? Godin forced a small laugh. It's not a pleasant story. Not really worth telling. Johann shrugged. I've got my own share of unpleasant stories. Godin looked surprised. Bad things happen to you too even though you're a noble? Johann didn't answer. Instead he said calmly, tell me your story first. Godin nodded slowly. All right. I was originally a peddler. I transported and resold weapons in the eastern region. Mostly, I delivered weapons made by blacksmiths to nearby towns. He paused. Then one day at a noble's order I ended up smuggling gold. Johann's eyes widened. Smuggling gold? That's punishable by death. You're lucky you survived. He frowned. But why would a weapons merchant do that? And you look too young for something like that. Godin lowered his head. I needed a lot of money. I had younger siblings at home. They were sick and starving. That's why I kept delivering the gold the noble ordered me to hide. His voice grew quieter. Until one day he reported me. Johann understood immediately. So once you served your purpose they threw you away to keep you quiet. Godin nodded weakly. So that's what it was. Johann asked, did you try asking for a trial? Godin shook his head. No, because of the Emperor's edict I didn't even have the right to speak. Johann clenched his teeth. That damned Emperor. Then he asked carefully. Did you at least send the money to your siblings? Godin's eyes filled with tears. No, in exchange for avoiding execution it was taken as a bribe by the guards. He wiped his eyes quickly. Sorry. Dust got in my eyes. Johann shook his head. You have nothing to apologize for. Don't worry about that in front of me. Johann stared into the campfire quietly. This world is so cruel it makes my teeth chatter. If you have no power, people exploit you like it's nothing. And no one can stop the nobles' atrocities. Not the soldiers of House Brits, who were forced into banditry just to survive. Not the villagers of Rutzbeck, who nearly sacrificed their own children. Not even Godin, who became a slave after being used by nobles. Johann clenched his fist. Is that really right? He sighed. Damn, this kid is pitiful. Then he shook his head. No. This isn't the time to worry about others. I'm being hunted by the Emperor's army. I could die at any time. Johann looked at him. Godin. Yes, Mast, Godin quickly corrected himself. I mean, Johann. Johann smiled faintly. Now that we're comrades, don't die. Let's survive and live well together. At that moment, one of the guards rushed over. Sir Johann. A monster has appeared nearby. Johann sighed. A monster? I really don't have time to rest at all. He stood up immediately. Where is it? That way. Johann ran toward the forest. Behind him, Godin watched with flushed cheeks. Live together with him? Johann ran behind a bush where Ken and Goran were hiding. Sir Johann, you're here, Ken whispered. Is the monster over there? Johann asked. Ken nodded. It's too dark to see clearly. But there's definitely something there. Johann looked into the darkness. He suddenly stood up. Sir Johann. Goran whispered urgently. Sit down. But Johann smiled calmly. It's fine. Put your weapons away. Ken and Goran stared at him in shock. What? Johann slowly began walking forward. I'll go take a look. Goran blinked. Huh. All right. He watched Johann move deeper into the darkness. Will he be okay? Ken spoke quietly beside him. No matter how brave a knight is, fighting monsters requires specialized skills. Even if you lure one into a well-prepared trap before fighting it, it's still extremely dangerous. Goran clenched his teeth. Unfortunately, our mission is to protect Eldon. We can't take any risks beyond that. Meanwhile, Johann continued walking into the dark forest. I can feel it. A familiar pressure, a presence strong enough to freeze someone's heart. Two red eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. Johann felt the creature's gaze fixed on him. He stared back calmly. The Black Wolf of Ill Omen, it's definitely that bastard. He remembered their previous encounter. Last time, it attacked the wolves of Akaton, not me. Even though it could charge at me at any moment and kill me. Johann smiled slightly. I know it won't attack me. He spoke toward the darkness. Come out. Don't hide. The bushes rustled. A massive wolf stepped out slowly. Johann casually reached out and patted its head. So you followed me? Thanks for last time. I survived because of you. Back behind the bushes, Goran watched with disbelief. Does Sir Johann actually know how to handle monsters? Ken shook his head. I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like this before either. The wolf sniffed Johann curiously. Then suddenly, it grabbed Johann's head in its mouth. Sir Johann, the mercenary shouted in panic. Johann pushed the wolf's face away. Ugh, move aside, you little punk. He brushed off his hair. Don't be so startled. This big guy is the Black Wolf of Eldon, interrupted the Guide of Dawn, right? Eldon suddenly spoke with excitement. Johann looked confused. The Guide of Dawn? Eldon nodded eagerly. In the Eastern Empire, there's an old song that goes like this. He began reciting it dramatically. In the age of great war, under the moonlit sky, a warrior gave a wolf a name. The Guide of Dawn. The wolf who received a name bowed its head to the warrior. The Guide of Dawn. His blue eyes shone brightly in the darkness. When people saw the wolf running at the front of the battlefield, they all shouted in hope. At the end of a war that tore the continent apart, the warrior brought peace and died as a hero. The Black Wolf wept beside him for 3 days and 3 nights. Then it began wandering the world, appearing wherever order and heroes were needed. That is the legend of the Guide of Dawn. Meanwhile, the giant wolf was happily licking Johann's face like a dog. Johann pointed at it. Aren't you mistaking it for something else? This one is called the Black Wolf of Ill Omen. Eldon shook his head. The Guide of Dawn comes from Eastern Empire folklore. As the story spread south, some details got distorted. But the core idea remains the same. He quoted another line from the story. The Guide of Dawn punishes evil and submits to a brave hero. That line appears in an ancient Eastern Empire text. Johann still looked skeptical. So it's really some kind of divine creature? Eldon slowly approached. Can I pet it? Johann shrugged. Go ahead. Eldon cautiously reached out. There, good boy, the wolf suddenly growled loudly. Grr. Eldon immediately jumped back, his tail trembling. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Meanwhile, the giant wolf happily wagged its tail while licking Johann again. Johann sighed. Hey, behave yourself. Eldon watched them carefully. Is the wolf only gentle with Sir Johann? Then a memory surfaced in his mind. Wait, I remember another passage from Eastern Empire folklore. If you give a name to the divine beast that follows you, it becomes your vassal. Eldon's eyes widened. Is this backwater southerner actually the legendary hero? No, that can't be. But another thought crept in. But what if he is? Eldon spoke excitedly. Sir Johann. Have you given the Guide of Dawn a name yet? Johann scratched his head. No. Not yet. Honestly, I never had the chance. Eldon's eyes sparkled. Then how about naming it now? If the legend is true, something incredible might happen. Johann shrugged. Is that so? He looked at the massive wolf beside him. Then I guess I should give him a name. Johann rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What should I call him? Johann scratched his head while thinking of a name. Eldon said, how about Katana? Then he paused. Wait, the last time I saw this wolf was when I buried that bastard Karamov, right? Johann nodded to himself. In that case, Karamov. I'll name you Karamov. Eldon's eyes widened in shock. Naya? That name is. Before he could finish, something incredible happened. Karamov's eyes suddenly shone. A strange blue light began to glow from his body. Johann stepped back slightly. Huh. The light grew brighter. A beam of blue energy shot upward from the wolf's forehead, illuminating the dark forest. Johann and the others instinctively closed their eyes. The light was blinding. When it finally faded, they slowly opened their eyes again. What they saw left them speechless. The wolf that once radiated a red aura was now completely different. Its entire body glowed with a calm blue light. Even the aura surrounding it had changed. From red to blue. The wolf slowly walked toward Johann. Then it lowered its head and bowed. Johann stared for a moment before reaching out. He gently patted the wolf's head. I'll be counting on you, Karamov. He looked toward Eldon. You were right, Eldon. This really is astonishing. Suddenly, Eldon dropped to his knees. He trembled as he bowed deeply. Johann looked confused. What are you doing? Eldon's voice shook with emotion. Everything is exactly as it was described in the folklore. It's my first time seeing a scene from a myth with my own eyes. He raised his head slightly. I've respected you since the moment I first saw you. You protected us from bandits. You showed mercy to your enemies and even forgave them with honor. Eldon lowered his head again. I pay my respects to the one chosen by the Eastern Divine Beast. The hero of troubled times. The mercenaries stared in shock. Even Goran was stunned. Sir Johann is the hero of troubled times? Johann sighed and rubbed his head. Sorry, Eldon. Eldon blinked in confusion. Naya? Johann gave an awkward smile. I'm not the kind of hero you think I am. I'm just a wanderer from an insignificant house trying to make a living. He sighed again. And on top of that, I'm currently being hunted because I beat Karamov to death. Johann scratched his head. So sorry to disappoint you. Eldon quickly shook his head. Not at all, Sir Johann. He stood up respectfully. In any case, may I ask for your permission to introduce you to the Marcel Trading Company? So that I can at least repay you for the kindness you've shown us. Johann thought for a moment. You said you were heading to Marcel when we first met too, right? He frowned slightly. I've never even heard of that place. What kind of city is it? Eldon answered proudly. Marcel is famous as a free trade city. In this region, nearly every major trade route passes through Marcel. But more importantly, it's one of the few cities the Emperor cannot reach. At that moment, Karamov happily licked Johann's face again. Johann pushed his head away slightly. Well, I can't ignore your kindness. Thank you. Eldon bowed again. Thank you, Sir Johann. Johann thought quietly. The Emperor can't reach it. And trade is active there. If everything goes well, maybe I can start over as a merchant. Meanwhile, Eldon began humming happily. In the age of great war, on a moonlit night a warrior gave the wolf a name. Johann sighed internally. I just hope no strange rumors start spreading in the trading company like me being some kind of hero. The hero of troubled times, huh? He looked at the glowing blue wolf beside him. How nice would it be if I really were that kind of hero? Johann lowered his gaze. But whether in my past life or now, I'm still nothing more than a wanderer struggling to survive. He suddenly remembered Karamov's final words from before. From this point on you will know only suffering. Johann clenched his fist. It's not like life before I died was easy either. Then he took a deep breath. But this time things are different. This time, I'll move forward. Step by step by my own will. Johann looked toward the road ahead and smiled slightly. Let's go. To the city of wealthy merchants Marcel. A few days later, so this place is Marcel, Godin said as he looked around. I never thought I'd be able to come back here. They were walking through the busy shopping district. Johann looked around at the crowded streets filled with merchants and stalls. Since we're in a merchant city now, we should probably do some shopping. Ruff! Ruff! A small puppy wagged its tail nearby. Johann looked down. What are you doing there? A young woman crouched down and began petting the puppy. Hoo, what a cute little thing you are. Do you want a bite of this? Johann watched the scene silently. So to everyone else. That guy just looks like a cute little dog. At least for now. The day before they entered, Marcel Karamov had been sitting in front of Johann like a dog while Johann thought about something. Karamov, a puppy this size might be fine. But if a monster like you enters the city, there'll be a huge uproar. Johann crossed his arms. Can you wait outside the city? Woof. Suddenly Karamov's body began glowing. Johann narrowed his eyes. What's happening? The light intensified. Then, Karamov's body suddenly shrank. Moments later, the enormous divine beast had turned into a tiny puppy. Its tail wagged happily. Johann blinked in surprise. You got smaller. Is this another ability of a divine beast? Godin quickly picked up the puppy and hugged it. Whoa, you're so cute. Johann sighed. Well, if you're that size, there probably won't be any problems. Back in the present, several young women had gathered around them. Oh my, how cute. What a unique-looking puppy. Is it a pet brought from a foreign land? Godin quickly scooped Karamov into his arms while the puppy chewed on a piece of meat. Sorry about that. This little guy doesn't have any manners. One of the women laughed. No, it's okay. Johann looked around cautiously. Drawing attention won't do us any good, we need to leave quickly. After all, we're still being pursued. Godin called out to Johann. Johann. If you buy a large bag that can hold luggage, oil, and vinegar. I can handle all the equipment. Johann blinked. Oh right, you used to be an equipment merchant. Then he checked the coins in his hand. But I only have 4 silver coins. Can we really buy everything we need with this much money? Godin took 1 silver coin confidently. Godin, promise to get everything I mentioned with just 1 silver coin. Johann laughed. Ha, don't overdo it. What could he possibly do with 1 silver coin? 50 minutes later, Godin dropped a heavy bag on the ground. Phew, this should be enough. Johann stared in disbelief. I can't believe he bought everything with just 1 silver coin. First, they bought Johann a tactical bag and Godin a large supply backpack. Now they had plenty of space to store their belongings. Then Godin used his incredible gift of persuasion to sell Johann's completely shattered helmet for an absurdly high price. He even managed to get a mace thrown in for free. Johann sighed in relief. Now I don't have to keep showing the crest recoverer for no reason. On top of that, after buying vinegar and oil to preserve their equipment and several other supplies, they still had money left over. In fact, they somehow ended up with more money than they started with. Johann mentally calculated everything. Initial amount, 4 silver coins spent, 1 silver coin profit, 9 silver coins final balance, 12 silver coins and 10 copper coins more than before we even started. Johann stared at Godin. If he can sell a broken helmet for that much, then how much would Karamov's equipment be worth? The equipment I buried with him. Johann rubbed his chin. If I ever go back there, maybe I should dig it up and sell it. He smiled slightly. You look happy doing familiar work, Godin. I guess you really were a merchant. Did you like your old job? Godin nodded. I missed this life. When I was a slave, I never knew when I might die. Every day I lived in fear and despair. He looked at Johann gratefully. But after meeting you, I feel like I've returned to the life I once had as a merchant, not a slave. Godin bowed slightly. Thank you, Johann. Even if I had never become a slave, I'm sure I would still be traveling with you. Johann smiled. Hearing that makes me happy. I'll be counting on you from here on out, Godin. Godin nodded firmly. Okay, Johann. Johann stretched his arms. All right. Now let's go explore Marcel. Okay. Johann, who had known nothing but hardship during his wandering life, was finally experiencing a happiness far greater than anything he had known before after arriving in the commercial city of Marseille. Later that day, they entered a tavern. Johann sat down with Godin and took a bite of the meat in front of him. His eyes widened. Then tears filled his eyes. The jerky I used to eat while wandering was like chewing leather shoes. But the meat in Marseille, it can't even be compared. It just melts in your mouth. He wiped his eyes dramatically. Back then, I couldn't even take a proper bath. My whole body itched like crazy. But here in Marseille, I can bathe in warm water whenever I want. He leaned back happily. When I was traveling, I never had a proper place to sleep either. Every time I laid down, cold damp stones stabbed into my back. But in Marseille, I can sleep under warm, soft blankets. Life in Marseille was wonderful. This place is amazing, I've decided. I'm going to settle down and live here. And so, Sir Johann began dreaming about living a peaceful life in the city of Marseille. However, fate had other plans. The next day, in Marseille's city square, Johann was casually walking with Godin and Karamov while eating meat skewers. He looked around happily. Life is so peaceful. It's been so long since I last walked down a street without worrying about anything. Suddenly, he overheard a conversation nearby. Ha, this is bad. Another band of bandits? Yes, this time they even kidnapped Dave's daughter. And on top of that, all the goods they were transporting were stolen. One of the men sighed nervously. I'm afraid of the news we'll hear tomorrow. With bandits running wild like this, how can anyone live without worry? Godin looked around the tense crowd. It looks like there are bandits around Marseille too, Johann. No wonder the atmosphere in town feels a bit uneasy. Just then, they noticed someone arguing with a shopkeeper nearby. It was an elf mercenary with worn-out armor. Damn it. I told you I'll pay you later. Do you even know who I am? I'm only asking for one meat skewer. It's been 4 days since I last ate anything. This elf was actually a straggler from the mercenary group Wolves of Akiton. After losing the main group while chasing Johann, he had wandered around trying to survive. Eventually, he had drifted all the way to Marseille. I told you I'll pay you later. Suddenly he froze. Huh. Johann also froze. Both of them pointed at each other. Huh. The elf's expression twisted with anger as he approached Johann. His hand slowly moved toward the sword at his waist. You bastard! Johann's face turned pale. The Wolves of Akiton? They track me all the way to Marseille? This is seriously bad. Nothing good will come from fighting here. The elf immediately drew his sword. Die! He jumped forward and swung his blade. Then, slash. In a single instant, the elf's head and both of his hands were severed from his body. They flew through the air before hitting the ground. Kya! Civilians screamed in terror. Johann stood there in shock. A man on horseback had just passed by. He was the one who cut the elf down. The rider glanced at the corpse with mild annoyance. I thought he was a bandit. Was he just some petty robber? He sighed. With security this terrible, all kinds of troublemakers are crawling out these days. Then he turned toward Johann and Godin. You too. Are you hurt anywhere? Godin quickly shook his head. Oh, no. Thank you very much. Johann remained speechless. The man smiled casually. Good. Always watch your surroundings. Giddy up. He rode away through the street. Then suddenly he raised his voice. Citizens of Marseille. His horse stopped before a large battalion of soldiers. The man was none other than Bradel, captain of the Oak Tree Mercenaries. He spoke confidently. Do not worry. I assure you the 500-strong Oak Tree Mercenaries will wipe out the bandits and make Marseille safe again. The crowd erupted with cheers. Whoa! Godin stared in amazement. Amazing, I can't believe I'm seeing them in person. Johann looked at him. Are they famous? Godin nodded. Yes. The Oak Tree Mercenaries are one of the top mercenary groups in the Empire. I guess there really are bandits running around Marseille. They must have been hired to eliminate them. Johann thought silently. If that man hadn't helped me just now, my identity might have been exposed. And if that happened, there's no way I could continue living in Marseille while the Empire is hunting me. Suddenly, Karamov's words echoed again in his mind. From this point on, you will know only suffering. Johann clenched his teeth. Get a grip, Johann. You're still a fugitive. The only way you can survive is by building a good relationship with a katana trading company. Even the Emperor can't recklessly interfere with a powerful trading company. Fortunately, Eldon thinks highly of me. That gave me a chance to connect with them. But another thought crept in. What if my identity is revealed before that? Would they still protect me if they knew the Empire was hunting me? Johann immediately answered his own question. Absolutely not. If I'm exposed before gaining their trust, I will die. He clenched his fist firmly. My goal is clear. I must reach the Katana Trading Company and secure their protection. Until then, my identity must never be revealed. Just then, someone approached them. Excuse me, are you Sir Johann? Johann turned. Standing there was a cat-eared girl dressed in a neat maid outfit. She bowed politely. I am an exclusive maid of the Katana Trading Company. My name is Abelka. She smiled respectfully. I heard about your exploits from Eldon. I must say, I'm greatly impressed. We would like to form a close relationship with you in your house. She gestured politely. If you're not busy, would you please come with me to the Katana Trading Company? At the Katana Trading Company, Marcel branch. Outside the building, Godin was playing with Karamov. All right, Karamov paw. Ow. Stop biting me. Inside the building, Johann sat quietly in the waiting room. I finally made it to the company. This place could be my chance to change my life. I just have to hope the negotiations go well. Just then, the door opened. A cat-eared woman walked into the room. Johann turned toward her. You are Sir Johann, correct? I heard about you from Eldon. She bowed politely. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Ian. I am the branch manager of the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch. Johann quickly stood up, slightly flustered. Ah, yes. I'm Johann of House Yates. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ian smiled. Likewise, Sir Johann. Shall we talk over a cup of tea? Johann nodded. That sounds good. Let's do that. Ian poured a dark drink into a cup. This tea is a trade good brought from the Mediterranean region. I hope it suits your taste. Johann looked at the cup. This is coffee though still, he nodded politely. Thank you for the drink. He took a sip. The aroma is wonderful. Is this tea made by roasting fruit seeds and brewing them? Ian smiled with surprise. That's correct. You're quite perceptive. It's rare to meet someone who recognizes it. She placed the cup down calmly. Now then, shall we get down to business? Johann nodded. Ian looked at him carefully. We can guess why you've come here. Johann immediately spat out the tea in shock. Shoot! Did they find out I'm being hunted by the Emperor? Ian continued calmly. It's because you harbor ambition in your heart. Johann blinked. Huh. Ian smiled slightly. I heard everything from Eldon. According to him, you protected innocent people and showed mercy to enemies who surrendered. She leaned forward slightly. Seeing that a man like you has come to Marcel, a city plagued by bandits, I was able to discern your ambition. Your ambition to save this city with your own hands. Johann stared blankly. I have no idea what she's talking about, but I should probably play along. He nodded seriously. I see. You've seen through my true intentions. Ian smiled. Ambition is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it's a virtue possessed by those who are worthy. She leaned closer. And the Katana Trading Company loves to sponsor the ambitions of worthy individuals. Johann's eyes widened. Here it is, this is the opportunity. Ian continued. If you wish, we can even introduce you to Marcel's governor. Johann's mind raced. The governor? That's basically the city's mayor. If I can get both the trading company and the governor on my side, then even if that old emperor himself shows up, he won't be able to touch me. I have to accept this opportunity. Johann laughed lightly. Thank you for the generous offer. But could you tell me exactly what sponsorship from the Katana Trading Company entails? Ian nodded. Sponsorship means you may freely use every service provided by our company. Restaurants. Inns. Entertainment. Anything you wish. You may enjoy it all under the name of Katana. She paused. Of course, if your spending becomes too extravagant, we may withdraw that sponsorship. But there is one condition. Johann listened carefully. You must promise to fight under the company's banner whenever we require your assistance. Johann nodded slowly. In other words, you want me to deal with the bandits threatening the city? Ian shook her head. No, the Oak Tree mercenaries have already been dispatched to deal with the bandits. We would like you to do something else. Johann frowned. Something else? Ian smirked slightly. Recently, the number of shop districts holding grudges against our company has been increasing. They claim the Katana Trading Company is monopolizing the market. She sighed dramatically. The louder their complaints become, the harder it becomes for us to conduct business. She looked directly into Johan's eyes. So we would like you to remove the members of those disgruntled shop districts. She paused. Preferably their children as well. That is our only condition. She folded her hands calmly. So how about it, Sir Johan? Johan remained silent. His expression hardened. Clearly he was not pleased with the offer. Later that evening, Johan walked out of the building. Godin and Karamov immediately ran toward him. You're back, Godin said. How did it go? Johan didn't respond. Johan? Godin asked again. Johan suddenly smirked. Godin. Let's go suck on some honey. Godin blinked. What? Go suck on honey? 1 hour earlier. Back inside the meeting room. Johan looked directly at Ian. In a city as large as Marseille, complaints are inevitable if one company monopolizes distribution. He crossed his arms. But instead of resolving the matter through discussion, you want me to kill them? He frowned. And their children too? Johan shook his head firmly. I can't kill innocent people for a reason like that. I refuse. Let's pretend this deal never happened. Ian stared at him silently. The two of them locked eyes for a long moment. Then suddenly, Ian smiled. You pass, Sir Johan. Johan blinked. Pardon? Ian bowed her head slightly. We were testing whether you are suitable to receive our company's sponsorship. Please forgive our impudence, O righteous knight. Johan blinked again. So the monopoly in the shop district complaints, they were fake? Ian nodded. The Katana Trading Company has never monopolized distribution. Nor have we earned the resentment of shop districts. On the contrary, we distribute quality goods at fair market prices. She smiled. We are actually quite well liked among merchants. She added calmly, you would be surprised how many trading companies skim profits from the top. Ian looked at Johan calmly. In any case, we wish to keep the terms we proposed. That doesn't mean we expect you to head to a battlefield immediately. The Oak Tree mercenaries have already departed to subdue the bandits. So for now, you are free to rest and enjoy Katana's sponsorship. She extended her hand. What do you say, Sir Johan? Will you join hands with me? Johan smiled. All right. He accepted the offer and shook her hand. Ian nodded respectfully. By the grace of St. Luac, may this meeting benefit us both. Back in the present. Godin looked confused. Suck on honey? What does that mean? Johan scratched his head. Well, basically it means let's go eat something expensive using the Katana Trading Company's money. Godin's eyes widened. So your negotiations with them went well? Johan nodded. Yeah. They finally decided to sponsor me. Wow. Congratulations, Johan. Thanks, Godin. Johan smiled to himself. I've been sponsored by a company the moment I arrived in Marseille. Everything is going smoothly. The bandits around Marseille have been causing trouble lately, but once the Oak Tree mercenaries wipe them out, the city will become peaceful again. That happy life I've been dreaming about isn't far away anymore. It's finally time to relax and enjoy myself. Suddenly, Kya! A scream echoed through the street. Johan and Godin turned toward the noise. Flies buzzed in the air. Several corpses lay on the ground. Blood flowed across the street. Some of the bodies had clearly been thrown there. Citizens stood nearby, whispering and crying in shock. Johan's eyes widened. What is this? Why are there dead bodies just lying out in the open? Just then someone called out. Sir Johan, you're here. Johan turned. Ah, Goran. Do you know what's going on? Goran nodded grimly. Yes. It looks like the bandits around Marseille have grown more violent. After murdering the families of the city's merchants, they throw the bodies here. To threaten the city of Marseille. Nearby, some citizens began arguing loudly. Damn it. This means nothing is being resolved. We should hold the city of Marseille accountable for this. Another man shouted back. No way. There are rumors that the emperor himself is inciting the bandits. Someone immediately snapped back. Nonsense. There's no way the emperor would do such a thing. Unless he's gone senile. Senile? Watch your mouth. I find it hard to believe His Majesty is behind this. Another man scoffed. His Majesty? Don't make me laugh. That man is clearly targeting Marseille. How dare you commit blasphemy against the Holy Empire? The gods will abandon that impious emperor. Shut up. How could a senile emperor possibly rule properly? Who are you to oppose the Holy Empire? The argument quickly turned into chaos. Johann sighed deeply. There goes my peaceful Marcel I've only just started settling into. Those bandits are ruining everything. He frowned. What are those mercenaries even doing? Inside the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch. The door opened. The maid Abelka hurried into the room. Excuse me, branch manager Ian. I bring terrible news. Ian looked up calmly. You mean the merchant bodies the bandits sent? I already know. She frowned slightly. What are the Oak Tree mercenaries doing? Abelka hesitated. About that. We cannot reach them at all. Ian's eyes widened. What did you say? What do you mean? Abelka swallowed nervously. The liaison's corpse was found near the forest outside Marseille yesterday. In a truly horrific state. Ian fell silent. The Oak Tree mercenaries have military strength comparable to an entire city. They're one of the strongest mercenary groups in the Empire. I can't imagine them losing to a mere bandit gang. Suddenly Ian slammed her hand on the table. Abelka. The maid jumped in surprise. Yes, ma'am. Bring me Swelga. The mage of the Eifel River. We need to confirm through his prophecies whether they were truly defeated. Somewhere else at the Eifel River. Water flowed peacefully from a large waterfall. An old man dipped his hand into the flowing water. Mohu, I see the old man, with a long beard, stared into the water. Katana, you've got it wrong. Searching for the Oak Tree mercenaries won't change anything. The surface of the water rippled. Johann's face slowly appeared in the reflection. The old man observed it quietly. Oh? So he's the man who killed the Emperor's hunting dog and fled. And now he's hiding inside Marcel's money pouch. The old man smiled slightly. But things won't go the way that bastard thinks they will. Back at the Katana Trading Company, Marcel branch. The door opened. An old man stepped inside. Abelka's ears perked up in surprise. Meow? She quickly composed herself and bowed. Thank you very much for answering Katana's request, Lord Swelga. Swelga rubbed his back in irritation. You say you're thankful, and yet you sent someone who drives a carriage like a maniac? I thought my back was going to snap. Startled, Abelka immediately apologized. I'm terribly sorry. Please, allow me to call branch manager Ian, it's fine. Swelga stopped her. If it were truly urgent, she would have come herself. However. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't make me repeat myself. Abelka stiffened. Yes, sir. Swelga sat down calmly. Ahem, according to the voice of the Eifel River, I should be able to meet him here. Outside the room. Johann stood with Karamov. At last, today's the day I meet Marcel's governor. If I can get on the governor's good side, I can finally settle down in Marcel for good. No more wandering, no more being chased by the Emperor. I've made it to the second round of a major corporation's interview. Johann took a deep breath. They entered the room. I wonder what the governor likes. Maybe I should have asked Ian beforehand. Suddenly, Karamov let out a low growl. Johann frowned. What is it, Karamov? Before he could react, Swelga appeared in front of them. Karamov, That's a name that doesn't suit a divine beast. Johann froze. How does this old man know Karamov is a divine beast? Who are you? Swelga tilted his head slightly. It seems you don't know me. My name is Swelga. I am the sage of the Eifel River. Johann blinked. Sage. Swelga nodded. Simply put, I am a mage. Johann's eyes lit up. Oh? Magic. That's right, this world has magic. I came here to meet the governor. But I ended up meeting a mage instead. Big cities really are different. Johann straightened up respectfully. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Swelga. I've always wanted to meet a mage at least once. Swelga looked slightly embarrassed. Is that so? But for someone being hunted by the Emperor, you seem to be doing quite well. Johann stiffened. How do you know that? Swelga replied calmly. Through magic. Specifically, through the mysteries of the Eifel River. Through it, I can see both the past and the future. Johann's expression turned serious. Are you going to report me to the Emperor? Swelga frowned. Why would I do that? Johann was caught off guard. What? Swelga sighed. Who do you think I am? I am one who seeks the secrets of the Eifel River, a seeker of mysteries within the laws of nature. I have no interest in petty political squabbles of the secular world. Only the voice of the Eifel River moves me. The Eifel River. Moreover, if I intended to report you, I would have done so quietly. Why would I announce it right in front of you? Johann paused. Now that he mentions it, he's right. He suddenly grabbed Swelga's hands excitedly. Lord Swelga. I'd love to hear about magic from you. Would that be all right? Swelga blinked, slightly flustered. What is with this man? A normal knight would act completely differently. They'd scoff and mock, you're a mage? So just a cowardly scholar who knows nothing about honor and battle. All you do is mutter strange nonsense all day, like that, so why is this knight so excited about magic? Johann leaned forward eagerly. How do you use magic? Is it something even a normal person like me can learn? This is my chance. If I learn magic, I could become a magic swordsman. And if that happens, my chances of survival will definitely increase. Swelga stroked his beard. Very well. It must be fate that we met. And it's not like I can't tell you. Johann's face brightened. Oh. However, Swelga smirked slightly. Simply telling you for free would be too boring. If you win even a single round in a game against me, I'll teach you. Johann blinked. A game? Are you talking about chess? Can we do something else instead? Like arm wrestling? For a moment, Johann imagined himself crushing the old man's hand. P.S. Do not use your strength against the elderly or the weak. Swelga chuckled. Ho ho, arm wrestling? You would clearly have the advantage. I'm not talking about chess. Come, follow me. While the game of kings is entertaining, it pales in comparison to the game of gods. Johann tilted his head. The game of gods. Swelga placed a board on the table. Then set down 2 containers filled with black and white stones. Johann's eyes widened. This is, go. Both of them sat down across from each other. Swelga smiled calmly. Does it look complicated? Don't worry. I'll go easy on you. Johann smirked slightly. Looks like luck is on my side again. I actually won a 4-Dan-Go tournament before. I'm confident I can win this. Johann reached into the stone pot and picked up a piece. Johann narrowed his eyes. I don't know how good this old man is. But I'll beat him. Swelga smiled lightly. All right. I'll start with an easy move. Johann nodded. Thank you in advance. I'll definitely win. And make his knowledge of magic mine. 50 minutes later. The atmosphere in the room had completely changed. It was heavy. Tense. Both of them stared at each other with serious expressions. Johann hesitated. Lord Swelga, the old man suddenly shouted in desperation. Please, let me take back a few moves. Johann shook his head immediately. Absolutely not. You've already taken back your moves 5 times. Swelga slammed his fist on the board. This makes no sense. I'm losing in the game of gods? He stared at the board in disbelief. Is this really your first time playing? Even the Sultan of the Eastern Empire couldn't surpass me, Johann smiled modestly. It's because you teach so well, Lord Swelga. Swelga coughed awkwardly. Ahem, one more game. If I lose again, it'll give you a gift that will help you in life, Johann thought. Oh, a gift? He got excited. Could it be magic item? Well, if you insist. Johann then asked. How many handicap stones should I give you? The old man looked slightly embarrassed. Ahem. 3 will suffice. Johann nodded. In that case, they began the next match. As they played, Swelga spoke. By the way, if you are of noble birth, why are you so interested in magic? Johann answered honestly. As you know, the Emperor wants my head. Wouldn't it be better to have more tools at my disposal? Swelga's expression turned serious. If you intend to use it for combat, then we should stop here. Johann paused. Huh. The knowledge I can offer you is not of that sort. You can't use magic in combat? Swelga sighed. Were you seriously planning to use magic for fighting? Still. I did make a promise. So I'll at least answer your question. I have heard that there are those who apply it to combat. Johann leaned forward. Oh, so there are people who use it. Listen carefully. Swelga continued. What people commonly call mages are those who discover the mysteries of nature. Some find them in the wind, others in fire, a few within the smoke of burning sulfur. He paused. And a certain fool once claimed he discovered one in the Black Forest. Johann blinked. That last part sounded oddly personal. Those discovered mysteries are called spirits. Mages borrow the power of those spirits. Usually, they lend their power without asking for anything in return, but sometimes, their whims demand a fatal price. Johann grew serious. So even if you encounter one, be careful not to go against their will. I understand, so that's how magic works in this world. Yeah. I don't think I'll risk my life exploring something like that. Forget becoming a magic swordsman. I doubt magic items even exist. No wonder things have been going smoothly for me so far. Outside the room, Lord Swelga is here. Footsteps rushed down the hallway. It was Abelka and Ian. Ian frowned. Why didn't you report this to me earlier? Abelka looked troubled. Well, he strongly insisted that we shouldn't tell anyone, Ian sighed. Honestly, mages are so troublesome to deal with. I even told him the situation was urgent. There he is. Ian pushed the door open. Inside, the room was filled with tension. Abelka peeked in. Meow. He's playing the game of gods again. It looks like Sir Johann is his opponent this time. Meow. She froze in shock. Swelga suddenly shouted again. Please. Let me take back just one move. Ian's eyes widened. Lord Swelga is losing? In the game of gods. She glanced at Johann. Just what kind of person are you? Johann remained calm. Please accept your loss, Lord Swelga. Swelga sighed deeply. Ah. Lady Ian, you're here. If you came to Marcel, you should have called for me. Ian smiled politely. Have you been enjoying your time with Sir Johann? Swelga laughed awkwardly. Ah, ha ha, I was just playing a few games with this knight, I see. Since the branch manager has arrived, I suppose we'll have to end things here. Swelga quickly cleared the board, just as Johann was about to make his next move. He then cleared his throat. Ahem. Here, take these. He placed 2 small bottles on the table. One filled with green liquid. The other with red. Johann looked curious. What are these, Lord Swelga? Swelga smiled. Didn't I promise you? These are water flasks containing the final secrets of the Eifel River. The water of wrath, and the water of blessing. Ian's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, at the Oak Tree Mercenaries' outpost. The mercenaries stood frozen in shock. What the hell is this? Something moved within the bushes. An ominous presence. Then, a woman stepped out. Her appearance was almost demonic. A terrifying aura radiated from her entire body. One of the mercenaries muttered. She's not a bandit. Before anyone could react, their screams echoed throughout the forest. Back at the Katana Trading Company, Marcel branch. Johann stared at the 2 bottles in his hands. These are, the water of wrath and the water of blessing. Swelga's words echoed in his mind. Since ancient times, the Eifel River has hidden a long-kept secret, the mystery of life and death. I spent my entire life trying to uncover it, but the river never revealed it to me, until you appeared, Johann. Johann looked at the red flask. As long as your head isn't completely severed, this red flask can heal you, no matter how severe your injuries are. Then the green one. As for the green flask, it can melt a person with a single drop. Johann's eyes widened slightly. I never thought I'd receive magic items like these. Thank you, Lord Swelga. So magic items really do exist. These potions. They've put my mind at ease. Ian stepped forward. Branch manager, you called me because of the prophecy, correct? Swelga nodded. That's right. Ian explained. Bandits have appeared around Marcel, and there have been many civilian casualties. The trading company sent the Oak Tree Mercenaries to deal with them, but we haven't been able to contact them for days. She hesitated. Could it be that they failed? Swelga answered calmly. They failed, 3 days ago. Ian's eyes widened. What? Swelga continued. The voice of the Eifel River gave a prophecy. Southeast of Marcel, the will of the oak tree shall be trampled by a rock of steel. Their fate will be cut down behind a veil, failing to stop the flames that will engulf the city. He paused. The Oak Tree Mercenaries have most likely been wiped out. Ian clenched her fist. To think the Oak Tree Mercenaries would lose to mere bandits, this means we need to call a city council meeting. She turned to Johann. Sir Johann. It's time for you to act under the council's banner. Johann nodded. I understand. Inside the council meeting room. The chairs were empty at first. Then, footsteps echoed. A man with a large, curly mustache entered. This was Baron Einbeck Vivant Auvergne. Oh dear, it seems I am late. He smiled confidently. Now then, let us begin the Council of Marcel, and the Emperor. Johann stared at him. That ridiculous mustache. There really are a lot of weird people in this medieval world. Then another voice echoed. Greetings, members of the City Council. A man stepped forward with authority. I am Velaco Trainee Any, Governor of Marcel. Johan's eyes sharpened. Velaco. If I want to settle down here, even beyond the Emperor's reach, I need to get on his good side. No matter what. Even his name sounds impressive. Velaco took the main seat. Ian stood beside him. Johan sat nearby. Velaco spoke calmly. Seeing that all the influential families of Marcel have gathered here, I thank you for making time despite your busy schedules. Before we begin, I would like to introduce someone. All eyes turned toward Johan. This is a member of House Yates, now sponsored by the Katana Trading Company, Sir Johan. Johan stood up. Pleased to meet you. I'll do my best. The room filled with polite applause, but no one smiled. Johan felt the pressure immediately. Einbeck stepped forward with a practiced smile. More importantly, Governor, I heard that the mercenary group hired by the trading company failed to subjugate the bandits. What exactly happened? He paused, then added sharply, if you had asked the Holy Empire's Emperor for help from the beginning, this situation would have been resolved without issue. Immediately, voices clashed across the room. Those bandits appeared because of the Emperor in the first place. The Emperor should take responsibility and lower the taxes imposed on Marcel. The anti-Emperor faction. Watch your mouths. How dare you insult His Majesty? In times like these, such words are pure blasphemy. The pro-Emperor faction. Another voice cut in. Do you think we can't see through the Emperor's shallow scheme? He let the bandits run wild to throw the city into chaos. And then planned to station Imperial troops here during the confusion. Do you have proof? Proof? You bastard, the only reason you're blaming us is because your hired mercenaries were useless. The room erupted into chaos. Johan winced slightly. Politicians. I don't understand a single word they're saying. And a lot of people here openly support the Emperor. If my identity gets exposed again, I'll be in serious danger. Velaco sat quietly, listening to the heated arguments. Then, he spoke. Order, please. His voice carried authority. The entire room fell silent instantly. Johan blinked in surprise. Just one sentence, and he silenced everyone. Ian stepped forward and cleared her throat. The governor understands your concerns. And he has prepared a backup plan. Everyone leaned in. That plan is to form a second subjugation force. One that will strike the bandits directly at their source. The room erupted in shock. What? Einbeck suddenly laughed. As expected of you, Governor Velaco. You truly are wise. He smiled confidently. The Emperor values Marcel's peace above all else. All you need to do is give the word, and he will send Imperial troops at any time. Johan's heart skipped. The Emperor's troops. If they come, I might actually get captured and executed this time. Velaco raised a hand slightly. Please, lower your voice. He looked at Einbeck calmly. You have contributed greatly to this council, Sir Einbeck. For that, I am always grateful. However, I must respectfully decline. Einbeck's smile faded slightly. His Majesty is likely occupied with the rebellion in the north. I wish to lighten his burden, even if only a little. Velaco continued. Marcel will organize a new mercenary force. One that will include, he glanced toward Johan. Sir Johan over there. Einbeck paused, then nodded. If that is your decision, then it cannot be helped. I do hope the Emperor recognizes your loyalty, Governor. Johan exhaled quietly. Phew, thank goodness. That mustache guy is definitely from the pro-Emperor faction. And from the way he speaks, he and the Governor seem close. Will I really be okay here? Eldon said even the Emperor can't touch Marcel. But that's not what it looks like. Velaco stood. Well then, that concludes today's meeting. The council has prepared a modest tea gathering. I encourage you all to attend. One by one, people began leaving the room. Then, Velaco turned to Johan. Sir Johan. Could you spare me a moment? Johan froze for a split second. Of course. If Velaco really is pro-Emperor, I should make an excuse and run away immediately. Seriously, my luck is the worst. Am I going to end up wandering again? His eyes almost teared up. Let's go to my office. Yes, sir. Einbeck watched them silently from his seat. Inside the governor's office. Please, have a seat, Sir Johan. Oh, thank you. Johan sat down carefully. Velaco looked at him. What house did you say you belonged to again? Johan stiffened slightly. Ah, yes. I am Johan Yates, of House Yates. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. Please don't expose me. Velaco's expression suddenly brightened. I see. House Yates, is it? Johann blinked. House Yates is quite a special family. They're known for their northern specialty, date palm-infused liquor. It's quite famous among those in the know. Johann froze internally. Oh, you know my family. Wait, that's actually a real family. I only changed one letter. Velasco smiled. As it happens, I have some liquor from your house. He took out a bottle. This is your very own date palm-infused liquor. He poured a glass and handed it to Johann. I imagine you must miss home. Johann accepted it. Oh, thank you, he took a sip. Whoa. This really brings back memories. I didn't even know something like this existed. Velasco laughed warmly. Ha ha ha, I'm glad to hear that. Johann forced a laugh. Ah, yes, Velasco leaned back slightly. By the way, has House Yates been well? Johann's smile stiffened. I heard the Emperor's cold blade swept across the north. It's truly a tragedy. Johann's expression darkened. Many houses were purged. They say the survivors scattered, some even turned to banditry just to survive. He paused. Among those purged, there is one person wanted for treason. They say that house was called House Yates. Johann kept his composure. Really? I had no idea. This is the first time I'm hearing that name. Velasco quietly observed him. Then, he laughed. Ha ha. I see. It seems I went too far with my small talk. My apologies. Johann waved it off. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Ah, Velasco suddenly spoke again. Oh, that reminds me, do you know, Sir Johann? Johann blinked. What is it? Velasco smiled faintly. What you just drank wasn't House Yates' state palm liquor. It was cheap whiskey distilled nearby. Johann froze. His eyes widened slightly. Velasco leaned forward. His tone sharpened. How about we stop the pointless wordplay, Johann Yates? Johann froze the moment he heard those words. Velasco looked at him calmly. I won't hand you over to the Emperor, or maybe I will. Johann frowned. What do you mean by that? Velasco's gaze sharpened. My decisions are made solely for Marcel's benefit. Whether this city needs the pro-Emperor faction, or the anti-Emperor faction, no one can say for sure. I maintain balance between them, to protect this city. He leaned forward slightly. And right now, the most urgent task is the bandit threat. Wipe them out. Earn merit. Prove that this city needs you. His voice turned cold. If you fail, I'll send you straight into the Emperor's arms. Later. Johann stood on the castle walls. He let out a long sigh. I finally made it to Marcel, and thought I could live an easy life, but it just turned into another shackle around my neck. He looked down at the city. Now Velasco knows who I am. Should I just run away? Memories of his past struggles flashed through his mind. He clenched his fist. No. Nothing in this world comes for free. Even having a roof over my head is a luxury. If that's the case, I'll earn Velasco's trust. And settle down here. Johann. Godin called out excitedly. Look! There's the subjugation force. Johann looked forward. Are they the men Velasco gathered for me? The second Marcel bandit subjugation force assembled. Troops gathered in large numbers. The Red Iron mercenaries, made up of dwarves. The St. Iena Monastery. And the St. Galanto Monastery. Godin's eyes sparkled. Amazing, I can't believe such big names are gathered in one place. Are they famous? Johann asked. Of course. The St. Galanto Monastery is a male-centered order of holy knights, famous for alchemy. The St. Iena Monastery is a female-centered order, they're said to be strong enough to hunt trolls. In the Red Iron mercenaries, they specialize in siege battles. As dwarves, they value honor and loyalty, but they're also known to be open-minded. Oh, look over there. Count Bartok's knights are arriving too. Johann turned. They're elves from Orang, famous for their bravery and skill, though they're usually rude as hell. Godin suddenly sneezed. Ah, sorry, Johann didn't mind. His focus was already on the battlefield ahead, and the people he would be fighting alongside. A dwarf stepped forward. Lady Ian. This was Captain Kimmel of the Red Iron Mercenaries. Ian bowed slightly. Thank you for answering our call, Captain Kimmel. She gestured toward Johann. This is the knight of the trading company who will be fighting with us. Johann nodded. I'll be in your care. Kimmel waved his hand casually. Sir Johann, speak comfortably. Johann shook his head. Apologies, but I can't speak casually to the captain of this force. Don't you need to uphold your pride in front of your men? Kimmel gave a thumbs up. How thoughtful of you. But even if you speak casually, no one here will doubt my authority. Johann smiled slightly. In that case, I'll take you up on that. Thanks. Kimmel nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned. How will the Holy Knights be moving? Two figures stepped forward. We will move with Captain Kimmel's forces. They were Vanguard Commander Valine of the St. Hyena Monastery, and Vanguard Commander Agante of the St. Galanto Monastery. Kimmel bowed his head slightly. I, Kimmel, offer my thanks for your cooperation. Johann observed quietly. What's with this dwarf? He's surprisingly decent. I don't get why a captain would ask instead of command. But I like it. He seems reasonable. Suddenly, hey, branch manager. Why did you gather this many troops? A group of cavalry arrived. At their head was Gustav, a knight of Count Bartok. We alone would have been more than enough. Behind him, his men, Laurent and Leon, nodded. Exactly. Count Bartok must have had a reason for sending us. Gustav's gaze fell on Johann. You there? Are you the knight fighting under the trading company's banner? Johann replied calmly. Yes. I'm Johann of House Yates. Yates. Gustav frowned. Hm. Never heard of it. We don't pay attention to insignificant houses like yours. His tone turned cold. If you get in our way on the battlefield, we won't show you any mercy. Johann met his gaze. I'll remember that. Gustav scoffed. And you, dwarf captain. Don't expect us to follow your orders. Kimmel simply replied. Yes, yes. Just don't come crying to us during the battle. Gustav smirked. Branch manager. Prepare a grand send-off feast in my name. I am Gustav. Ian bowed. I will have it prepared immediately, Sir Gustav. Good. Let's go. The elves rode off. Johann watched them leave. This must be why Kimmel asked instead of commanding. Because of people like them. That old dwarf really has it rough. He exhaled. Still, with this lineup, we should be able to wipe out the bandits. Even if those elf bastards are obnoxious. This battle has to go well. Just then, Ibelka rushed over. Branch manager. Ian turned. What is it? She whispered something into her ear. Ian then looked toward Johann. Sir Johann. Someone wishes to see you this evening. Johann blinked. Me? Is it Velako again? Ibelka hesitated. It's that night. An open field near Marcel's rally point. The elves were celebrating loudly. Don't worry about tomorrow. Eat. Drink. If you can't fight because of a hangover, you were never fit to be a soldier. Refusing alcohol, meat, or women is a disgrace to an elf. They raised their cups. Cheers, to the deaths of our enemies. We don't rely on fickle magic. Our swords and courage will tear them apart. Cheers erupted. Nearby, old man Swelga covered his ears. Seriously, knights are so obnoxious, Johann watched quietly. In this world, refusing a drink can be seen as an insult. Like you don't trust the other party. Johann approached a door. So this is the place. He knocked. Come in. Johann opened the door. Inside, a man in a cloak sat calmly on a sofa. Johann stepped in and sat across from him. Who is it that wanted to see me? The man replied calmly. Sit. On the table between them, alcohol was already prepared. Johann glanced at it. Do nobles in this world drink every day? How do their livers even survive? He picked up the glass. Well, at least this isn't that cheap whiskey Velako used to test me. Johann let out a quiet groan. Ugh, just thinking about yesterday gives me a headache. The man across from him calmly poured a drink. I see, you're the noble marching out tomorrow to wipe out the bandits. He slid the glass forward. Isn't your reason, obviously money? Johann's expression hardened. Ha ha. Who are you? Why are you asking such a rude question the moment we meet? The man chuckled. Then slowly removed his hood. It is I, Baron Einbeck. A loyal subject of the Emperor of the Holy Empire. Johann stared at him skeptically. Einbeck continued. You may not know this, but Marcel claims neutrality. Yet in practice, it behaves like the anti-emperor faction. He leaned forward. Do you understand now why I sought you out? Johann shrugged slightly. No. Einbeck blinked. What? Johann sighed. Sorry. I'm not good with complicated things. Getting involved with the pro-emperor faction won't do me any good. I'll just keep my head down and leave later. Einbeck suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. I thought you'd say that. He raised his glass. Listen well. For I, Baron Einbeck, will give you a life lesson. Merchants require two things, profit and strength. If the Katana Trading Company is backing you, that means you are their strength. He took a sip. A man who knows how to fight. Johann narrowed his eyes. Why do you think that? Einbeck smirked. You said you're Johann of House Yates, correct? I looked into your background, and found no such house. Johann's gaze sharpened. This guy too. Einbeck continued casually. However, there is a house called Yates. Strangely similar, isn't it? It was wiped out for treason against His Majesty. Not just the Lord, but the serfs as well. Every last one of them. He swirled his drink. So tell me, what use is a nameless house to a trading company? Whether you are Yates or Yates doesn't matter. They took you in because of your strength. Johann's voice turned cold. What do you want from me? Einbeck smiled. Do not join tomorrow's bandit subjugation. Instead, use your strength for His Majesty. If you do, I promise you rewards greater than anything a trading company can offer. Johann stayed silent. Einbeck continued, his tone tempting. A chance to stand at the core of the empire, to receive formal knighthood, and to rule over a wide, fertile domain. If you follow the emperor, only glory and peace await you. Johann looked at him quietly. So you're saying, the strong drink blood, while the weak spill it? Einbeck grinned. Exactly. The one who loses is at fault. You understand perfectly. Ha ha ha, Johann smiled faintly. I refuse. Einbeck froze. What? Johann's expression darkened. A few months ago, a man claiming to carry the emperor's command came to my domain. He slaughtered my innocent family, and my people. He offered me the same deal. To become the emperor's sword. Einbeck's hands began to tremble. And? Johann's voice turned cold. I refused that offer too. He leaned forward slightly. But there's one major difference this time. Do you know what it is? Einbeck couldn't answer. Johann smirked. He died. By my hand. Einbeck's eyes widened. What? I crushed the head of the emperor's direct knight. For the sake of the serfs, who were treated like worms and scattered across the ground. Without hesitation. Einbeck trembled. Karamov is dead. Johann nodded. You're right. The last survivor of House Yates is me. Silence filled the room. Johann picked up the glass and drank it. Einbeck shook his head in disbelief. That's impossible, why would you do something so foolish? Suddenly, crack. Johann crushed the glass in his hand. Then, slam. He smashed the table with his bare strength. Einbeck went pale. He crushed a pewter cup and the table with his bare hands. Johann stood up. I'll wipe out the bandits, for myself. Not for the emperor. And not for Marcel. He looked down at Einbeck. Since you gave me a life lesson, here's one piece of advice. It's in your best interest, not to tell anyone what you saw and heard tonight. His voice turned deadly cold. If you ignore my warning, the next time we meet, it won't be a cup or a table I crush, it'll be you. Johann turned, and walked out, slamming the door behind him. Outside, Johann clenched his teeth. That bastard, does he think he can say whatever he wants and get his way? He suddenly stopped. Huh. His vision blurred. My heart, it's burning, I can't breathe, blood dripped from his nose. Poison? His eyes widened. The drink. He collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Damn it, to think I'd be taken down like this. Inside the room, Einbeck calmly adjusted his mustache. A slow grin spread across his face. Near the open field outside Marcel's rally point, Godin was completely surrounded. A group of women circled him, smiling mischievously. Oh my, how cute. You're part of a mercenary group too. You're so skinny, one of them leaned closer. If you're stuck with nothing but sweaty old men, that's no fun, right? Why don't you come play with us, and do something that feels good? Godin's face turned bright red. I. He panicked, and ran. Behind him, the women giggled. Ah, he ran away. I wanted to dress him up all cute. Godin sprinted through the camp, nearly in tears. He shouted, Johann, this place is too scary. Swelga is already having a hard time, let's just go back quickly. Then, he stopped. Huh. His eyes widened. Johann lay on the ground, unconscious. Blood pooled beneath him. Godin's face went pale. Johann. He dropped to his knees, hands trembling. How could this happen? You're bleeding so much. What happened to you? He looked around desperately. Is anyone there? Please, help us. Johann looks like he's going to die. He shook him gently. Please, get a hold of yourself, please, Johann. A while later, Johann dunked his face into a bucket of water. He lifted his head, breathing heavily. Huff, huff, Godin. Yes, Johann. Flashback, Godin frantically poured a red potion into Johann's mouth. This is the water of blessing Swelga gave us. Back to present, Johann exhaled slowly. You found me in the corridor, it's thanks to you that I'm alive. Godin scratched his head awkwardly. It was nothing, I panicked without even realizing we had the water of blessing, Johann nodded. And thank you, Swelga. If it weren't for that, I would have definitely died. Swelga shrugged. That's enough gratitude. Her tone turned blunt. More importantly, you did something incredibly stupid. You knew Baron Ainbeck was part of the pro-emperor faction, and you still went to meet him? If you're going to do something reckless again, at least die quickly. That way we can conserve what's left of the water of blessing. Johann awkwardly added about half remains. I'll use it carefully from now on. So, did you catch Baron Ainbeck in the end? If you want to prove anything, you'll need him, right? Johann's expression darkened. By the time I got there, he had already run. He wasn't there. Flashback, Johann stormed through the building. Ainbeck! Come out, you bastard! He rushed inside with Cannon Gorgon. You dare poison me. I won't go easy on you anymore. Gorgon looked around. Sir Johann, the man you mentioned, it looks like he already fled. Can glanced around the luxurious interior. So this is how nobles live. Johann's eyes suddenly narrowed. Wait. Something lay on the floor. A sealed letter. He had stepped on it, he picked it up. Back to present, Johann held up the document. Even though I couldn't find him, I found something more important. These are documents he couldn't take when he fled. Everything about this incident is written here. Godin leaned in. What does it say? Is it true? Like the rumors say. Does it prove the Emperor hired the bandits? Johann shook his head slowly. No. His voice turned serious. It's something far worse. Something much more dangerous. At that moment, the gates creaked open. Everyone turned. A man rode out on horseback. It was Ainbeck. Ainbeck rode forward, a satisfied smirk on his face. By now, Johann Eitz is probably dead. Good. Everything is proceeding exactly as His Majesty intended. He arrived at a hidden camp. Make way. Sir Ainbeck has arrived. The soldiers quickly cleared a path. Welcome, Sir Ainbeck, but Ainbeck ignored the greeting. He stepped forward. Before him, an entire army stood assembled. He raised his voice. We are not bandits. We are mercenaries of the strongest empire. Bound by the gold of the Holy Empire. The strongest warriors, who swear loyalty to the great emperor. Cheers erupted. Ainbeck continued, his voice filled with pride. I have already undermined Marcel from within. Their strategies, their movements, are all in the palm of my hand. They will fall into chaos, and die without ever knowing who their true enemy is. The soldiers roared. Whoa! Ainbeck smiled smugly. Then, His Majesty has even sent us, an Imperial Court mage. The soldiers murmured. An Imperial Court mage? Don't tell me, Kegel of the Crimson Flame? A presence emerged from the shadows. An ominous aura spread across the field, heavy, suffocating. Almost demonic. The figure stepped forward. To think, you would mistake me for an ordinary mage, it's almost laughable. She revealed herself. I am Janina. An Imperial Court mage, favored by His Majesty. The soldiers stared. A snake beast man? I've never heard of a mage named Janina. Janina smiled faintly. Of course you haven't. She reached into her cloak and pulled out a sealed container. I am not a mage who plays with trivial elements, I wield living weapons. Living weapons? She opened the container. Come. The ground trembled. Thud. A massive foot slammed into the earth. The soldiers looked up, horror filled their faces. A monster. Oh God, a troll. A gigantic troll emerged, towering over them. Janina smiled gently. Now, my adorable troll, will fight alongside you. Ainbeck raised his hand. Tomorrow, we crush Marcel's second subjugation force. And offer Marcel itself to the Emperor. The soldiers roared in unison, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Whoa! Back in Marcel, Johann stood in silence, deep in thought. Godin. Yes, Johann. Johann handed him the document. Deliver this to Velako trainee Annie. And don't let anyone else see it. His tone grew serious. This is something he absolutely needs to verify himself. Godin nodded firmly. Understood. Johann turned. Gorgon. Kansas. Come here for a moment. They stepped closer. Johann's expression hardened as he began planning. Nearby, Swelga watched him quietly. His eyes narrowed slightly. Ifeel River. Why are you trying to save that knight? What is it you're planning? And what do you hope to achieve, through him? On the day of departure, in front of Marcel's gates, Captain Kimmel of the Red Iron Mercenaries stood, as the 2nd Marcel Bandit Subjugation Force made its final preparations to set out, while a holy knight offered a prayer. Blessed be our Lord, the rock on which we stand, he is our fortress and our stronghold. Johann soon arrived riding Philip, and Godin called out. Lord Johann, I wish good fortune upon you, to which Johann replied. Right, take good care of Swelga for me, but Swelga immediately brushed it off, saying. This isn't my first or second time on a subjugation operation, worry about yourself, and Johann simply waved. I'll be off then, before approaching Kimmel. Kimmel greeted him. You've arrived, Sir Johann, and Johann answered. Yes, I'm ready too, prompting Kimmel to signal the dwarf holding the horn, as he began to give the command. All troops advance, but before he could finish, someone suddenly shouted. Advance, startling both Kimmel and the dwarf, as the elves charged forward on horseback, screaming, as their forces rushed after them without waiting for orders. Watching this, Johann thought to himself that this must be exactly why Kimmel had asked for consent over command authority earlier, and after regaining control. Kimmel signaled again, the horn finally sounding, as he gave the proper command. All troops, advance. Inside the city magistrate's office, on the balcony, Velako stood holding the letter Johann had sent, when Ian approached him and reported. At last, the subjugation force has departed, city magistrate, and Velako asked. The letter sent by Sir Johann, you've already checked it, haven't you? To which she replied. Yes, they said it was found yesterday in Baron Einbeck's room. Velako let out a short breath. Ha, of all times, it had to be the day before deployment, and in the Baron's room no less. I still can't believe this letter is genuine, especially if there's a web of grudges between houses involved, but Ian insisted. However, city magistrate, that crest is unmistakably House Einbeck's, and Velako admitted. I see, looking at the crest and the contents, it does make it seem like he's behind everything. Ian added that they had tried to press Einbeck but he had already fled the city, asking if that wasn't enough to suspect him, yet Velako remained cautious. No, I still can't trust that young knight, and I'm concerned your trading company is placing far too much faith in someone unknown, to which Ian firmly responded. Our trading company doesn't sponsor just anyone, we place our trust only in those who are worth it, but Velako warned her. I understand, but remember this, if that knight's misguided actions shatter the balance of this city, the Katana Trading Company won't be able to avoid responsibility either. Leaving Ian thinking quietly that Velako himself might be connected to the pro-Emperor faction. Meanwhile, in the pro-Emperor faction camp, someone asked. Baron Einbeck, is it true? And Einbeck smirked, replying. It is. I just received word from the messenger, the 2nd subjugation force has set out, they'll fall into our trap without fail. Marcel is practically in His Majesty's hands now, causing Duke Mayhem, head of the Special Operations Unit, to laugh loudly. Ha, then all we have to do is wait for the news of victory. Man, once we take over Marcel, the first thing I'm doing is patrolling the brothels, which made Janina respond coldly. That's all you can think about? Disgusting, before Mayhem suddenly noticed Einbeck's expression and asked. Baron Einbeck? Why do you look so pale? Einbeck brushed it off, saying there was nothing to worry about, but after a brief pause, still uneasy, he asked Janina. Have you heard anything about Sir Karamov? You know, something going wrong on his expedition, like a serious injury? Both Janina and Mayhem stared at him for a moment, before bursting into laughter. Janina saying. Ha, Sir Karamov with a serious injury? And Mayhem adding. Yes, that's a ridiculous joke, as Janina continued. Karamov is the Empire's strongest, even in swordsmanship, and he's practically covered head to toe in legendary equipment. He alone is a core pillar of the Empire's military power. For something to happen to him? Impossible, which made Einbeck laugh awkwardly, convincing himself. Ha! I know, so it really was a lie, a low-born nobody actually dared to deceive me. Good thing I killed him, even if he had lived, he would have been worthless. Meanwhile, Johann rode with the subjugation squad and looked ahead, muttering. Looks like Gustav's unit swept through here cleanly, and Kimmel agreed. Sure seems that way. As they observed the aftermath, corpses already piling up, many burned with smoke still rising, when an elven soldier smugly called out. Are you finally getting here? You're slow as hell, as expected from dwarves, prompting Kimmel to respond calmly but firmly. Hey, elf, I am a dwarf, but unlike us, Sir Johann here is a noble. Then how about you show some respect, before I crush those pointy ears of yours? Kimmel snapped, and the elf immediately flared up. What did you say? As tension rose between them, while Johann quietly observed the exchange and thought to himself that elves and dwarves really didn't get along, stepping in, he said. That's enough, Captain Kimmel, prompting Kimmel to clear his throat and respond. My apologies. Johann then turned to the elven soldier and asked. Was there fighting here? Where did everyone go after the battle? And the elf proudly replied. The valiant Sir Gustav and the elven knights wiped this place clean. They're now leading the main force in pursuit of the remaining bandits. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, the elven battalion continued chasing fleeing enemies, shouting. Chase them, kill them all and take everything. Back to Kimmel. The elf then added smugly. Let me make this clear, every bit of loot and all prisoners here belong to Sir Gustav and the knights. You arrived late, so you have no right to demand a share, to which Kimmel replied without concern. We've already been paid plenty by the trading company, you pointy ears can split the loot among yourselves, which only reignited the argument, as the elf snapped back about the insult, but Johann's focus had already shifted, sensing something was wrong. The bandits had supposedly wiped out the 500-strong oak tree mercenaries, yet here the outcome was far too one-sided, with no visible losses among the elves, and as he looked toward the forest on the right, he realized it was perfect terrain for an ambush. He asked. Hey, elf, did you search the forest around here? And received a mocking reply. Why, planning to hunt wild animals or something? But Johann thought to himself. I knew it, they retreated on purpose to lure us deeper in, it has to be a trap. Meanwhile, Kimmel ordered. Bulger, we're moving forward, if those pointy-eared knights start nitpicking, we'll never hear the end of it, so let's hurry, but Johann stopped him. Wait a moment, and when Kimmel asked what was wrong, Johann said firmly. Get the unit into a defensive formation right now, all shooters concentrate fire into the forest. Hearing this, the elf burst out laughing. What? And even Kimmel hesitated. Sir Johann, attacking an empty forest is a bit, but Johann explained calmly. If there's an enemy lying in ambush, the terrain puts us at serious risk, we need to confirm it before we pass through. Kimmel countered. Even if that's true, we can just crush them, they're only bandits, but Johann shook his head. No, they annihilated even the famed oak tree mercenaries, we can't treat them like ordinary bandits, before the main force goes any deeper, we must confirm it now, while the elf mocked again, laughing it off as nonsense. Kimmel then admitted quietly. Sir Johann, if we fire and it turns out we're wrong, those pointy ears will humiliate us, they'll call us cowards afraid of mere bandits, in your honor, but Johann cut him off without hesitation. If I can trade my honor for your lives, I'll throw it away as many times as it takes, and as the elf continued mocking. Kimmel grew visibly irritated, before finally making his decision, agreeing to follow Johann's judgment, which made Johann nod slightly, satisfied that this time his words had not been ignored, unlike before, realizing once again how much status mattered in this society. Raising his axe, Kimmel shouted. All troops, defensive formation, shooters prepare to fire, and the dwarven soldiers quickly moved to the front, locking shields together into a solid defensive line, while behind them, the holy knights reinforced the formation with layered shields. Kimmel then gave the order. Fire direction, both flanks toward the forest, as soldiers knocked arrows, and dwarves readied their mortars, and at the signal. Fire, a barrage of attacks was unleashed into the forest. For a brief moment, nothing happened, then something massive emerged, clad in armor, the attack striking against it with no effect, and as the figure stepped forward, the soldiers froze in shock. It was a minotaur. The elves stared in disbelief. What? While Kimmel himself was stunned. There really was an ambush. And then realized the far worse truth. More importantly, that's not a bandit gang, as the Minotaur exhaled heavily, steam bursting from its nostrils, its furious presence towering over the battlefield. Flashback to when Johann searched Baron Einbeck's quarters and found the letter, he turned to Canon Gorgon and asked, Have you heard of the Bullhead mercenaries? Can nodded, I have. Even among mercenary groups, they're well known. There's an all-elf mercenary group called the Wolves of Akiton, and they say the bullheads are even more expensive than them, which made Johann press further, tell me everything you know about them, and can continued, for mercenaries, they're strangely shrouded in secrecy. Their hiring fee is extremely high, and they don't take just any job. From what's known, their movements are like a herd of enraged bulls. They charge straight into the center of the enemy formation, break through the defensive line, and collapse the enemy from the inside. Johann frowned slightly. So they use penetration tactics. That sounds like Germany's Blitz tactics from World War II. So you think we'll be facing them tomorrow? King gave a serious nod. That's right. The enemy we'll face tomorrow isn't just a band of thieves, it'll be the Emperor's elite mercenaries. Sir Johann, if we run into them, I advise you to retreat no matter what. Whatever you do, avoid a head-on clash. Johann asked, why's that, and Kin answered grimly, if we fight them head-on, we won't stand a chance. It's only a rumor, but they're said to command a minotaur. Johann's eyes widened in shock, and Kin continued, I heard about it when I was young, the Hero Slayer Minotaur. It has a massive body and overwhelming strength, and on top of that, intelligence close to a human's. Countless warriors and knights have challenged it, and every one of them was slaughtered. Gorgon then laughed loudly, don't worry, tomorrow we'll risk our lives to help you retreat, Sir Johann, while Kin added with a half-smile, as for the payment, we'll take it if we survive, making Johann smile faintly, I was planning to ask for your help anyway, to which they responded eagerly, oh, we wanted to see that bull-headed bastard for ourselves too, though we'll probably have to run without even getting a good look, but Johann shook his head slightly, Gorgon, Kin. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm going to ask you too for something else, leaving them confused, something else? Back to the present. Just before the attack in the forest, several Empire soldiers lay hidden among the trees, watching carefully as one muttered, why are those Marcel bastards acting so indecisively? Another added, they're changing formation. Don't tell me. They noticed, and in the next instant, a rain of arrows poured into the forest, catching the ambushers off guard as several were pierced and fell dead, shouting, enemy attack. Armored soldiers stepped forward, unfazed as arrows struck against their armor, and a commanding voice rang out, bullhead mercenaries, prepare to charge, followed by a heavy thump as a massive bull-like leg stepped forward, shaking the ground. The armored soldiers turned as the Minotaur advanced, its enormous body clad in armor as arrows struck and lodged into it without slowing it down, its breath coming out in furious bursts, steam rising as it lowered its head. Some wore bull helmet. They began moving forward alongside the bullhead mercenaries, ready to crush everything in its path. Forward, advance, ready, fire, came the command, and the dwarves immediately launched their mortars, covering their ears as the blasts roared across the field, the explosions striking the advancing enemy, flames engulfed the front line, yet the Minotaur and bull helmet-wearing soldiers marched forward steadily without even flinching, their armored bodies shielding the force behind them as the rest of the soldiers followed in formation. They pushed out of the forest and halted briefly, standing in a tight, disciplined line, and then the Minotaur at the front raised its massive axe and roared, driving the entire unit forward as they charged straight toward the subjugation army. Kimmel narrowed his eyes, so those are the bullhead mercenaries I've only heard about, while Johann frowned, realizing the situation immediately. We prepared in advance, but it still turned into a frontal collision. I have to do something. Captain Kimmel, brace for impact, they're going to charge straight at us, and then added, I'll deal with that charging formation somehow. Kimmel tried to stop him, Sir Johann, going alone is too dangerous, but Johann had already spurred his horse forward, charging ahead by himself. Watching him go, Kimmel raised his voice, listen up, warriors of the Red Iron Mercenaries, the bullhead mercenaries are trying to test our might, they'll learn soon enough just how useless their weapons and armor are. As Johann closed the distance, the enemy spotted him, one of them scoffing, a cavalry is approaching, looks like a knight, one man thinks he can take us on alone? He's lost his mind, while the soldier lifted its hammer, ready to crush him. If he's that desperate to die, we'll grant his wish. Johann didn't slow down, he swung his mace, smashing straight into the first soldier, sending his helmet flying as blood spilled, then plunged directly into the enemy formation, striking left and right with overwhelming force. The mercenaries shouted in confusion, what is this? Stop that bastard, stay in formation, he's trying to break it, maintain the breakthrough formation, and Johann clicked his tongue, realizing it instantly, damn it, they figured out what I was trying to do. Behind him, Kimmel roared, by the sacred dwarf's beard, focus on the front. As the dwarves locked their shields and braced themselves, the enemy closing in while shouting, prepare to break through, and Johann glanced back just as the two forces collided. Crack their skulls open. Kimmel shouted, but in the next instant, the bull helmet soldier swung its massive hammer, and the formation shattered in a single blow. Soldiers being sent flying as the line collapsed. The formation's been pierced, someone shouted as the Empire soldiers surged through, they're pushing in, die with honor. The dwarves were overwhelmed, beaten back under the sheer force, yet Kimmel charged forward into the chaos, cutting down a soldier's leg before smashing his face in with his hammer, dropping him instantly. The surrounding enemies froze for a moment in shock as Kimmel raised his weapons, and suddenly flames ignited around them, burning intensely as if fueled by magic. He shouted, warriors, both his axe and hammer now engulfed in fire, wet your burning weapons with the blood of our enemies. Watching this, Johann was momentarily surprised, even impressed. Wow, looks like we don't need to worry about that side. But his focus quickly returned to the real threat ahead. Then what's left now is this head-on clash, and without hesitation, he pushed forward again, heading straight toward the Minotaur captain. Johann rode straight toward the towering figure ahead as one of the mercenaries shouted, "That night bastard is coming," and the Minotaur stood firm, gripping his axe as Johann approached, his massive presence radiating pressure across the battlefield. One of the soldiers sneered, "Who the hell is that? What kind of nobody dares challenge Numeros, captain of the 100?" Another added, "He's the knight who tried to break our formation earlier," and Numeros let out a heavy breath, steam rising from his nostrils as he growled in amusement. "Ha, what an idiot, soaked in hero fantasies." A bull-helmeted soldier stepped forward eagerly. "Lord Numeros, allow me, squad leader of 10, to deal with that bastard," and Numeros waved him off casually. "Fine, I'll give you the chance," earning a grin from the soldier as he charged. "Thank you, Lord Numeros." The moment they clashed, Johann didn't hesitate. He smashed straight through the squad leader, crushing his helmet in a single blow, then continued forward, striking down the knights behind him just as easily, their bodies collapsing as blood seeped through their armor. The surrounding mercenaries were stunned, the squad leader of 10, taken out in an instant. Johann pressed on, eyes locked on the towering figure ahead. So there really are real minotaurs. Kin was right, and called out, "Hey, are you the captain of these mercenaries?" Numeros looked down at him and said bluntly, "Get off that horse, knight," catching Johann off guard. What is he saying all of a sudden? Numeros smirked, "When I chop you into pieces, your horse might get hurt. I like the way it carries itself, so get down," while the surrounding soldiers laughed and jeered. "This is where you die. Those boots will fit me perfectly. I call dibs on the armor." Johann dismounted calmly. "I wouldn't want him to get hurt either. The horse is named after my brother," then added with a faint smile, "And if I win, I'll make a stew out of your tail. Come at me, you gift set-looking bastard," leaving Numeros briefly confused. Gift set. In the next moment, the Minotaur roared in charge. Both of them charged at each other with weapons raised, and Numeros swung his axe with brutal force, forcing Johann to leap back to avoid the strike as the blade crashed into the ground where he had stood moments before. Landing lightly, Johann steadied himself, but Numeros was already lifting his axe again, roaring in fury as he pressed forward without giving him a second to breathe. Johann dodged another heavy swing, then another, the Minotaur's relentless attacks coming one after the other with overwhelming power, forcing him completely on the defensive. Damn it, the difference in reach is insane, Johann thought, watching the wide arc of the axe as Numeros spun it in his grip and raised it again, the sheer range making it nearly impossible to close the distance safely. If that bastard's axe even grazes me, I'm getting cut in half, he realized, his expression tightening as he shifted his footing, searching for an opening while being pushed back step by step. Then, clicking his tongue in frustration, he muttered inwardly, "Damn it, should I have brought the sword crest recoverer?" Numeros continued his relentless assault, each swing heavy enough to crush the ground, mocking him as he fought. "Don't just dodge, fight back. I'll give you a death worthy of a knight," but Johann stayed focused, watching carefully for an opening. Then, as Numeros swung horizontally, Johann suddenly dropped low and slid beneath him, slipping through his legs in a single motion. Now, he turned instantly, seized the opening, and struck upward with full force, his mace connecting directly with Numeros' groin. The impact froze the battlefield for a split second as the surrounding knights recoiled in sheer horror, while Numeros himself went rigid, saliva spilling from his mouth as the pain hit, his massive axe slipping from his grip as he dropped to his knees, trembling violently, veins bulging as he struggled to even breathe. Completely overwhelmed, he failed to notice Johann already moving again. Johann leapt into the air, weapon raised high, eyes cold. "It's time we end this, bullhead." Elsewhere, the subjugation force had fully engaged as Kummel charged with his men, roaring, "Break every one of those bastards' iron horns, press them. Once we get tangled up, those ox-head freaks lose their advantage," and the battlefield descended into chaos as soldiers clashed brutally. The dwarves and kingdom warriors pushed forward with sheer force, while from the rear, the saints of the Galanto monastery began their ritual. Vanguard Commander Agante raised his voice, "Brothers, let us begin," and one by one they drank their potions, murmuring, "God forgive us," as their bodies trembled and their eyes turned an unnatural blue. The enemy noticed too late. What are those guys? Before the transformed holy knights let out feral cries and charged forward in a berserk frenzy. "They're holy knights from the St. Galanto monastery, stay sharp," someone shouted, but it was already too late. The berserk knights tore through the enemy lines, cutting down armored soldiers with overwhelming ferocity, blades flashing as blood spilled across the battlefield. One enemy knight leapt forward in desperation, "You crazy drugged-up bastard, I'll crush you," only to be struck mid-air, his body splitting open as he was sent crashing down. The one who struck him landed gracefully. It was Vanguard Commander Valine of the St. Aina Monastery. She lowered her blade and extended her hand toward Agante, her voice calm yet urgent. "Please get up, brother Agante, there are still people who need your help." Agante rose to his feet, his eyes glowing as he declared, "Screams are hymns, and fresh blood is holy water. The light will be with us," his voice echoing with fanatic resolve, while nearby a bull-helmeted commander shouted desperately, "Bullhead mercenaries, don't fall back. Lord Numeros will crush that knight and return to us," clinging to hope even as the battle turned. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Numeros' helmet went flying as Johan's mace, now dripping with blood, lowered slightly. Beneath him, the once fearsome captain lay beaten, trembling, and reduced to gasping breaths, nothing like the imposing figure from before. Johan raised his weapon again and asked calmly, "Got any last words before you die, Hero Slayer?" And Numeros flinched, raising his arms weakly in defense, his entire body shaking, while behind him his soldiers slowly removed their helmets, their faces filled with despair as they realized it was over. In a broken voice, Numeros muttered, "I'm sorry. I spoke out of line, Sir Knight, please spare my life," then added awkwardly, trying to bargain, I need to make stew, so, stick your tail out," before suddenly blurting out, "Even if you kill me, it won't help your honor, because I'm not a real minotaur." Johan paused, confused, "What are you talking about?" And Numeros explained shakily, "I'm only a half minotaur, not as strong as a pureblood, not as smart either. Even if you kill me, it won't count as an achievement." But Johan simply stared at him for a moment before lowering his weapon completely, his tone flat, "I don't care about achievements or whatever you're talking about." Then he turned away and called out, "You there, bugler," drawing everyone's attention as he gave the order. "Inform the forces ahead, tell them you've been defeated," the soldier quickly responding, "Yes, Sir Knight," while Numeros let out a defeated sigh, "We're screwed," only to flinch again as Johan pointed his mace back at him, adding, "And you, Bone Broth Gift said, there's something I need you to witness, just tell the truth," leaving Numeros blinking in confusion. Back with the main subjugation force, the bull-helmeted commander was still shouting, "Don't fall back. Lord Numeros will be here soon, just hold on," when suddenly a horn echoed across the battlefield, and his face went pale. "That sound, it can't be, the captain of the 100 lost to a single knight?" Kummel exhaled and smirked, "Phew, that's too bad. From where I'm standing, your captain got wrecked by our knight." Then he raised his axe high and roared, "Bugler, sound the victory call. This is our first victory of the battle," and the soldiers erupted in cheers. Far away in the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch, Velasco sat at his desk writing when Lady Ian entered with a light laugh. "City Magistrate, we have good news. The suppression force has secured its first victory," and Velasco smiled faintly. "Yes, I've heard. The elf knights of Bartok must have done well," but Ian's expression shifted slightly. "Unfortunately, we've lost contact with them," making him look up sharply. "What did you say? Lost contact? What does that mean?" "There's no way the elf knights would lose to mere bandits," and Ian calmly replied, "If they were ordinary bandits, yes, but as Sir Johan claimed, this was a mercenary group hiding their identity," then handed him a document. "This just arrived, please read it," and as Velasco scanned the contents, his expression darkened. "The bullhead mercenaries confessed to everything. It was all instigated by Baron Ainbeck, and the captain of the 100, that minotaur, was captured alive." He held his head in disbelief. Who in the world could do something so absurd? And Ian smirked faintly. "There is someone who did exactly that," prompting him to ask, "Who?" Back on the battlefield, the answer was clear. Numeros knelt in submission, head lowered. While behind him the remaining bullhead mercenaries also bowed, completely defeated, and Johan stood calmly beside them, gently patting his horse as if the chaos around him had already come to an end. Johan was resting in his camp when Swelga and Godin arrived. Swelga greeted him calmly, "You've worked hard," while Godin rushed in excitedly, trying to hug him. Sir Johan," only for Johan to steady him. "Calm down, Godin, you've come a long way back to the outpost," but Swelga stopped him from standing. "Don't get up, you've pushed yourself enough, just rest." Godin, unable to contain himself, blurted out, "I heard everything. They say you swung your mace once and a whirlwind burst out, taking down 50 men in a single strike, bam, just like that," making Johan laugh awkwardly. "Don't exaggerate, Godin. Praise the warriors who fought alongside me too," though inwardly he thought, "No, praise me more," loud enough for Velasco to hear. At that moment Kummel entered, backing Godin up. "Exaggerating? Not at all. The Red Iron mercenaries don't see it that way. Sir Johan deserves every bit of praise. The way you charged straight into the enemy set all of our hearts on fire," and he bowed. "The valor you showed will be an example even for us dwarves," prompting Johan to nod. "You flatter me, but I'll accept it gratefully," while thinking that with this much praise, Velasco would surely start favoring them. Soon after, two more figures entered, the holy knights Agante and Valine, offering their blessings. "May Saint Aina's kindness be upon you, may Saint Galanto's blessing be upon you," and Valine spoke with clear admiration. "Your strength is impressive, but what truly shocked me was your tactics. If it weren't for you, we would have walked straight into an ambush. There aren't many knights who excel at both strategy and combat, and beyond that, your character moved me. You spared the enemy commander." Johan scratched his head slightly. "The Minotaur?" Once I actually fought him, he wasn't much. Besides, there was no need to kill him, but Agante replied seriously, a minotaur possesses overwhelming strength, enough to wipe out an entire mercenary group alone. Even for us, a head-on fight would have been hopeless. Any ordinary knight would have taken his head for the glory of slaying the hero slayer, even if he was only a half-minotaur, but you didn't. Respecting an enemy's life is a rare virtue, which made Johann feel a bit overwhelmed. This is getting excessive, and he answered, I only kept him alive because it was necessary. This kind of praise is a bit embarrassing, yet the two only admired him more, thinking how humble he was. Swelga then cut in bluntly, do you even know how many people that half-minotaur killed? When humility goes too far, it makes things awkward, and Johann nodded. In that case, I'll accept it with thanks, bowing slightly, while Kimmel laughed. Now that's better, our enemies are mercenaries too, so it's a fight worth having. Once we reorganize, let's properly crush Einbeck's forces. Just then, a shout came from outside, and Johann stepped out to see an elf soldier from Gustav's unit. Completely out of breath, Kimmel frowned. From the look of him, that's not a messenger of victory, and the elf dropped to his knees urgently. Please, send reinforcements immediately, we were attacked by a troll. The scene shifted to the previous night in the forest, where swamp waters spread across the ground and fleeing bandits splashed desperately through it, only to be chased down by the Knights of Bartok, who cut them down without hesitation, their bodies and severed heads sinking into the blood-stained water. One of the 3 Bartok knights clicked his tongue. This is so anticlimactic it doesn't even get my blood going, though I guess we came because we owed them a debt, while another replied casually, we owe the trading company, so we wiped them out as repayment. Count Bartok said the same thing, didn't he? The third scoffed, damn those trading company bastards, so what if we borrowed a little? They ran crying to the Count over that, but despite their complaints, they continued the pursuit, ordering, all troops, pursue the fleeing enemy and annihilate them, strip them of anything valuable, anyone who keeps loot for themselves will be punished, and the soldiers cheered as they moved deeper into the swamp. Eventually, the 3 knights dismounted to rest, looking around uneasily as one muttered, I didn't know a place like this existed near Marseille, another agreeing, yeah, it gives me a bad feeling, like something's about to jump out, perfect hiding place for bandits, when suddenly one of them pointed ahead. Someone's coming, looks like one of our soldiers, unaware of what was about to emerge from the darkness. Back already? There's no way they finished the annihilation that fast, one of the Bartok knights muttered as a lone figure staggered toward them through the swamp, his body drenched in blood. Sir Knight, what is it? They called out, but before he could say more, something struck him down from behind, dropping him instantly. The 3 knights froze, hands moving to their rapiers as one whispered, what was that? And then a low growl echoed, grr, as a massive troll stepped into view, roaring as it revealed itself. Back in the present, the elf messenger spoke desperately, we fell into a trap, the bandits vanished, and then a troll descended on us, making Johann frown. I knew it, they lured us deeper in, but another thought immediately followed, controlling a troll? That wasn't an Einbeck's letter, the elf continued, the 3 knights of Bartok are still there. I beg you, please save them, and Kimmel looked around at the others, what do you all think? Valine answered carefully, it's our creed not to abandon those in need, but, while Agante added, for now, we'll follow your judgment, Captain Kimmel, what kind of creature is a troll? And Agante explained grimly, I have fought one before, to be honest, without divine aid, it's not something humans can stand against. A troll's hide is tougher than rock, its muscles like steel ropes, most attacks won't even leave a mark. Its strength is overwhelming, far beyond what humans can endure, and worst of all, as if recalling the scene, a knight's blade cut into the creature, only for the wound to close instantly, leaving him in shock. This can't be real, while another shouted, snap out of it, don't just stand there, move. Agante finished, even if you manage to wound it, it regenerates immediately as if nothing happened. The elf dropped to his knees, pleading, there's no time, please help them, will you go and rescue them, before adding, if Captain Kimmel permits it. But even if we leave now, they may already have entered their eternal rest, which made the elf's face pale. Kimmel sighed heavily, listen. I'm sorry, but we can't send a rescue party. Our mission isn't finished, and even if we go now, there's no guarantee anyone is still alive. But Johann stepped forward immediately, Captain Kimmel. I'll go, drawing everyone's attention. Sir Johann? Kimmel frowned, this isn't something to take lightly, but Johann remained firm, with warriors like you here, it won't be a problem if I step away, so if anyone goes, it should be me. Kimmel tried to reason with him, you heard it yourself, this could be meaningless and only put you in danger, yet Johann didn't waver, but what if they're still alive? I can't just stand by and watch them die, if even one of them is alive, then it's worth going. His words struck the saints deeply, leaving them visibly moved, while Johann dropped to one knee, send me, Captain Kimmel, and after a long breath, Kimmel shook his head with a faint smirk, honestly, you surprise me every time, fine, I'll organize a rescue party. Godin teared up at the display, overwhelmed, while Swelga remained silent, knowing full well Johann's real motive. When Godin looked at him, Swelga muttered quietly, "To me, his motives are obvious," while Johann, on the other hand, was already calculating, even if it's a troll, the elf knights aren't weak. If we move fast, we might still save them, and they said they're from Orangs, right? I've heard those elves are loaded. Yeah, I'm definitely squeezing a huge reward out of this. Somewhere within the Holy Empire's camp, a dispatch from the scouts arrived as a candle flickered over a round table where Mayhem, Mage Janina, and Ainbeck sat in discussion. Mayhem chuckled darkly, "So the elf knights have fallen into the trap. If the elf knights of Orangs are wiped out, then the relationship between Marcel's city magistrate and Orangs will be finished." But Janina remained cautious. "Don't celebrate yet. We failed to draw on the main punitive force, and the bullhead mercenaries surrendered. A considerable amount of the Emperor's gold was spent on them. What happened for them to give up so easily?" Ainbeck waved it off. "They were disposable from the start," prompting Janina to narrow her eyes. "That's the first I'm hearing of it. Did you just make that up?" But Ainbeck calmly revealed a sealed letter bearing a tree crest. "My real plan lies elsewhere, so don't worry." Before shifting the topic, "More importantly, how's your troll?" Janina answered confidently, "It's doing fine," and when Ainbeck mentioned fire as a possible weakness, she smirked. "Why do you think I placed it in a swamp? The humidity there is so high even torches won't light properly, though ordinary fire wouldn't matter anyway," which made Mayhem grin. "Then there's nothing to worry about," and Janina concluded coldly, "Without light, they'll meet their end in the abyss of darkness." Yet deep within that same swamp, a torch burned steadily as Johann rode forward on Philip, glancing at the flame. "It burns surprisingly well even in a place like this. What did you call this fire again?" Valine ran alongside him with several sisters and replied, "It's Hyena's fire, a form of holy magic passed down through our monastery, used mainly for exterminating monsters." While ahead of them, Karamaf dashed forward, and she continued, "A troll's regeneration can be suppressed by this sacred flame. Thanks to it, we've managed to kill trolls before." Johann looked intrigued. "So it's different from normal fire?" And Valine nodded. "Very different. The casting speed varies depending on scale, but once it catches, it won't go out even in water, and it burns its target until the very end. It's a flame of purification that incinerates the impure according to the caster's will," making Johann mutter under his breath, "Isn't that basically white phosphorus?" Before giving a faint smile, "You really are impressive in many ways. Holy magic. Swordsmanship, even stamina that keeps up with a horse," and Valine laughed lightly. "It's all thanks to the blessings of the gods and daily training. But it's reassuring to have you with us too." "I was a bit worried since we're such a small group," to which Johann replied calmly, "We don't need to hunt the troll head-on, we'll draw its attention just enough, then rescue the elf knights. They're not fools, they wouldn't keep fighting a monster that regenerates endlessly. They're probably hiding somewhere." Elsewhere in the swamp, the Bartok knights were still locked in battle, one shouting, "Don't hide, maintain formation, kill it, seize honor," as the troll roared in response, its massive presence overwhelming them. While back with Johann's group, Karamaf suddenly began barking loudly, "Woof, woof," catching Johann's attention as he said, "Looks like Karamaf found something," and Valine blinked in surprise. "You named your dog Karamaf?" Suddenly, from the darkness ahead, 3 riderless horses came rushing toward them, their reins loose and bodies trembling. Valine frowned. "Why are these the elf knights' horses?" But before she could finish, a distant scream echoed through the swamp, "Gaia!" Johann's expression hardened. "Sister Valine, looks like my prediction was wrong. I can't believe they've been fighting this whole time, those idiots." Yet Valine's face lit up with urgency rather than fear. "That's actually good news, it means they're still alive." Johann nodded slightly, and Valine quickly added, "But with flames of this level, we can't handle a troll. We need to prepare a stronger Hyena's fire, so please wait." But Johann was already turning his horse. "Then I'll go ahead and buy you time," making Valine go pale. "Wait, Sir Johann, that's not what I meant." Yet he had already moved, giving a quick order. Karamov, "Herd those horses," and the dog barked in response before sprinting off. As Johann rode ahead into the swamp, Valine clenched her fist. "Sisters, focus. We must create a stronger Hyena's fire to support him," and the sisters immediately gathered, kneeling as Valine planted her sword into the wet ground, lowering her head. "Saint Hyena, once again, we kneel before you and offer our prayers. There are souls who long for salvation," and as their voices joined together, a faint glow began to spread in a circle around them, the water itself reflecting the growing light. "Grant us your holy flame, and guide the lost with your light." At that very moment, deeper in the swamp, the troll roared as it raised its massive fist to crush one of the remaining elf knights, who stood barely holding on, his comrades exhausted behind him. He narrowly dodged the incoming blow as the troll continued its relentless assault, forcing him back with sheer power. Gathering what strength he had left, the knight countered, slicing into the troll's arm, drawing blood, but as he landed, gasping for breath, the monster simply glanced at the wound, growling low as the flesh began to knit itself back together before his eyes. "This is insane," the knight muttered through clenched teeth, while the troll roared again, shaking the swamp with its voice. "Shut up, it's not over yet," he forced himself to say, but doubt crept in as he looked at his battered comrades. "Their morale is broken, everyone's exhausted. What do we even do now?" Behind the troll, Laurent, already at his limit, slowly lowered his sword as the others called out. Laurent? What are you doing? And he answered weakly, sorry. Gustav. I can't go on any further. When that thing finishes me, leave me behind and take the men. But Gustav snapped back immediately. Don't be absurd. Though it was already too late, the troll's attention shifted, turning toward Laurent as it lumbered forward to seize him. Laurent, the others shouted as he closed his eyes, accepting his fate, yet in the next instant, something warm splashed across his face. Blood. He opened his eyes in shock, realizing he wasn't in pain at all. The troll let out a deafening roar of agony as a spear had pierced straight through its neck, blood pouring out as it thrashed violently, trying to rip it free. The elves stared in disbelief, while even the Bartok knights muttered in shock, a spear. How did someone drive a weapon through that body? Who in the world? Sir Gustav, a voice rang out, and they turned to see Johann charging in on horseback, his presence cutting through the chaos as he shouted sharply, don't just stand there blankly, move. Take your men and run. Back in Marseille at the Katana Trading Company, Velasco sat silently, deep in thought, with Lady Ian standing beside him as he stared at a letter placed on the desk. After a pause he muttered, could it be, has a ghost letter arrived? And the document before him carried the same seal Einbeck had used, the contents stating that the 500 men of the Oak Mercenary Group were requesting the gates of Marseille be open at midnight. Ian immediately responded, this has Einbeck written all over it, and Velasco nodded, my thoughts exactly. The Oak Mercenary Group was the first subjugation force sent to deal with the bandits, but what awaited them were the Emperor's elite mercenaries. Caught off guard, they were annihilated, then added grimly, so Baron Einbeck used the late Brattle's seal to forge this letter. In the end, this is just a ploy to breach Marcel's final line of defense. Ian agreed without hesitation, even if there are survivors, not tonight, we'll deal with it at sunrise, and Velasco concluded firmly, then we are of the same mind. I've already given orders, tonight, not a single threat will pass through Marcel's walls. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Godin sat before a flickering candle, hands clasped as he prayed softly, may your blessing sanctify his every step, may the claws and fangs of the predator not harm him. When Swelga approached and asked, a prayer at this hour? Are you worried about Johann? Godin nodded, Master Swelga. I know my lord is brave, but trolls aren't enemies that humans can defeat, and Swelga replied calmly, well, normally it would take more than a legion to bring down a troll, which made Godin hesitate, is that really true? But Swelga continued, there's no need to worry, leaving Godin confused, no, and Swelga explained, your master has the two waters that carry the secrets of the Eifel River, doesn't he? And Godin's face lit up, ah, the water of wrath and the water of blessing. At the same time in the swamp, just before Johann's clash with the troll, several elf bodies lay scattered across the water, and a spear was embedded nearby. Swelga's words echoed as he said to Godin, if the water of wrath is applied to a weapon, it can deliver a fatal blow, and in that very moment Johann retrieved the spear and hurled it forward once again, while Swelga added, Johann will know how to use it wisely, as the spear pierced deep into the troll's neck, drawing a violent spray of blood. Johann immediately shouted, Sir Gustav, don't just stand there, pull the troops back, quickly, and Gustav turned in shock, Sir Johann, as Johann rode closer, gripping his reins, thinking, with my strength I can still pierce its hide, but it'll just regenerate immediately. I just need to buy enough time for everyone to escape, completely forgetting that he still had the advantage of the water of wrath. Just then, the elf knight Leon suddenly rushed forward, shouting, Gustav, this is my only chance to finish it, and Johann snapped, no, you idiot. While Gustav ordered firmly, fall back, Leon, this is impossible for us, but Leon refused, if a human knight can do it, then we can do it too, and in the next instant, the troll's massive fist slammed into him, sending him flying through the air. Leon! Gustav shouted as he crashed into a tree, coughing up blood, barely conscious, and Johann frowned in frustration, you damn idiot, we came here to save you. The troll then ripped the spear out of its neck, blood spilling as it tossed it aside, roaring in fury, and Johann tightened his reins, retrieving the spear once more as he rode straight toward the monster. The troll roared, croak, while Johann locked his gaze onto it, steady and unshaken, right, keep your eyes on me. If Gustav and the soldiers can escape, that'll be enough, fully aware of the danger ahead, even for me, a death match with a troll isn't something I'd ever volunteer for. In that moment, Johann suddenly shifted his aim and hurled the spear toward the troll's leg, muttering under his breath, your guard is open, watch your leg, and the spear struck true, piercing into its limb as the troll let out a furious scream. Johann immediately rode past it, seizing the opening, good. I've crippled its mobility for now, but the moment didn't last, the troll twisted around with terrifying speed, its rage flaring as it lunged and grabbed Johann straight off his horse. Johann's eyes widened in shock as Gustav shouted, Sir Johann, and the troll lifted him high into the air. Damn it. I got too close, Johann thought as pain shot through him, I've been hit, and the troll raised him even higher, preparing to smash him with crushing force. Meanwhile, back in Marcel, the distant horizon suddenly lit up as something glowed in the darkness, catching the attention of a soldier stationed atop the castle wall. He muttered, raising a telescope to his eye. What is that? And through the lens he saw a group approaching, carrying torches. Is the subjugation force returning? He wondered, focusing closer until he spotted the flag they bore. His expression froze. The Oak mercenary group, his face turned pale. Ghosts? Weren't they completely wiped out by the bandits? Then realization struck him. No, it's exactly as the governor said. And he immediately shouted, alert all hands to the gates. Assemble on the walls. Don't let anyone pass. Inside, Valako heard the sudden commotion and frowned. That noise? While Lady Ian said calmly, it seems they've arrived. I'll send a letter to confirm the commander's identity. If they truly are survivors, they'll respond. But Valako shook his head, then a voice heard that won't be necessary, just as the door opened and several men walked in. Both Valako and Ian were visibly shaken. You? Valako muttered, and the man at the front smirked. What's with those faces? You look like you've seen a ghost. Lady Ian. Magistrate Valako, it was Bradel, captain of the Oak mercenary group, standing there alive. You were looking for the commander, so I came personally, he said, and Ian asked in disbelief, weren't you supposed to be dead? Bradel let out a low laugh. My apologies, but allow me to say this, glory to the Holy Empire, and its gold. And Valako's eyes narrowed. The Oak mercenary group, you were bought off by Ainbeck. While Ian could hardly process it. How is this possible? Then Bradel declared coldly, from this moment onward, the city of Marcel will be taken by the Oak mercenary group under the command of the Holy Empire. Back in the swamp, Johann was still caught in the troll's grip as Gustav shouted in desperation, no, and the monster slammed Johann down into the water with overwhelming force. The impact sent water exploding upward like a violent shockwave, pushing even the nearby elves back as they struggled to keep their footing. Sir Johann, they cried out, but as the water settled, Gustav's face went pale. Johann wasn't moving. His body floated motionless on the surface, unconscious, as dread filled the air. Sir Johann is dead. Meanwhile, back in Marcel a few minutes earlier, the Oak mercenary troops advanced toward the gates while a group of them carefully set up a deception. Hold it tight, keep it steady, they muttered as they propped up straw-filled dummies dressed in armor and straw hats, arranging them to resemble fallen soldiers while fixing their mercenary flags among them. Once everything was in place, one of them smirked, ready, and another replied, of course, before lighting the torches. Flames flickered to life beside the fake bodies, creating the illusion of a returning force carrying their dead. And one mercenary laughed under his breath, those Marcel fools, they're doing exactly what Ainbeck said they would, while another added confidently, it doesn't matter what they do, we're getting inside either way. Inside the city walls, guards rushed toward their positions, hurry, to the walls, but away from the commotion, a bribed soldier slipped quietly toward a hidden sewer entrance. One of the Oak mercenaries whispered, even if they block the main gate, the guard we paid will open the sewer for us, and just as the soldier opened it and declared, long live the Holy Empire, an arrow suddenly pierced his head from the darkness within. He dropped lifeless on the spot as a man with a crossbow emerged from the sewer, saying coldly, glory to the Holy Emperor, and behind him, another figure stepped out, Bradel himself. The crossbowman bowed slightly, the bribed guard has been dealt with, and Bradel nodded, good work, the Empire has no use for a man who betrays his own for a few silver coins. Gathering his men, he issued his orders, listen carefully, starting now, Marcel belongs to us. While the guards are distracted at the walls, capture the captain. The rest of you, follow me, we're going for the governor. Back in the present inside the Katana Trading Company, Bradel stood confidently before Valako and Lady Ian, unfazed by their shock. Valing frowned at him, but Bradel spoke first, don't look at me like that, governor, even if we take over the city, we'll let you keep your title and authority, prompting Ian to snap back, listen here, Bradel, you've got some nerve talking like that after attacking Marcel. How could we ever trust you? Bradel simply clapped slowly, amused, as expected of Lady Ian, you've got spirit, then his tone turned cold, but don't test my patience. A merchant guild should know better, pick the winning side and secure your profits. Before delivering the final blow, the captain of Marcel's guard has already been captured. The rest of your forces have probably already thrown down their weapons and surrendered. There's nothing left for you to do here, Bradel said calmly as he pulled out a document and placed it on the table in front of Valako. What we want is simple, he continued, tapping it lightly, just write a single order to the subjugation force, all forces cease combat and surrender to the enemy. And add an oath of loyalty to his imperial majesty. His gaze hardened as he added, do that, and I won't have to get your blood on my hands, governor. Meanwhile, back in the swamp, Johann's body floated motionless on the water, completely still, as the elves stood facing the troll with no strength left to fight. The monster roared, shaking the air itself, while Gustav called out urgently, Laurent, take Leon and the men and get out of here. I'll buy you some time. Laurent shook his head, what are you saying? I'm staying too, but Gustav snapped back. This isn't a request, it's an order from your superior. Now go, and without waiting, he stepped forward alone, raising his rapier toward the towering beast. Come on, you monster, he muttered, steadying himself despite the exhaustion, give me an honorable death. The troll roared in fury and charged. At that same moment, deep beneath the surface of fading consciousness, Johann heard a familiar voice, his master's voice echoing in his mind. Carve these words into your soul, don't fight an opponent you can't beat. If it's dangerous, run, but if you must fight, then make sure you kill them, and don't you dare die, Johann. Johann's thoughts drifted weakly. I'm sorry, master. I think this is as far as I go, my body won't move. I'm so tired. Blood seeped from his wounds as his awareness dimmed. Looking back, it was nothing but pain. My heart's finally going to stop. I just want to rest now, it'll all be peaceful, as his eyes slowly closed. Then, in that fading darkness, a faint presence approached, a spirit, gentle and silent, brushing against him as if calling him back. Johann's eyes snapped open. No, his fingers twitched, then clenched, and with a sudden, desperate motion, he slammed his fist against his own chest, his heart jolting back to life. If you can't escape death, then kill death. Back above the surface, the troll raised its massive arm, about to crush Gustav as he charged forward shouting, for my honor, and for Orang's. But in the next instant, a spear shot through the air at full force and pierced straight through the troll's hand. The monster roared in agony as blood burst out, staggering back, and Gustav froze in shock, staring at the sudden attack. Sir Johann, he whispered. Johann stood there, soaked and breathing heavily, gripping the spear with cold resolve. You're still alive? Gustav asked in disbelief, but Johann didn't even look at him, his eyes fixed on the troll as he spoke bluntly. You're in the way, get lost, you pointy-eared bastards.